where teachers can stay in the classroom and still lead. We should think about teacher leadership as the key way to help us reach all of our priorities and initiatives. So whether we're talking about Common Core or teacher evaluation, it's really difficult to imagine how any of those initiatives can be successful without teacher leaders being on board and helping to lead the charge. You can't help but be motivated by the stories that these teachers are sharing and their desire to turn around their schools, their districts, and to help both their faculties and their students. Hi, I'm Chung Hao Fu, Chief Program Officer for Leading Educators.
The program will be starting in just a few minutes. Please take this time to turn off all mobile devices or set them to silent or vibrate. Thank you. Gentlemen, the program is just about to begin. Please take your seats at this time. Again, please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of Teaching and Learning 2015. We hope the knowledge and inspiration that came together Thursday during the pre-conference workshops and yesterday during a full day of sessions continues today. It is my pleasure to introduce the host of our first plenary. Please join me in welcoming the Executive Director of the White House Initiative on Educational Excellence for African Americans, Mr. David Johns.
Good morning. I'm amongst my people. If you guys didn't get the memo, I taught kindergarten to third grade. It is Saturday morning, so I'll try that one more time. Good morning. There we go. You guys know that morning circle energy changes everything. I appreciate the invitation to be here. Oh, some of you guys just got that. I'll let you process it. Yeah, it was among the things, it's among the things that I miss most about being in the classroom now. So let me again say thank you for being here bright and early on a Saturday morning. I want to thank the National Board and its directors and all of the advisors who are responsible for this conference, in particular Ron Thorpe. Thank you for all of your leadership. And really thank you for providing us an opportunity to talk about and acknowledge the importance of equity. I know that that's a central theme to your conference, and it should run through all of the conversations you have here. And it's something that's especially important to the President, our First Lady Michelle Obama, and to the Secretary of Education, Arne Duncan. Before I talk a little bit about the work of the White House Initiative on Educational Excellence for African Americans and invite a couple of your friends and my colleagues to join us in this discussion, I want to show a short PSA that I think really embodies the spirit of our work. So if you would indulge me, there's a short PSA that they're going to show, and I'll return thereafter.
Because of the three doctors, we can be our brother's keeper, stay focused, and work to succeed together.
If that doesn't make you smile, something is wrong with you. So that PSA is a part of a campaign that belongs to another campaign called Because of Them We Can. And our initiative has a partnership with them where we are celebrating ensuring that all of our kids know who they are and whose they are by connecting them to the heroes and sheroes that we sometimes celebrate during Black History Month. And so this is a way for us to honor the fact that there is no more precious a resource than our babies. I call them babies no matter how old they are. And that there is nothing more worthy that we can expend ourselves doing than educating them. So if you hear me say nothing else today, hear me as our chairman often says, thank you for doing God's work. Give yourselves a round of applause. So as I mentioned, President Obama cares deeply about equity, and I'm sure many of you have heard other members of our cabinet, including Secretary Duncan, talk about education being the essential civil rights. And as an example of that, or as a commitment, a show of commitment, the president established in 2012 the White House Initiative on Educational Excellence for African Americans. Show of hands if you've heard that name before today. Good, all right. That makes me feel good. So for those of you who haven't, we're gonna change all of that. But this initiative is the newest of 6 similarly situated initiatives that are designed to help fill gaps and to identify opportunities for us to support population-specific issues. The eldest of which of these initiatives is the White House Initiative on HBCUs, which was established under Carter. And many of you will also know that there's a White House Initiative focused on educational excellence for Hispanics, a White House Initiative focused on educational excellence for Native Americans, Alaska Natives, and Pacific Islanders. There's another initiative focused on connecting faith-based and neighborhood partnerships to this work. And all of those existed before this administration, and there was a conspicuous absence, right? And many of you will already know this. I know that on Saturday morning I'm having a conversation with the congregation. But when we looked at the data, what we were still able to see, and what most of you know, is that on a whole lot of quality of life indicator ladders, African American students are sometimes at the lowest rung. Now, my footnote is this. It's important for us to acknowledge that, especially when we think about leveraging federal resources to fill gaps, but that's not the extent of the story, right? If you hear me say something, hear me honor that in communities across this country and major metropolitan spaces and rural communities and everywhere in between, students of color are showing up in spite of sometimes the challenges they face. And so it's important for us not to simply suggest that all of our students are those who are most underdeveloped and most in need of resources. And so we focus on a range of topics, but there are 3 primary ways in which we add value, and then I'm again going to invite our colleagues, my commissioners, to join in this discussion. The first thing we do is to provide platforms. Everybody say, provide platforms. We leverage the White House as a bully pulpit to provide platforms for experts to speak truth to power. Now, usually when I say experts in a space like this, we look at each other. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm actually talking about our babies. There was no one better suited to talk about and make recommendations for what they need to feel safe, engaged, and supported than our students. And so we partner with institutions and organizations, I appreciate that, like Johnson Publishing Company, Ebony Magazine, to produce summits around this country where we literally provide platforms for young people to demonstrate what it means to be young, gifted, and Black. The second thing we do is highlight evidence. Everybody say, highlight evidence. So what we do is what you guys do each and every day. We take away the excuses and we identify the things that are working. And so we spend a lot of time disseminating information about proven and promising programs, strategies, and practices that are accelerating the learning and development of African American students. All students generally will have an especially significant impact on the lives of African American students. The third thing we do is to serve as a facilitator. Everybody say, serve as a facilitator. As exampled by our presence here today, we serve as a facilitator among and between organizations and communities that are focused on doing this work, really acknowledging that there are no lay people in this work, that often people say silly things like teaching isn't rocket science. You're right, it's a lot harder, and if anybody needs evidence, you should feel free to borrow that, and if you need evidence, I have a NASA scientist on record affirming that. And so I say that because people said silly things like that all the time, right? And I said in an interview prepping for this event that I resisted the calling on my life that God had for me to be an educator for as long as I could, until I could stop running, right? But imagine how different things would be if we would encourage people not to say silly things like that, but honor that instead of continuing to use the adage that it takes a village, it takes a smart, well-resourced, committed village. So come with the people who know how to do the work, right? And show up and find ways to fill gaps. And so again, our commission and those 3 core goals are supported by 27 of some of the most committed, some of the most thoughtful, some of the smartest people I've ever encountered in my life, and 3 of them happen to have a very personal relationship to the National Board. So please join me in welcoming to represent our commissioners, Peggy Brookings. She is the co-founder of the Manufacturing and Institute of Technology. She's now the Executive Vice President of the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards and a board-certified and renewed teacher herself. Please keep the love going for Dr. Kent McGuire. who is president and CEO of the Southern Education Foundation and formerly dean of the School of Education at Temple, also assistant secretary in the U.S. Department of Education and former member of the board of directors of the National Board. Busy people. Last but certainly not least is Miss Rebecca Pringle. Many of you know that Becky is the vice president of the more than 3 million member National Education Association. She is a former, I actually don't like the word former. Once you're a teacher, you're always a teacher. Math and science educator, classroom teacher, let's do that. And she's a current member of the board of directors of the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. Give them all a round of applause. I feel like Oprah or Stedman. And so, that's probably a better one, huh? So what's gonna happen is that I just wanna frame, I'm gonna ask them a couple of questions just to really frame our conversation and really allow them to explain a little bit more about the work of the commission as it relates to what they know most intimately about you guys and your work. And then there are 2 mics that my good friends have put out on the floor right now, one to my left, one to my right. After I've offered up some framing questions, we will engage in conversation. Everybody say conversation. Now, the way that's gonna happen, because it's really important to manage expectations, is that you guys are going to ask questions. Everybody say questions. Questions usually begin with prepositions, right? Prepositions are usually begin with what? Who, what, where, when, and why, or how. So if you do not begin with a preposition and you do not ask a question, I will cut you off with love. Right? So we're all clear. That's just so we can get as many questions and thoughts into the conversation as possible. Everybody okay with our terms of agreement? Awesome. You can tell I'm having fun, huh? Yes. So when you guys think about the work of the initiative and more generally the obligation and opportunity that we have to accelerate both the learning and development of African American students, what 2 things are you most excited about accomplishing in the next 365 days? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, excellent. So in the next 365 days, we hope to accomplish what the president has set out and start working on those goals. We know the National Board has started, and even in our first meeting, I was so excited, I was about to burst in the sense that I'm thinking about what we're saying, what we said our short and long-term goals would be, and I brought my notes from that meeting, and I'm going to read them to you because this is what the initiative is about, and this is what the National Board is doing. So we have a Kellogg grant. That grant is to fund K-3 literacy. We're working in the state of Mississippi. We started out with about $300,000 from Kellogg. We recently got a $2.4 million grant from them. And it is amazing.
Yeah, y'all missed y'all shout.
Yeah, you did. So these funds will have National Board teachers as literacy coaches. We want to assist in summer camps. And in those summer camps, we're going to have National Board teachers working with students, actual students, and having other teachers look on to see what accomplished teaching looks like and what those teachers are thinking. And at the same time, helping kids who are not on grade level. We also want to use our new atlas. It's Accomplished Teaching, Learning, and Schools. So these are a system that we've put together of cases of accomplished teaching with commentary. And we can have teachers use that. And the cool thing about Atlas is the fact that if you're in Mississippi, we have a case that's from Mississippi that allows you to look at students that look like your students. You're not looking at somebody else or something that looks very different. So I was really getting excited when we got to this part. We also want to do research. And we don't want to leave out the part about, our reflective piece about is this working and what do we need to change and how. The other thing that we're doing is making sure, with the Gates grant, is making sure that we fund a series of development of teachers who are in pre-service. and we'll start their junior year of pre-service, take them through 3 years of their novice teaching to get them ready for accomplished teaching. And David, you probably remember what I said in the very first minutes when we talked about, who are you and what you want to do and what you want to be, is the fact that I was upset that the first time I really saw accomplished teaching was when I had to watch the video of another accomplished teacher after teaching for 20 years. That should not be, ever. So one of the things that, if we start this very early and we start this in pre-service, it is an expectation of every teacher going through that I will become an accomplished teacher. So that is, we have to do this. The other thing is that we have to share what we're doing. And we have a number of world-class teaching sites, and those world-class teaching sites are started in Mississippi. We're looking to recruit minority candidates. There are not enough candidates, and there particularly aren't not enough minority candidates. And those candidates are in the Delta area because those students are in those areas. Those schools are in those areas. And most of us, I taught 40 miles away from where I was educated. And most of those candidates in pre-service will do the same thing. So we want to have them stay in their communities. They understand the people and the children of those communities. So that is a good thing, to build from within. The SEED program that we have out there, as a teacher who is of a STEM background, I was a director of a STEM magnet school that I absolutely was in love with. And now we get to have those teachers share with each other and have them get together and exchange ideas and support teaching the way it should be supported. And I'm going to shut up in a minute, Ken, because you're going to want to talk. And the other thing...
You have as much time
okay,
as
sweetie,
you need.
you got it.
No, because you didn't go say she took all the good answers, so you still going to have to get in there.
And the Network to Transform Teaching. We're pairing with the Carnegie Foundation, and the Carnegie Foundation is the thought process behind this. And to get people thinking about what good teaching looks like, how do we incorporate that into our everyday lives, how do we share that, and then how do we become leaders and help others do the same thing? And I'm almost there, so that's why I'm saying I was so excited in the first meeting, because these are just my thoughts from there. So what we want to do and what we want to say to policymakers, to those people who are in charge of anything that has to do with our babies, is that they are so important to us. I have had a passion for this field my entire life. And my students that I teach, I love them to death. I still communicate with them every day. And I think, if I had a wand, magic wand, I would wave it. And anybody who had a pen on Capitol Hill that wasn't going to do something with education, I would be like Lucy, and it would just go to the ceiling and get out of your hands. So that's how I feel about it, and that was my first thought. Okay.
Awesome. Give her a round of applause. So
I'm a gentleman, I think.
I respect that.
I'm a gentleman. I'm
I
a
respect
gentleman.
that.
That you are, Mr. McGuire. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So, is David a kindergarten teacher or what? And I could not agree with him more. I have a 35-year-old son, and he is still my baby. So you're right, David. I am not a former teacher. I am an 8th grade science teacher. I taught those babies with attitude. And I loved every minute of it. As a science teacher, I became very much aware of the gap that existed for my students of color, most especially my African American students and my other students. And so at an early period in my career, I thought deeply about what I could do as an educator. And one of the things we hope that you will get out of this session is to, and I will actually make some asks for those who don't know me. These people up here do actually know me. So I'm looking at you. And I'm going to draw you into my Becky vortex, because I'm going to be asking you to do something. It's not about you just sitting and listening to us. So I hope you're taking notes and thinking about what you're going to do when you go back to school on Monday, how you're going to make the difference. But I quickly learned early on in my career that we needed to do more for our students of color and those who were coming to us who lived in poverty. That we had to make sure that they had the access and opportunity that all of our students have. And so when I got the call to be on this commission, I was more than a little bit excited, because much like as Peggy just said, that the National Education Association, the NEA, was already involved in a lot of work. And so, David, to your question about what do you hope we accomplish, the very first thing, you know, when you get appointed to a White House commission, you think, well, number one is we want President Obama to use his bully pulpit to talk about this issue, because that's the very first thing that has to happen. Is that we have to talk about these realities. David, you talked about, you know, making a commitment. We have to demonstrate as a society that we have the will to do that. You know, we talk a lot about achievement gaps between our ethnic minority students and our students living in poverty and those that have all of the advantages. We talk a lot about that. And we spent the last 13 years focused on a little law called No Child Left Behind. Yeah, the crowd goes wild.
That's a whole nother panel.
But it's not. But it's not. Because we spent that time, testing and punishing, blaming and shaming. And I don't care what study you talk about. What concerns me the most and what keeps me at night and what I hope that this commission will accomplish is the reality that we have widened the gap, most especially for our African American students, because I don't care if you show me the test scores have gone up. This is what I know, that we have spent more time on preparing for those tests than making sure that those students have the critical thinking skills they need to solve the problems that we don't even know exist today. We had a phenomenal plenary yesterday, didn't we, Peggy, with
Yes.
Dr. Mae Jemison, and David, she agreed completely with you that teaching is harder than rocket science. She said that, and she implored the educators who were sitting in the audience to understand and own their responsibility. And we at the NEA are trying to do that. And one of the things that we talked about at that first meeting too, is that we can't think about the work that we have to do from this silver bullet place, because that's what we've been doing. We've got to think about this systemically. We've got to think about this as a whole system. It's not just about what we're doing, although I'm going to get to that. That's really, really important. But we've got to make sure that we address the opportunity and access gaps that we have not been paying attention to since the first elementary and secondary education law was passed in the late 60s. It was part of a civil rights laws. It was designed so the federal government could fill that gap that too many of our students had. And so you will hear us talking a lot about opportunity and access as we go into the reauthorization of ESEA. But that's our current reality. And this is my hope, David, is that we're looking towards the future. We want to talk about what we want to be. So we want every teacher that comes into our classrooms to be profession ready, and that's what we're working at the NEA. We know that our African American students are most likely to be in front of teachers who are not certified, who are not qualified. We know that that exists. We know that they are most likely to be in schools from elementary all the way up through high school, and they do not see a teacher who looks like them. We know that they are most likely to have the least prepared teachers in front of them. We have to change that. And that is our responsibility as educators to do that. And so at the NEA, we are partnering with the National Board and others to actually make an impact at the front end of that career. Peggy talked about the goal of having every teacher become an accomplished teacher. We're not only waiting for that. We're not waiting for that period. We're actually using the core propositions that the National Board uses to determine whether a teacher actually achieves their National Board certification. We're actually looking at incorporating that into pre-service training. So we already have teachers before they're in front of kids that understand how important it is to do reflective practice, that they understand it is their role and responsibility to know how to reach out to the community, to be culturally responsive, and to be culturally competent so they can meet our students where they are, hold those expectations high, and then figure out how to access the resources and assets of the communities of those students and the students themselves. David, I'm so glad you didn't forget. You know, we can't forget that it's all about the students so they can bring those assets to the community. And then I'll end here because I'm pretty sure Kim wants to talk. One of the things that we've done at the NEA, we kind of really shifted how we're thinking about things. You're not going to believe this, but we used to believe that if we just had the right policymakers in place, they would pass the right policy. Stop laughing. I mean, it's shocking. And that policy would lead to the kind of practice that we needed as teachers to ensure that all of our students were successful. Okay, we're blowing that up because that didn't work. Didn't work. And I don't care what policymakers you're talking about. So this is a novel idea. Students at the center, and what we're focusing on is empowering educators. They are the experts. They know what our students need to know and be able to do. They know what's best for our schools and for our students. Empowering our educators to lead. And so we're partnering with the National Board, with the Center for Teaching and Quality on what we call our Teacher Leadership Initiative. And we're looking at that from 3 places. We need you to be leaders in professional practice. Everyone who ever went to school thinks they can come up in our schools and tell us what's best for our students. That's got to stop. But you've got to step up to that leadership in professional practice. But you can't stop there. You've got to understand policy. You've got to understand how to read it. You've got to understand how to write it, and you've got to understand how to get good policy passed for our kids and for our schools. So we are training leaders in policy, educators. And the third thing is that we are training leaders to actually lead within our association, within our union. Because if we're going to empower our educators to actually take, clear the way of the stupid and the crazy, we've got to fill that void with folks that are ready to lead, even within our own union, empowered educators. And so that is our new theory of success. It's all about you, no pressure. But it is all about you. And so I'm looking forward to our continued work with the commission and partnering with others to make it so.
Give a round of applause. Dr. McGuire, I'm going to give you a few minutes to gather your thoughts for a second, and a couple of observations. One, I love being in rooms of educators because we're also very affirming, right? So as Becky's talking, you guys are like, yeah, I'm with that. Yep, that too. So that's always a wonderful thing. And as well, because we've talked about and honored Becky being a science teacher and Peggy's background in science as well. How many of you are on Twitter? Raise your hand if you are active on Twitter. I love that. If your neighbor is not raising their hand right now, look at them and shake your head. Right? And why do I say that? Because most of your students are on Twitter. You need to meet them where they are. And so I want to encourage everyone now to take out your phones, your little devices, and engage in this discussion using the hashtag TLConference, CONF short, 2015, or following at NBPTS. There are 3 questions I'm going to go where Becky said we're going to go. 3 questions I want you to start thinking about, and feel free to tweet us. You can also use the hashtag @FMEducation or the hashtag and then the same word. But the first question I want you guys to think about is, how am I, you, we, how are we demonstrating and cultivating accomplished teaching? What are you doing every day to improve your own practice and then to support others? That's one. Everybody got to say check. Two, what would it look like to demonstrate a real commitment, my words, not Becky's, although I took the framing from her, to the least of these? What Becky talked about was focusing on kids in poverty. Kent's organization, Southern Education Foundation, recently produced a report that highlighted the fact that most kids in public schools in the South in particular are poor, right? So what would it mean? What would it look like? What resources are required? What actions would we then demonstrate to ensure real commitment to those students who were most often neglected and ignored? And then third, what's the one thing that is most important for legislators to understand while amending ESEA? Just one, and not the one with a bunch of semicolons, just what's the one essential thing that they need to know? Everybody got those three? Say check. So please tweet us your answers, and we'll see if that comes up in the course of the conversation as well. Please, Mr. McGuire.
David, thank you. So we are the organization that just issued this. It's called the New Diverse Majority. Not only are these kids mostly low income, disproportionately they're kids of color. And they're over half of the kids in our schools in almost 20 of our states. So the next 300 days is really critical to us. One of the things we're about to do is mount something called the Forum on Education and the Future of the South, because we don't think there's been the kind of discourse about what needs to happen for our kids. Nationally, we don't think there's been the discourse. There especially hasn't been that in the South. You'll have Chris Edley on at the next plenary. He's running something called Partners 4. We'll be working with Chris on a series of roundtables. One of them focuses on teacher policy. So we are just very interested in working with both the NEA and the National Board and the Commission to make sure that the voice of teachers is very present in those roundtables. We'll do the first two in Georgia and in Mississippi, where we're also supporting an effort to get an amendment on the ballot in that state to tie revenues to public education in that state. Very risky, very bold, and very necessary that we do that kind of work around the country, quite frankly. I have worried a lot about the voice of teachers in this discourse about education. It hasn't been nearly as amplified as it should be. Imagine being down where I am. Anybody here from the South? You all know what I'm talking about in these right-to-work states, right? So a big part of what we're interested to do is to lift that voice up. Teachers have more credibility at the end of the day than anybody, both with parents and with students. And so it's just amazing to me that so many folks with so little background and perspective on teaching and learning have such a command of the public discourse about what ought to be happening in our schools. So we're focused, quite frankly, on changing that narrative and giving teachers a wide perch in participating in that. Finally, we're very interested in partnering with the Commission. The South is underrepresented, David, in most national conversations about what ought to happen in this country. And yet, there isn't a national average, a national metric, or indicator you can move if you don't move it in the South. Too much of the challenge is in that part of the country. So we have a convening agenda, a demonstration agenda that we intend to launch, but we very much need to be in close partnership with significant national initiatives so that the kids in our part of the country have the benefit of the national attention we need. I spent a lot of years in Pennsylvania recruiting and developing new NBCTs. You know. I spent a lot of years from Indiana at the Lilly Endowment sending money in to the National Board. I did it again from Pew. I did it from the government when I was assistant secretary. I sat on the board. I actually got to run the certification council for a while. And I just continue to think that if we leave the hard work of progressive education in the hands of our most accomplished teachers, the rest will take care of itself.
Give Ken a round of applause.
So, based on what Ken just said, one of the other things that happened in our first meeting was that we have a member who is with ETS, Michael Nettles, and Michael told us 75% of all African American children live in 12 states, and most of those states are in the South. Most of those states are in places that are underserved. So we have our work ahead of us, and that's why, you know, I started jotting down the notes I did initially about what was happening in Mississippi, what we want to happen in Arkansas and Alabama, where these people are located.
Yep. I'm going to hold on my question. Let's invite some other voices into this conversation. So if you have a, what's our word?
Question.
There we go. Please walk up to the mic.
Somebody's coming.
I know in this room there we go. Give a round of applause. What we'll do is take two and then allow them to respond to see if we can get through as many as possible. Yes, ma'am.
I wrote mine down so I don't mess it up. My name's Rebecca Hughes. I'm a self-contained special educator. And so if we're talking about students of color being underrepresented in policies and laws, I'm talking about the underrepresented of the underrepresented. And so I teach high school, so by the time they get to 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade, they're done. And these are the students who are going to go on to have cashier jobs, and they're diploma bound, so they have to take all these classes, but they're not necessarily college or a career as we see it ready. And so how do you help change the trajectory of low functioning but high school diploma bound students, primarily black males, by the time they get to high school, so that we're not lining prisons with our babies?
So,
Before you answer, let's take another question.
I wonder how parents are being brought into the conversation with regards to all of the grants and the funding that you were talking about for specific students in these areas, but in places down south, in Mississippi and places like that. How are you reaching out to the local communities and some of these rural communities to bring these parents into the conversation so they have a voice and they feel empowered in a place that maybe disempowered them when they were there?
Awesome.
How are you
Let's
changing
take one
it?
more.
Morning, Jose Wilson. Just wanted to say, how do we develop more cultural competence amongst teachers, especially since cultural competence now equals professional competence in the way that we do things?
Perfect. So 3 questions. I'm going to ask you guys to be as succinct as possible. Think about tweeting 140 characters or less. So the first one is, how do we change the trajectory of those who are typically written off, right? And I'll just start with, I appreciated the framing and how intentional you were in using the language that you used to acknowledge that all of our kids have immense potential. As Asa Hilliard used to say, I've never met a child who wasn't a genius, right? The work is ours to do. So the first one is, how do we change the trajectory of those who are typically written off as not being college or career ready? How are communities engaged? As you think about our work and the work we're doing together, how are we working with communities and not doing the work to them? And then third, how are we developing and concretizing the importance of cultural competence? Why don't we start? You want to start here, Becky? And then Ken, I want you in particular to talk about the community and cultural competence of the South.
Okay, so how do we reach those students who we feel have been left behind? Because of the initiatives that we've developed now, we still have to help those students who are in those particular situations right now. I think accomplished teaching does that in the sense that you understand where students have been, you understand where they're going, you have a depth of knowledge to help them based on where they are to get them up to speed, number one. And if you can't do that, that student will continue to suffer. As our second question is because the communities, parents need to feel at home in a school. When they enter a school building, they need to always be welcomed. Any decisions that are being made at that particular time, parents need to be a part of those. They're not there to push, they're there to understand. I've always made parents a part of everything that I do. And then the third
You don't have
one,
to answer all of
okay,
them. Yeah, anyone else want to get in on the last question was about cultural competence?
Well, you know, 3 words I'd use that speak to the question about our young males: relationships, relevance, and rigor. It's huge differences when there's positive relationships, huge differences when there's relevance, when you can make connections between the lives they're leading and the things they're studying and the things they have an opportunity to do, internships, fellowships, etc., and rigor. The minute we decide some kids can do the work and others can't, we've lost. What we're doing to engage parents, quite frankly, is we're creating organizations across the South that are for and led by parents. We do a lot of work with Parents for Public Schools in Mississippi. We're actually planning the startup of a new parent-led organization in Georgia. We're looking into doing the same in South Carolina. We're supporting parent groups in Tennessee. I think on cultural relevance, the one thing we're just getting underway is a learning community between the deans of the HBCUs across the South to talk about the implications of that for teacher preparation.
And if I may, Becky, we are working, the White House Initiative on Educational Excellence for African Americans with the NEA and the AFT to produce summits that look like what I described earlier, where students are anchors, but that actually also place educators and then parents, families, and members of the community at the center so that they can also make recommendations for what we need to do so that they also feel like they're partners, not just simply invited to the dance, but invited onto the dance floor. And so I encourage you to look at our website to learn more about that. The other thing I just want to lift up, there was a part of the question that talked about boys and men of color, and that was really highlighting one of the priorities that the president has lifted up through the My Brother's Keeper initiative. As we honor that there's a lot of work to do around supporting, in particular, Black, Latino, and Native boys and men of color, let's not forget that while we're being My Brother's Keeper, we also need to be our sister supporter and recognize that some of our babies would not feel comfortable choosing either of those boxes, and they should not be. So we have work to do for all of those kids. And while we're honoring that we now have data that shows the disproportionate rate at which some students in particular, Black and brown boys and girls, older students and students with disabilities are being pushed out of the very safe spaces they need to be in, there are lots of nuances. So people now frequently cite the Department of Education's data that suggests that but that highlights that Black and brown boys are sometimes suspended at 3 times the rate of their non-minority counterparts. There's also a report that was published by the National Women's Law Center and the NAACP that talked about that the rate for Black women and girls is 6 times, right? So there's a whole lot of work to do, and we just need to be sensitive to those nuances. Let's take 3 more, and then we'll open it up again.
Good morning. So my question is based off of the fact that I teach in a suburban school system, and it's in the Boston area, and they have, it's a program called MECO, where they take kids from Boston and they bus them out to suburbs. Okay. And So I'm wondering, in what ways can we address the needs of African American students who are in predominantly white settings? Because I see a lot of...
We don't need the because, we got it, sis.
Okay,
Let's go
thanks.
here. Your mic's not on, use your teacher voice. Yep.
How can we affect motivational change in, I'm from Southern Alabama, at middle school? How can we affect a motivational change in our youth in middle school? They don't have goals. Their home life, that's what they know. How do we affect a motivational change within our students?
Yeah, I don't know that I'm most comfortable with the latter part of that language, but we got the question. Let's come here.
My question comes back to the cultural competency piece. Having taught in communities of color in Baltimore and Denver, I've received, some of the best PD I've received has been around cultural competency, but I often wonder, what if my teachers in my white suburban school had been taught in those cultural competencies, and my peers in those schools had received that type of instruction that really exposed them to the legacies?
What's the question?
So the question is that a consideration in terms of expanding the dialogue into all schools and thinking about how all schools can be a part of the solution?
Perfect. One more over here.
Okay. How do you make policymakers see the connection of crime and poverty within the city our babies live in to the level of potential that our babies reach? My babies do not feel safe, and nor do their aunts or uncles feel safe within our schools.
Let's start there. Becky, will you start there? How do we make the connection between the theory and the practice?
Wow, lots of questions. So let me begin here. The questions about the reality that exists for far too many, particularly of our African American boys. I think when Frederick Douglass said that it's easier to build strong children than repair broken men, I think that he really cut to the heart of the reality that we're facing in far too many of our schools. And so while we're not going to certainly not going to give up with programs and interventions and that kind of thing at the high school level, and until our babies leave us, we know the reality is if we don't deal with this, as you had said before, from a holistic place, then we're not going to solve this problem. And so the NEA is actually in partnership with the ASCD on what we're calling whole child education. We've got to figure out, it's great that I'm looking right at your face, Alan. We've got to figure out how we address that whole child from the beginning of their educational career. And as I said it before, you know, we can't do it alone. And we're actually approaching this from a place that all caring adults have a role and responsibility in the success of our students, particularly those students who have been underserved and underrepresented. They need more. And so we've got to provide those resources. The only way to do that is to access the expertise of other educators within our system, from our support professionals to our administrators, accessing the community and parents, accessing health care, mental health, all of those services, making sure that our babies have glasses and dental hygiene. If a child comes to us hungry, they can't learn. We've got to address those issues. So that's what I'm talking about with that whole child approach to education, and that's where we need to focus, but we've got to start where our kids are. Every child, yesterday Dr. Jameson said that, you know, that child who's in 9th grade, that's only they have that in that grade. So we've got to figure out some interventions, and we have some success stories, which I'll talk about in a minute. But one thing I want to repeat what Jose said. This is really important. It goes back to the cultural competence.
There we go.
This is really important for you to take from this. What he said was professionalism, professional competence is the same thing as cultural competence, or cultural competence is the same thing. You are not professionally competent if you are not culturally competent.
And so, actually, let's leave that there. I heard some affirmation when I was, yes, please, let's speak to the question
I want
about
to speak
motivation.
to the question on motivation. One of the things, and I'm wearing this band that Dr. Jemison gave me yesterday, and it says, dare to make a difference. And I'm going to charge all of you to dare to make a difference. One of the, She said, and I believe this wholeheartedly, I want to be the person that I want to be with. So as far as motivation is concerned, when my kids arrived in my class every day, we were all happy because they wanted to be there and I wanted them to be there. We need to create an atmosphere within our class because she said yesterday, I don't care if you live in a mud hut and sleep on a floor, people have aspirations and dreams. And we have to understand how to bring that out in a child. They do have aspirations and dreams. We have to let it bloom.
And if somebody's too dense to get that, show them that video, right? Like, the thing that always frustrates me is that people forget that kids show up simply wanting to learn, right? Like, there are no problems with them at the point in which they decide that this is not for them. It's because one of us is messed up, right? So it's incumbent upon us to check each other with love. Kent, do you want to answer as well, maybe how do we expand the dialogue around cultural competency and or, actually not that one, will you talk about the needs of black students in predominantly white settings?
Yeah, so I think Becky said it just right on the cultural competence piece. I don't need to really amplify.
Jose.
Well,
Sorry,
Jose said it just right. So I was the chairperson of the curriculum committee on a school board for 8 years in a community that was predominantly white, just to set the stage. And I can't tell you the number of times that we would be at this time of year honoring students who were at the upper end of the, they were the ones in AP and honors and the like, and there just weren't very many kids of color in those groups. Look in at the program of studies in your high schools and ask yourself how many gates and screens are situated inside that program of study. How hard it is for kids to navigate through that curriculum into the high fiber parts of it. So this is another point about professionalism. When we figure out, back to relevance and rigor and relationships, how to give that high fiber, rich set of learning experiences to all kids, this issue takes care of itself.
That's being lifted up a lot on Twitter. If you guys are following the thread, you would know that. So let's manage expectations. We have less than 10 minutes. Time is the most precious resource because you can't get it back. I'm going to ask that nobody else join the lines. We're going to run through all of the questions. I will take notes, and then we're going to allow them to respond. Everybody got to say check. We're going to go right to left. You first. And we're asking questions.
How do we keep the best teachers with our students? I work at a school that's 90% minority.
We got the question, sis. Next.
To strengthen teacher associations in the South so they can get a seat at the table. Most African American teachers.
Sis, what's the question?
What can we do to strengthen teacher associations in the South
Got
so
it.
they
Sorry,
can
I
get a seat
missed
at
the
the
first
table?
part. Okay, can't write that down.
I got it.
My first question is for the audience. How many of us teach students who do not look like us?
Don't let him ask it.
What can we do tomorrow to be better teachers for our students?
Awesome. Sir?
Yes. What is it that we're doing to assure that the language and the frames and the purposes of education are actually included in how we address how we're solving this problem of education right now? And what are we doing to make sure that the indicators, which have so reduced our children to the measures of just tests as their value, what are we doing to make sure that we have a rich array of indicators that are there for us to see that their strengths and potentials are being developed?
Part of it's not is getting away from the jargon, but I appreciate the question. Yes?
What are the plans with the Gates grant to recruit and increase the number of African American males in the classroom?
Male minority teachers got it. Yes, ma'am.
How do we keep the necessary funds for those social services like food, health care from coming out of our general education budgets.
Funding and budget. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you spoke of relevance. How do we show the opportunities and benefits of higher education to students whose aunts, uncles, parents have 2 or 3 jobs without one?
Who have been locked out of such access. Got it. Yes, ma'am.
What are your thoughts on building relationships between our Black and brown youth and police officers who have a large presence in their community?
Sir.
We only have 5 minutes.
You better be young. We're going to continue this on Twitter. I tell you to meet me there. Yes, sir.
Bob Williams, Alaska. As we address these huge inequities, what are the big mistakes we need to avoid?
You guys are good. Give yourselves a round of applause. So, a couple of things. I'm going to save one question for last. So your final question to answer will be, what can we do tomorrow to be better educators? So take that off the table. So we're going to start with you. No, you last. We're going to start with you, Becky. And then I'm going to just synthesize them, and you please decide which ones to respond to. Do not respond to all of them. How do we keep good educators? Kent's going to answer, how do we do that in the South? What's the work in the South? When you think about the narrative and the language that we use and the indicators that people look toward, what's most important for us to be mindful of as we engage in this work going forward? What work is being done around, or what needs to be done around the recruitment and retention of minority educators, in particular minority male educators, because less than 2% of our profession looks like me. Any thoughts about funding our budgets? How do we highlight the relevance of post-secondary opportunity for communities that have been locked out of it in particular? And heavy question about coalition building and ensuring that our kids feel safe, not only in their schools and their communities. Any of those?
Wow, so let me talk about the recruitment and retention of African American teachers. And we have a colleague, Dr. Ivory Tolson, who has done a lot of research on this very issues. He works with the White House on with the HBCU outreach. And one of the things that he shared with us was his research that recruitment is a problem, but there's a disparate impact on our African American teachers for a variety of reasons in terms of why they stay. And we have to understand what the issue is to make sure we're addressing that right issue. We have more African American and other ethnic minority teachers leaving at a higher rate than their white counterparts. And part of the reason that we're beginning to as we dig down into that, is not just because other opportunities are opening up for African Americans in other fields, but because, and this is similar for all teachers, they feel the lack of respect. They don't feel that they are powerful in their own classrooms. They are most likely to be in those schools of greatest need, so the demands on them are great, and the resources are very small. And so we're looking at investigating the reasons why they are leaving in addition to attracting them into the profession. The other question I want to talk about is the associations in the South. And we're working very, very closely with our associations, our affiliates in the South, as well as our other affiliates on the issue that I talked about before, empowered educators. And so we're looking at what we call our student-centered union-led work. As a way of building up the involvement and engagement of our teachers and other educators in the South, making sure that we're meeting them where their passion is, and our passion is about our students, making sure that we are providing them opportunities to lead within their this professional space so that they will join our movement and we will become more powerful, and they have no choice but to listen to our voice.
At the risk of being persnickety, Dr. Ivory Tolson, the Deputy Director of the White House Initiative on HBCUs, Kent also serves on that board doing double duty as we work to support and not supplant their work, often makes the point that popularly people suggest that African American men are not choosing to enter into the profession. That's factually inaccurate. If you look at the professions that black male college graduates choose to go into, education is the leading profession. The challenge is that there are not enough of us who graduate from high schools with the skills we need to graduate from college. And so if we do nothing else, we can start by honoring that learning starts at birth, and the preparation for learning starts well before birth, and we support our kids when they're born so that they can graduate and enter into the profession and then stay. Kent, will you in particular talk about the work around educators in the South and any of the other questions, maybe some more around the narrative language, funding and budgets, and/or the coalition building and needed for safety in schools and communities?
So I agree with everything Becky said, wouldn't dare not. Let me add to it. We have worked with the associations in the South to get them connected to advocacy groups, civil rights groups, parent-led groups, so that the kind of the collected energy and effort is stronger and heavier, and that's just work we need to continue to do. On the question of kind of safety and health and the like, the one thing I would say is that the education community doesn't really appreciate the resources and opportunities inside the Affordable Care Act to actually bring resources into schools for screening, vision, dental, hearing, et cetera, et cetera. I'm on a national steering committee that's trying to get those two communities together so that we can more effectively leverage those resources on behalf of kids. With regard to coalition building, the only other thing I'd add is that, and I'll sort of put this together with the question about narrative. We have been party to a 10 to 15 year dark narrative about public education in this country, as if the only reason to get one, almost like a commodity, is so that you can get a job. Yes, jobs and opportunity are important, no denying that. But the reason we have public schools in this country is to support and strengthen our democracy. So one of the things we have got to do is recapture and reframe this debate about what role do schools play in a modern democracy. And teachers have got to be out in the front of that. Last point. I tried to start an early college high school in Philadelphia before I left. Maybe that's why they ran me out of town.
I never see you get run out of any place, sir.
Once we decided that we were going to create this school, and the measure of success wasn't whether they graduated from the high school, but whether they graduated from college, right. That had huge implications for where we started the school. And what we figured out was we needed to engage young people in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade to develop a college-going mindset and to eliminate the myths about whether you could go or not. So there are ways to get at that. We just got to start early.
Friendly amendment, it shouldn't be a college-going mindset. It should be a college completion. We just now started having the conversation with our babies about going. The narrative needs to be you're expected to complete.
Fair point.
Right, so as we wrap up, I'm gonna just ask, personal point of privilege, if you can spend a little bit of time acknowledging that we just celebrated the anniversary of Bloody Sunday. On that very day, there was a young man who was shot by the police. We have paused too many times, in particular over the last 2 years, let alone me recalling the last time I was in Money, Mississippi, being driven down the roads where they drug Emmett Till's body. When you think about all of that work, what more can and should we be doing to ensure that our kids feel safe and affirmed? If you would just start there, then I can synthesize others if you'd like.
So one of the things I think that we see all the time is kids who we have formed these opinions about before we ever speak to them. And one of the things that I've seen, walking through the hall one day, you know, you have one teacher over here and I'm walking next to him. Here's a kid in between us walking with his pants down. So I go up to him and I say, "Sir, will you pull your pants up for me?" And he said, "Yes, ma'am." Now, someone else I have seen do that quite differently and got a very different reaction. I respect every child in front of me. And when people feel respected, they will respect you in return.
And David, I'm going to add something to that. I had an opportunity to talk with one of our local leaders from the Ferguson area, and I asked him, he's a local president, and I asked him, you know, what can and should we do about this reality that we're looking at, and which, by the way, has been going on. It's not new. And one of the things he said was that, you know, everything starts with education. Making sure that our students have the education they deserve, making sure our community partners, including police and all the other community partners, are educated about what our kids need to feel safe and supportive. And it's about having those difficult conversations within your own community. And he talked about the community coming together to begin that. And we're partnering, looking at partnering with them to try to advance that. But the key, the heart of everything, Ken could not be more right, is educating, making sure that we have an educated citizenry so that they can make the best possible decisions, not only for our kids, but for this country.
The very last question. I know I'm on time, I'm going short, but since I'm up here and they're not gonna cut me off, I'm gonna do it anyway. What's the one thing, as succinctly as possible, the one thing that we can all do tomorrow to be better educators? We'll start with you and work our way down. Becky.
Own your responsibility.
Give her a round of applause, Becky Pringle.
That was the one thing. Can I say one more thing? Own your responsibility and lift up your voice. Let them hear your stories. Don't stop talking until they hear you.
Including on Twitter, using the hashtag so we can continue the conversation. Give Becky another round of applause for the ADA. Kent, one thing, marching orders.
Yeah, no, I think these shared stories are hugely important. The voice has got to be louder, and bring your kids along with you.
Give Ken a round of applause. Southern Education Foundation. Peggy.
Become as accomplished as you can. Share that and become a leader.
Give Peggy a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause. Those were especially thoughtful questions, and I appreciate the engagement. Special shout out to everyone who was holding me down on Twitter. I will be holding courses on how to tweet and moderate at the same time next year. The last thing I want to say is this. I encourage each of you to engage with us after this conversation. As I said to Ron and others, and I thank Peggy for extending this invitation and helping to make this happen. We were most excited about the opportunity to start a conversation. If you do nothing else after leaving here today, please borrow our platform to provide opportunities for young kids to demonstrate just how brilliant they are. One of the things that I will always be proud of is being able to host a series of summits that have allowed young people to articulate their own truth. And in every city across this country, the one thing that's consistent, no matter what we ask kids, is that they want love. They want to know that on any given day, when sometimes on the way to and from school, they experience things that would break the average adult, they need to know, they deserve to know that there is a caring and concerned adult who is going to support them as they make the mistakes that we all invariably make. So my ask, I appreciate that, but I don't need it. My ask is that you listen to them authentically, not listen to respond, not listen to tell them that you had it worse and things are so much better, but listen so that you can respond to the requests that they're making. I promise if we do nothing else but become better practitioners at taking the ways that we're reflective about our own practice and apply that to listening to our babies, we will be in a much better space. Thank you all for your energy today.
Yes, you should stand to thank these commissioners.
Thank you to you.
David and the commissioners, it's been such an honor to have you with us this morning. We have a request for you that we hope a year from now you will come back and give us an update on where the commission is. I also want to suggest to everybody in this audience, and because I know exactly how many chairs are in this audience, there are close to 2,000 of you sitting out there right now. This is an historic moment. We've talked about President Obama and his incredible bully pulpit, his incredible aspirations for our country. But in the end, he is one person. We've talked about the 25 extraordinary commissioners who have come together to do this particular work. And they are unusual people, but they are only 25. There are more than 3 million teachers in this country. It's up to the profession to carry this work forward. You alone can do what we need to have done. Professions, when you study them, have one thing in common. They get their authority, they get their prestige, they get their respect, not from individuals, not from one great teacher at PS 138, or one great teacher in a native reservation school. Professions get their authority from the collective. What our responsibility is to make sure that all of us are accomplished teachers, that all of us, no matter what the mission is of our particular organization, that we share a vision for our profession. And this commission has a very specific mission, which is now our job to incorporate into our vision for K-12 education and our children. Thank you for being part of this historic conversation this morning.
I really like being on panels with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next plenary will begin in less than 10 minutes. We ask that if you need to leave the hall, please return as soon as possible. The 10 a.m. plenary will begin on time. Again, the next session will begin in less than 10 minutes, so if you need to leave the hall, please come back as soon as you can. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2014 National Teacher of the Year from Patasco High School and Center for the Arts in Dundalk, Maryland. Your host for this session, Mr. Sean McComb.
It's gonna take plenty of money to do it right, child. It's gonna take time.
Good morning. Good morning. For the past 9 months, I have had the honor to travel the country as a spokesperson for our great profession. From San Diego to Baltimore, from Anchorage to Arizona. And along the way, I have met scores of outstanding teachers who honor our profession by pouring their hearts and souls into making a difference for children. And to their credit, like those of us here, they're always looking to improve their craft. So I get really thoughtful questions about perfecting pedagogy and creating a climate for learning. And then sometimes I get the desperate questions about how to help little ones keep their fingers out of their noses. Or the new teacher who really desperately wanted to know how to have the talk with the 7th grader. Not that talk, but the talk because he was coming back from gym class with a friend, Bo, B-O. And she really wanted to know how she could have an intervention there. She said his right guard had gone and left, and the struggle was real. But there is so much to be proud of in education right now. We have the highest graduation rate in our nation's history. Student achievement on the NAEP continues to climb as the dropout rate continues to fall. And educators are leading exciting work in deeper learning that serves as a beacon for how instruction might evolve in our schools. Kids in Hawaii created scrubbers to remove the volcanic smog from the air in their community. In Massachusetts, students engineered and 3D printed improvements for the wheelchair of a friend. In Indiana, students designed, built, and then delivered filtration systems so that children in Haiti would have clean water to drink. And we are beginning to see the research bear out the efficacy teachers have long known in their hearts for mindfulness practices, social and emotional learning, and teaching the whole child. But it's a challenging time to be an educator as well. And teachers are leading the call for more diversity within our profession and more equity within our systems. In 2014, the majority of students in this country qualified for free and reduced meals, and it's the voice of educators who are asking the question that has resonated in hearts and souls for millennia: what are we doing for the least of these? And everywhere, educators work to absorb and adjust to the challenging rate of change within our work. Anytime I start to worry with the pangs of pessimism, I think of the teachers I've met over the past year. These teachers are purposeful practitioners, unheralded heroes who stand at the doors of their classrooms each morning knowing that to students, that's more than a doorway. It's a gateway to opportunity. It's a pathway to make a bright future possible. Nestled in the Black Hills, Miss Lidskov helps her students see how they can honor their ambitions of their heart and honor the culture of their tribe. In the plains of the Midwest, Mr. Baxter teaches like a champion pirate with his hair on fire, no single teaching simile able to capture the passion that he has for his students. And in the desert, I stood with Miss Kelly. And with me, she gazed on at her students and confided in me the strength that she anticipated needing in the coming years when the impending reality for many that the pathway that they took to travel to this country as an infant would mean that their college dreams would have to take a detour. And in the city, Mr. Ford teaches to empower his students so that they can grow to be agents of change in a system still too separate and still too unequal. For these teachers, and for all of us who champion children within the challenges of our own contexts, our work is as demanding as it is noble. And like those of us here today, these teachers carry out their work with an immutable, humble hope, a belief that through our determined collective efforts and with God's grace, our schools can be a force to make the world a better place. And I think at this conference, as much as any in the country, we know that this won't happen if we don't own it and lead it. I've met teachers from across the country, from small town Oklahoma to downtown New York City, who know that it is our time to lead. That sense is growing, a palpable momentum pulsing through the profession that if we are to get school improvement right for kids, it will be teachers who can, should, and will lead that work forward. And it won't be easy because progress rarely is. From his Birmingham prison cell, Dr. King called on us to recognize that human progress never rolls in on wheels of inevitability. It comes through the tireless effort and persistent work of the people. As much as anywhere in this country, that tireless effort and persistent work toward human progress happens in America's classrooms. Thank you for that work. Thank you for being a part of the solution. It is in our rooms, those foundational blocks of our American democracy, where we make learning come alive. Through experiment and debate, simulation and creation, practice and performance, one lesson, one day, one student at a time, teachers do the personal work that adds into the great work of helping the world look more like it ought to. Our effort to make progress sat central in my mind when President Obama spoke in Selma 1 week ago. There, at the crossroads of our past and present, he reminded us of the distance our collective march had covered and compelled us to carry forward together. And so it is fitting that with this panel today, we look to lessons from our past to inform the work for future generations of Americans. It is now my honor to introduce the keynote speakers and moderator for this session. Most U.S. history teachers and all Civil War buffs know the name James McPherson, American Civil War historian, prolific author, and now retired from the Princeton faculty. While his list of publications is long and distinguished, from a school perspective, the one we know best, and the one that earned him the 1989 Pulitzer Prize, is Battle Cry of Freedom. We were lucky, thanks to the help from Tim Bent at Oxford University Press, to get Professor McPherson to join us today. But our good fortune multiplied when we learned that his newest book, The War That Forged a Nation, is being released this week, and we have copies that Professor McPherson is willing to sign following the session. The Civil War may have ended 150 years ago, but it continues to have a profound influence on who we are as Americans. But this is the Teaching and Learning Conference where we've all come to expect the unexpected. We not only have Professor McPherson with us, but he will be joined by Martin Luther King III, the eldest son of Martin Luther King Jr. A human rights activist in his own right who has a lived experience in civil rights that few could ever know. I was reminded of how deep all this runs when I saw Mr. King in the photo on the front page of the Sunday Times as President Obama and thousands of others participated in the crossing of the Edmund Pettus Bridge last week. Mr. King will reflect on Professor McPherson's thesis in a conversation moderated by Professor Chris Edley, a legal expert in civil rights and the former dean of Berkeley Law School. Folks, it doesn't get much better than this. Please join me in welcoming Professor James McPherson, Mr. Martin Luther King III, and the moderator of this session, Professor Chris Edley.
I'm not a big believer in throat clearing, and I think we will all be well served if we move immediately to the meat and potatoes of this morning's brunch. So with no further ado, it's really my honor and pleasure to ask Professor McPherson to come to the podium and give us his opening remarks on his really terrific new book.
Thank you, Mr. Adley, and good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be here. I spent all of my life as a teacher. My parents were also teachers, and so it's a great privilege for me to be here before so many teachers today. The subtitle of my new book is Why the Civil War Still Matters. And the reasons why I think it still matters will provide an introduction to our theme this morning, From Civil War to Civil Rights. To start getting at those reasons, I hope you'll forgive a little autobiography to account for how and why I became interested in the Civil War when I was in graduate school more than half a century ago, because it was for many of the same reasons why the war still matters to us today. Unlike many of my friends and colleagues, I did not have a youthful fascination with the Civil War. When I arrived in Baltimore in 1958 for graduate study at Johns Hopkins, I had not read anything specifically about the Civil War except for a couple of books by Bruce Catton. I had not taken a college course on the Civil War because the small college in Minnesota that I attended did not offer such a course. I had a vague and rather naive interest in the history of the South, in part because, having been born in North Dakota and brought up in Minnesota, I found the South exotic, puzzling, mysterious. During my sophomore and junior years in college, Martin Luther King Jr. was leading the Montgomery bus boycott, which electrified many of us because of its vision of a better future for black people and white people. During my senior year in college, 9 black students integrated Little Rock Central High School in Arkansas under the protection of the United States Army. I was well enough acquainted with history and current events to know that the constitutional basis for these students' presence at Central High was the 14th Amendment, one of the most important products of the Civil War and of the Reconstruction period that followed it. In retrospect, it seems likely that this awareness planted the seeds of my interest in the Civil War era. That seed germinated within days of my arrival at Johns Hopkins, when, like other incoming graduate students, I met with a prospective academic advisor. Mine was Professor C. Van Woodward, the foremost historian of the American South, whose book, The Strange Career of Jim Crow, became almost the Bible of the civil rights movement. My appointment was postponed for a day because Woodward had been called to Washington to testify before a congressional committee about potential problems at Little Rock Central High School as a second year of desegregation began. Here was a revelation, an historian offering counsel on the most important domestic issue of the day. If I had not seen the connection between the Civil War and my own times before that, I certainly discovered it then. That consciousness grew during my 4 years in Baltimore. The last 2 of those years included the opening phases of the commemoration of the Civil War centennial. But these events made little impression on me except for an initial episode in Charleston, South Carolina, commemorating the attack on Fort Sumter in April 1961, when a black delegate from New Jersey's Centennial Commission was denied a room at the Francis Marion Hotel in Charleston, where the events were taking place. In protest, several northern delegations walked out of the events, boycotting them until President John F. Kennedy offered the integrated facilities of the Charleston Naval Base. This offer provoked the southern delegates to secede from the National Commission and to hold their own events at the hotel. It all seemed like deja vu. Apart from that incident, the civil rights movement eclipsed the centennial observations during the first half of the 1960s. Those were the years of sit-ins and freedom rides in the South, of Southern political leaders vowing what they called massive resistance to national laws and court decisions, of federal marshals and troops trying to protect civil rights demonstrators, of conflict and violence, of the March on Washington in August 1863 when Martin Luther King Jr. stood before the Lincoln Memorial and began his "I Have a Dream" speech with the words, "50 years ago, a great American in whose symbolic shadow we stand today signed the Emancipation Proclamation." This momentous decree came as a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been scarred in the flame of withering injustice. Those were also the years of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Selma March, which we have just commemorated in March 1965, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act derived their constitutional basis from the 14th and 15th Amendments adopted a century earlier. The creation of the Freedmen's Bureau by the federal government in 1865 to aid the transition of 4 million slaves to freedom was the first large-scale intervention by the government in the field of social welfare. It was the parallels between the 1960s and the 1860s and the roots of events in my own time, in events of exactly a century earlier, that propelled me to become an historian of the Civil War and Reconstruction. I became convinced that I could not fully understand the issues and events of my own time unless I learned about their roots in the era of the Civil War. Slavery and its abolition, the conflict between North and South, the struggle between state sovereignty and the federal government, the role of government in social change and social welfare, and resistance to both government and to social welfare. Those issues are as salient and controversial today as they were in the 1960s, not to mention the 1860s. Today, we have an African American president, which would not have been possible without the civil rights movement of a half century ago, which in turn would not have been possible without the events of the Civil War and Reconstruction. Many of the issues over which the Civil War was fought still resonate today. Matters of race and citizenship, regional rivalries, the relative powers and responsibilities of federal, state, and local governments. The first section of the 14th Amendment, which among other things conferred American citizenship on anyone born in the United States, has become controversial today because of growing concern about illegal immigration. As the great Southern novelist William Faulkner once said, "The past is not dead, it is not even past." So let's take a closer look at one important aspect of the Civil War era that is neither dead nor past. No single word better expresses what Americans believe their country has stood for from 1776 right down to the present than the word liberty. In the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, we talk about liberty and justice for all. The tragic irony of the Civil War is that both sides profess to fight for the heritage of liberty bequeathed to them by the Founding Fathers. North and South alike in 1861 wrapped themselves in the mantle of 1776. But each side interpreted that heritage in opposite ways. And at first, neither side included the slaves in the vision of liberty for which they fought. But the slaves did, and by the time of Lincoln's Gettysburg Address in 1863, the North also fought not merely for the liberty bequeathed to them by the founders, but also for a new birth of freedom. These multiple and varying meanings of liberty and how they dissolved and reformed in kaleidoscopic patterns during the war provide the central meaning of the war for the American experience. Southern states invoked the example of their forefathers of 1776 who seceded from the British Empire in the name of liberty to govern themselves. Southern secessionists proclaimed in 1861 the same spirit of freedom and independence that impelled our fathers to the separation from the British government will impel the liberty-loving people of the South to separation from the United States. Jefferson Davis declared that from the high and solemn motive of defending and protecting the rights which our fathers bequeathed to us, let us renew such sacrifices as our fathers made to the holy cause of constitutional liberty. One of the liberties for which Southern whites contended, Lincoln had said sarcastically back in 1854, was the liberty to make slaves of other people. In 1861, many Northerners also ridiculed the Confederacy's profession to be fighting for the same ideals of liberties as their forefathers of 1776. That, said the anti-slavery poet and journalist William Cullen Bryant, that was a libel on the whole character and conduct of the men of '76. Ignoring the fact that many of the founding fathers owned slaves, Bryant claimed that the founders had fought the revolution to establish the rights of man and principles of universal liberty, while the South in 1861, he said, seceded not in the interest of general humanity, but of a domestic despotism. Their motto is not liberty, but slavery. In 1864, Lincoln, as he often did, used a parable to make an important point. In this case, a point about the multiple meanings of liberty. He did so in a speech at Baltimore, in a slave state that had remained in the Union and was even then engaged in bitter debates about a state constitutional amendment to abolish slavery in Maryland, which narrowly passed later that year, by the way. The world has never had a good definition of the word liberty, and the American people just now are much in want of one, Lincoln said on that occasion. We all declare for liberty, but in using the same word, we do not mean the same thing. With some, the word liberty may mean for each man to do as he pleases with himself and the product of his labor, while with others, the same word may mean for some men to do as they please with other men and the product of other men's labor. Here are two not only different but incompatible things called by the same name, liberty. Lincoln went on to illustrate his point with a parable about animals. The shepherd drives the wolf from the sheep's throat, he said, for which the sheep thanks the shepherd as a liberator, while the wolf denounces him for the same act as the destroyer of liberty, especially as the sheep is a black one. Plainly, the sheep and the wolf are not agreed upon a definition of the word liberty, and precisely the same difference prevails today among us human creatures, even in the North, and all professing to love liberty. Hence, we behold the processes by which thousands are daily passing from under the yoke of bondage, hailed by some as the advance of liberty and bewailed by others as the destruction of all liberty. The shepherd in this fable was, of course, Lincoln himself. The black sheep was the slave and the wolf his owner. As commander-in-chief of an army of 1 million men, Lincoln wielded a great deal of power. And by this stage of the war, that power was being used not only to defeat the Confederacy and preserve the Union, but also to abolish slavery. But traditionally, in American ideology, power was seen as the enemy of liberty. Americans had fought their revolution to get free from the power of the British Crown. James Madison observed, there is a tendency in all governments to an augmentation of power at the expense of liberty. To curb that tendency, framers of the Constitution devised a series of checks and balances that divided power among the three branches of the national government, between the two houses of Congress, and between the state and federal governments, as, in Madison's words, an essential precaution in favor of liberty. Even that was not enough. In the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the power of the national government and of Congress was further limited by the word Congress shall not have the power to do thus and so. Through most of early American history, those who feared the potential of power to undermine liberty remained eternally vigilant against that threat. When the famous reformer of the treatment of the mentally ill, Dorothea Dix, persuaded Congress to pass a bill granting public lands to the states to subsidize mental hospitals in 1854, President Franklin Pierce vetoed it in the name of preserving liberty. For if Congress could do this, Pierce warned, it has the same power to provide for the indigent who are not insane, and thus the whole world of public beneficence is thrown open to the care and culture of the federal government. This would mean, Pierce continued in his veto message, this would mean all sovereignty vested in an absolute consolidated central power against which the spirit of liberty has so often and in so many countries struggled in vain. The bill for mental hospitals, therefore, would be, he said, the beginning of the end of our blessed inheritance of representative liberty. Pro-slavery Southerners like John C. Calhoun insisted on keeping the national government weak as insurance against a possible anti-slavery majority in Congress at some future time that might try to abolish or weaken slavery. State sovereignty, or states' rights, was a bulwark against this potential anti-slavery majority. The most extreme manifestation of state sovereignty, of course, was secession, in the name of the liberty of Southern states and Southern people to reject the federal government and form their own pro-slavery nation. If that version of liberty was to be used to destroy the United States, most Northerners concluded during the Civil War, then it was time to take another look at the meaning of liberty. To help us understand this change of attitude toward the meaning of liberty with important implications for today, we can turn to the definitions offered by the famous 20th century British philosopher Isaiah Berlin in an essay titled Two Concepts of Liberty. The two concepts are negative liberty and positive liberty. The idea of negative liberty is perhaps more familiar to us. It can be defined as the absence of restraint, a freedom from interference by outside authority with individual thought or behavior. Laws requiring automobile passengers to wear seat belts or motorcyclists to wear helmets under this definition would be to prevent them from enjoying the liberty to choose not to wear seat belts or helmets. Negative liberty, therefore, can be described as freedom from. Positive liberty, by contrast, can best be understood as freedom to. It's not necessarily incompatible with negative liberty, but has a different focus or emphasis. Freedom of the press is generally viewed as a negative liberty, freedom from interference with what a writer writes or a reader reads. But an illiterate person suffers from a denial of positive liberty. He's unable to enjoy the freedom to write or read whatever he pleases, not because some authority prevents him from doing so, but because he cannot read or write anything. He suffers not the absence of a negative liberty, freedom from, but of a positive liberty, freedom to read and write. The remedy lies not in removal of restraint, but in achievement of the capacity to read and write. The Civil War accomplished an historic shift in American values in the direction of positive liberty. The change from all of those shall nots in the first 10 amendments to the Constitution to the phrase, Congress shall have the power to enforce this provision in most of the post-Civil War constitutional amendments is indicative of that shift, especially the 13th Amendment, which liberated 4 million slaves, and the 14th and 15th, which guaranteed them equal civil and political rights. And in all of those amendments, the final clause is Congress shall have the power to enforce this article. Abraham Lincoln played a crucial role in that historic shift toward positive liberty. Let us return to Lincoln's parable of the shepherd, the wolf, and the black sheep. The shepherd drives the wolf from the sheep's throat, for which the sheep thanks the shepherd as a liberator. Here is Lincoln the shepherd using the power of government and the army to achieve a positive liberty for the sheep. But the wolf was a believer in negative liberty, for to him the shepherd was the destroyer of liberty, especially as the sheep was a black one. Positive liberty is an open-ended concept. It has the capacity to expand toward notions of equity, justice, social welfare, equality of opportunity. For how much liberty does a starving person enjoy except the liberty to starve? How much freedom of the press can exist in a society of illiterate people? How free is a motorcyclist who's paralyzed for life by a head injury that might have been prevented if he had worn a helmet? With the new birth of freedom invoked by Lincoln in the Gettysburg Address, he helped move the nation toward an expanded and open-ended concept of positive liberty. On the side of the Union, Lincoln said on another occasion, this war is a struggle for maintaining in the world that form and substance of government whose leading object is to elevate the condition of men, to lift artificial weights from all shoulders, to clear the paths of laudable pursuit for all, to afford all an unfettered start and a fair chance in the race of life. The tension between negative and positive liberty did not come to an end with the Civil War, of course. That tension has remained a constant in American political and social philosophy. In recent years, with the rise of the Tea Party and other small government or anti-government movements in our politics, there's been a revival of negative liberty. The presidential election of 2012 pitted the concepts of positive and negative liberty against each other more clearly than in any other recent election. And that tension, of course, has continued in our politics ever since. How this tension will continue to play out as we approach the end of our sesquicentennial observations of the Civil War and look toward the 150th anniversaries of the events of Reconstruction still remains to be seen. In any case, it's another example of why the Civil War still matters.
Years ago, it was remarked that Martin Luther King III had wisdom beyond his years. Well, I hate to tell you, but your years have caught up with your, and I share your pain. His experience from childhood, and now his experience teaching, leading, inspiring, I really don't know a parallel among folks in his generation. So it's my great pleasure to ask him to speak to us and share his thoughts and his reactions and do some inspiring.
Thank you.
Let me briefly just say that I'm truly honored to be here today and certainly to have heard Professor McPherson share a brief critique of a body of work that he has done and perhaps much of what he has experienced through his life. Let me also say that I'm honored to be here, certainly with Professor Edley also, who will moderate our brief discussion. And my comments are going to be relatively brief because in a real sense, you as teachers are probably the most important women and men in our society. for you set the tone and the part of the foundation for what I believe is our most precious resource. A nation, I believe, is judged by how it treats its most precious resource. Certainly, our children are our most precious resource. And our children spend a significant amount of time with each of you throughout the day. What they end up learning becomes a reflection. Yes, it starts at home, but then it also is a reflection of what you impart upon them. Most of us in our lives can state that there was a teacher or two or three that, in fact, any of us, I would say, who have some level of success, we can say that there was a teacher that inspired us, or later on in college, a professor or two. And so that's why I say you are the most important in our women and men in our society. But on the one hand, I'm very excited about where we are as a nation, but I also am very concerned because our nation appears to be more divided than it certainly should be in 2015. And when we think about what the Civil War was supposed to do, certainly, my God, we've made phenomenal strides. But when you look at the fact that part of what the Civil War was fought over had to do with slavery, and you look at our criminal system, now I didn't say criminal justice system because I'm not clear in my mind that it is a just system. I say that because, yes, it works for me. It may work for you, some of you as teachers. But the vast majority of poor and communities of color, kids from communities of color, it does not work for two reasons. And when you look at the fact that 13% of the population is the jail population is 60, 70, 80%, and yet the African American community represents 13%. The Latino and Hispanic community is growing substantially. It represents a significant part of the prison population now. And also, poor people, poor whites, who cannot, because we do not have enough indigent defense, I believe, cannot get a fair trial. So that's why I say the system doesn't work. And quite frankly, Professor Michelle Alexander talks about the not so much the new Jim Crow, but it is the new Jim Crow because it's really slavery all over again because people come to jail and are working for less than 1 cent an hour. And the prison whole complex has become a business. And so we have re-enslaved people through our criminal system. Over 6 million black men who have felonies cannot vote. Now, what's interesting about that is they've paid their debt to society. So why is their vote not reinstated? It seems to me that's taxation without representation. With the backdrop of the 50th anniversary of Selma, and just to try to give a brief context, I was supposed to give a tribute to my dad, but I didn't feel a tribute would be what he would want in 2015 because he and his team worked, number one, to create a consciousness, and public policy came from what they did. What do I mean? Well, in 1963, Birmingham was the catalyst. The activities in Birmingham. Dad went to jail in Birmingham. But that whole period was the catalyst for the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Selma, the march from Selma to Montgomery that we just observed just last weekend, was the catalyst for the Voting Rights Act of 1965 that President Johnson signed on August 6th of 1965. In Chicago, 10 days after my father's death, not Chicago, I apologize, but in Washington, President Johnson signed the fair housing legislation in 1968, about 10 days after Dad's death in April of 1968. Public policy was in order. Everything that my dad and his team did was about creating a policy initiative so that in 2015 we may not have some of the challenges. We should theoretically not have them, but we do. Whether it's a Ferguson or whether it's a New York City or whether it's a Wisconsin, it seems like every few days or every few weeks there's an altercation between police and primarily, not all, but primarily African American young men who are being killed because there's a breakdown in cultural understandings. Earlier, one thing that the panelists talked about was the cultural understanding. And unfortunately, there's a breakdown in the understanding of who young African American men are and who police are. And so until we engage in some serious discussion, until we engage in more community policing, until we engage in human relations, diversity, and sensitivity training more and more and more, we are not going to truly address those issues. In fact, I think that we need human relations, diversity, and sensitivity starting in kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. Now, you may know that the 50th anniversary of Selma was supposed to observe, and in one sense, when we say anniversary, we should be thinking about celebrating. But 2 years ago, the Voting Rights Act was watered down significantly by the United States Supreme Court, Section 4 and 5. And so the Voting Rights Act just really has no real authority right now. The pre-clearance provisions of Section 5 have been totally watered down. It makes it very difficult. And you may say, well, everybody can vote. Yes, you perhaps can, but today we have a new ID that you need to vote. And that is nothing wrong with an ID. I think, Fox and others want to make the issue that people don't want to have IDs. People have always had some form of ID for voting. It's just that now there's a new form of ID that's been created. And that form of ID is going to cost resources. And so for students, for seniors, for folks on fixed income, it's a very challenging engagement to get new ID to actually be able to go out and vote. I mean, we really need to reform our voting system, and I promise I'm going to be through in just a second because I think it's important to understand and have some dialogue in terms of questions and answers. But, when we look at our voting system, everything today we do electronically. I mean, why can't we register people more online? There are 20 states to do that. More ought to do that. And then you could also register on the same day. And why do we have election on Tuesday? Does anybody know that? I'm not asking. I'm just telling you, most of us don't know the answer. There's no reason. I mean, if you wanted to throw a party, would you throw it on Tuesday? You want people to participate? No. So why do we vote on Tuesday? Just because. It seems like to me we ought to increase the voting days, the official voting days, and at least have a weekend day or two, maybe 3 days officially. And then we still could have early voting and all kind of other things to encourage voting. But the reality is the actual election day is not the most responsible day for having elections. We need to do that and modify that. The third thing that we can do, I think, that could help the voting process is if we do have to just have another ID. Everybody has a Social Security card. Why not just put a picture on the Social Security card and then everybody has an official government ID? It's very simple, something that Congress could do tomorrow if they chose to, but obviously they don't want to work collectively. I mean, I don't quite understand how we, and I know I'm not trying to foster a political view, but it's a sad commentary when the president and the administration are working to foster global relationships with a country, and Congress decides they're just going to say, well, he's not going to be there but for another year. That's a given. You didn't even have to write that letter. We know that. Like, duh. But my only point is we should never undermine whoever the president is. We didn't try to undermine President Bush. We shouldn't try to undermine President Obama and whoever our next president is. The people elected the president to represent us. That doesn't mean he or she is a dictator, but they certainly set the tone. And yes, you should have healthy debate, which Congress is supposed to do. But unfortunately, that stalled. I hope we can get that process moving. That's why I'm suggesting these voting provisions, because, as I said, when I went to Selma, and in fact, I was in Montgomery yesterday because the organization my father was the president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, which led the march from Selma to Montgomery 50 years ago. They did a reenactment, so they had started on last Monday, and they arrived in Montgomery yesterday, and so we were able to assemble at the Capitol yesterday in Montgomery once again to reenact. But we are reenacting because we still have not gotten there yet. The final thing I'll say is, we all have an obligation to bring about change in our society. And as I said, you as teachers do this every day in a real sense. As a kid, I had an opportunity to travel with my mother on many occasions, and one of the times was to her undergraduate institution of Antioch College. And at that college, there was a statue of the educator Horace Mann. And under that statue was an inscription of words that have made an indelible impact upon my life. And what those words say are, be ashamed to die until you've won a victory for humanity. And as I reflected on those words, I said, oh my gosh, that's a very powerful set of words. Be ashamed to die until you've won a victory for humanity. But really, you can win a victory in a number of ways. Some of us will win victories in our neighborhoods. Some will win victories in our schools. Some will win victories in our cities. Some will win victories in our places of worship. Some may win victories in our states, and some may win victories in our nation. Others may win victories in our world. But the words basically mean, be ashamed to die until you've done a little something to make the world in which we all must live a little better than it was when you arrived. Thank you very much, and may God bless each of you always.
The plan had been for the three of us to engage in a conversation, but we only have 20 minutes left. So I think in the interest of that, if there are some comments or questions in the audience, I'd like to recognize you. Are there some microphones around somewhere? How is this supposed to work? Yes, there's a microphone. And there's a microphone. All right, so while you're thinking about that, please come to the microphone. Let me make one brief comment. And now I confess that I have the disability of being a lawyer. A law professor. And I must say that I'm struck in the conversations right now about education reform, the reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, changes to No Child Left Behind. I am struck by how frequently we hear politicians but not just politicians, probably many people in this room, say that the business of education excellence and the business of education equity should be left to the states. And I can't help but think that that's exactly what George Wallace said about education and about voting. That the business of who should participate in our democracy should be left to the states. That the business of how to run the schools should be left to the states. So to me, this question of whether we are in fact a union, whether there is one nation, whether liberty should mean the same for all Americans, was not at all resolved by the Civil War. When I listen to the debates on education specifically, it feels to me like we're fighting the Civil War all over again. And I don't frankly understand the ahistoricism of so many people who believe that fairness, equity, can be left to the decision-making of 15,000 school boards around the country and the states that have created them, when that's the very system that has given us the conditions of disparity and the absence of liberty that we all know to be so poisonously painful. So I'm confused. We're celebrating the centennial, the sesquicentennial, rather. But I guess we just don't study history enough. Is that?
Well, there's
Professor?
always been this tension between state sovereignty and federal sovereignty. It goes right back to the Constitution.
Articles of Confederation, actually.
And to the Articles of Confederation. I think the tendency has certainly been toward greater federal power, but there's resistance to that. There's an inertia about local control or state control of education, and inertia about local control or state control of a number of other items. But certainly over time, the step-by-step tendency, maybe 2 steps forward and 1 step back, has been for greater federal power, greater federal responsibility. There are a lot of people who don't like that. That's the nature, I think, of social and political life, is that people have different opinions. People who don't like what's happening are going to organize politically to try to resist it. And I think to some degree, the stridency of groups like the Tea Party is increased by the tendencies that they want to resist. So one of the reasons why you get so much protest about federal education standards is that some people are going to be hurt by that. And so they speak out against it. I don't think there's anything necessarily unusual about that. That's the nature of political life in a democracy.
I only want to add one comment, I think, and that is, I think the question is whether we have succeeded or failed. And it depends on who you're talking about, because the goal is for success, whether it is from a statewide perspective or a federal perspective. And I think that unfortunately our system has failed for poor people. It has failed for community and for communities of color. So somehow we have to find, and there's been neglect. I mean, when I was growing up, they would not allow you to drop out of school. Now it's almost as if we don't care because we don't understand how to manage, if that is an appropriate term, our children, because there's a cultural competence does not exist. I mean, it doesn't mean that someone is bad. They just culturally do not understand who you are and why you come to the table. And so, you know, there's a I don't need that. I'll get it later.
I'll take
so
it.
So, well, I will need it.
Oh, you'll need it
I
later.
don't need it
Okay,
right
all right.
But so I think we've got to. That's the barometer, the standard that I would use. I would say that we have failed a lot of our children. How do we no longer fail and include? How do we capture the imagination? You as educators know this better than anyone. Once we capture a child, whomever he or she is, that child is going to want to know more, want to have more. Unfortunately, in a real sense, we live in a society that's dysfunctionally functional. How do you know that? That's an oxymoron, but it's true. The things that some of our children do come from an avenue of dysfunction because it is what is seen in the community. Now, let me just say this, because one of the greatest unintended contributions of President Obama, for those who have said what you need in the African American community is a two-parent home and which is certainly true. I think that's important. That is something that's needed. Now, President Obama, this is not, you don't run for office for this contribution, but you're going to have an entire group of young people who for the last 6-7 years have seen an African American man and woman and children in a functional way, and that's what they're going to aspire to be. They didn't have that example prior to. So this is going to, I guarantee you, that's going to be a huge impact. Unintended, but a tremendous impact. So when you have families being able to work together and you have constant love being provided for our children, love is the key. Regardless of where they come from, what's going on, we can love the hell out of them, in a sense. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Bonnie Bracy Sutton, and I'm a geography and history teacher, STEM 2. My question is, we have social media, and so because of that, people should know more about the Civil War. But on social media, it's all made up. It's like the South lost the war but won the peace.
Well put.
What do you think we can do about that? We're not teaching it in the schools because we're not allowed. Different states, what do we do?
Well, I respond to that assertion that the South lost the war but won the peace by saying that the Confederacy's goals in the Civil War were an independent nation and the preservation of slavery. And the peace settlement that came with the surrender at Appomattox and elsewhere ended that. The South did not become an independent nation and slavery was ended. The third aim, which really belongs primarily to Reconstruction but grew out of the Civil War, was equal rights for the freed slaves. In that respect, the South eventually did win the peace, but only in the respect of 1 out of 3 of its goals. It did not win independence. It did not preserve slavery. So I think that you need to qualify this kind of assertion by pointing out that their primary goals, independence and slavery, they lost, and they never got it back.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm a white special education coordinator, and as a teacher and in my current position, I've always worked with primarily Black and Latino boys. And I want to know, what would you recommend to best develop for educators to best develop a culturally competent practice and build those skills?
That's a very good question. And I think that that would have been appropriate for the last panel. But, but I think, number one, you know, when you talk about cultural competency, there perhaps needs to be even a curriculum developed. I don't know that one exists, but maybe there is, because that is something that needs to be ingested by anyone who is teaching other cultures that they have not necessarily experienced and may not have understood the plight. We all have the capacity to empathize with others, but I think that, you know, the question for me would be, and you as educators must research this, and there may be an actual curriculum. That's additional to what one would have to do. In fact, probably it should be something that you as teachers go through in general, because we all need to understand every culture. What makes our nation wonderful and great is we do have so much diversity. And what creates the challenges is we don't understand the dynamics. We don't understand behavior. Something as simple as African Americans for a long time in corporate America had facial hair, because facial hair would protect your bumps and all kind of things from shaving sensitive skin. And that was offensive to corporate America. And so those individuals never got promoted. But once it is understood, well, why this is, I mean, we should accept the fact that people are just different, and it should be all right. But something about a mustache. I mean, think about it. I mean, the president doesn't have a mustache, right? I don't know if he could have won if he had. I'm serious.
He'd look a lot better with a mustache.
So I'm just saying, culturally, we've got a lot of work.
I told him he'd look better.
I think you're right. Yeah. But it's all about the fears that people have created in their own or uncomforts. So it's nothing wrong with that. It's just difference. We just have to learn to accept difference. So my view is I hope that there's a curriculum that exists that begins that process.
There are some that exist, but let me make the more general point, and that is that the general view, certainly among researchers, but I think also among many teachers, is that a great portion of the billions and billions we spend every year on in-service professional development is not spent well. It's not. And we talk a lot now about improving teacher preparation programs, including with curriculum that will prepare people to teach in diverse classrooms. But we also have to look at professional development investments. I mean, the bottom line is PD should be giving teachers what teachers need in order to be successful. They should be providing you, and people should be held accountable for making those opportunities available to teachers. So this is one of those areas in which, frankly, I think that unions, there's enormous possibility, I think, for unions to play an even stronger role than they do now in pressing to ensure that those kinds of investments are being made. We're not going to be able to close gaps. We're not going to be able to achieve excellence for each and every child unless we make those kinds of resource allocations. It's essential for the profession and for the future. Sir?
Yes, I really appreciate the conversation this morning. To me, there is something to be said about the intersection between democracy and education. And I think that that's what this is really about. And this notion that was brought up about the freedom from and freedom to talks about the lens on which we interpret those things. And I think in some respects, this tussle, whether it's federal, state, or local, and where the power or the control exists, is not a concern, but it's less of a current concern than understanding the why and the unto what that we educate unto a democracy at each of those levels, which I think is forgotten at each of those levels, especially because of the change that we have away from a shared responsibility approach toward a top-down accountability approach, which I think that you see a lot of resistance to. So my question is, how do we go about worrying less about the thing that seems to come first, about give me the policy that's perfect and then we'll do what's good. And how do we switch this to be about creating the democratic ends and using democratic means by which we flesh out what the public purpose of public education is, so we can allow those things to lead. In our Constitution, there was a preamble first. It's a lens that says where our priorities are. And for me, whether it's federal policy, state policy, or local policy, why aren't we up front having the discussion, not about what works, because what works under what, but about the public purpose of public education to lift children, and having that set the tone for what the policy is that follows. How can we make that discourse happen so that public education and democracy are tied and united once again?
Thank you. We're about to run out of time, so let me take the next comment also. Next two comments.
Question.
And then we'll
it's going
respond.
to be a question. I'm going to start with what, Brother King, what does your father say to you in the moments where the functional dysfunction and the weight and complexity of the framing that Chris provided, or that it's present in all of these beautiful, talented people's questions, seems to be too much, right? When you think about the fact that he gave a speech where he talked about wishing for the day when you would be judged based on the content of your character, but not by the color of your skin, and acknowledging that with all of my privilege, I still know that I have the same chance of being shot in this suit as I do if I were sagging. And so I honor often his sermon, but if not. And for me, that's what I go to, but I just personal point of privilege. When it gets to be too much for you, what does he say to you?
That's a great question. All right, last comment or question.
I feel like as educators, we fight every day to win the victory for humanity, but sometimes when we come here, it gets overwhelming with what we take in. It's amazing, but it's a lot. What's the one thing you guys would recommend to take back so we can impact change in our community and classroom?
Okay. Why don't we, thank you very much. Why don't we hear from each of you and wrap up?
I'm not sure I understood the question.
Oh, sure, yeah. Go ahead.
5 years ago, I switched professions. I went from accounting to teaching. I work in an urban school. When I switched careers, they told me I was white and I wasn't gonna make a difference and that they weren't gonna let me into their world. I'm like, screw that, right? So this year is my first graduating class. I have 2 African-American boys. They're my boys. My friend's like, get up there and tell them they're graduating. Why? Because I'm in the hallway hugging them. You know, oh, we're not supposed to hug people. Oh, you know what? No, I hug my boys every single day. I call their house. I go to their house. I love them. And see how I am now? They're like, please don't come to graduation because you're going to be a disaster. I'm going to be on the other side of that stage doing just what I did, which is get up and say, I want to speak. And I'm going to hug them, and I love them. And we need to do more of that. You know, we can talk policy, and we can talk laws. It takes us. So 2 of my boys are graduating. One was in a gang. He's not even in a gang anymore. I had surgery. I found out he was selling drugs. As soon as I got out of surgery, one of the teachers called me. I called his house. I was still on drugs. I mean, that's what it takes. So thank you so much for listening. I couldn't wait to come here today. And thank you so much for being here. God bless.
Why don't I have an accountant like that? Go ahead. Why don't you wrap it up? Wrap it up.
Well, seems to me one of the themes in this discussion has been the question of success or failure in our social relations, our political relations, and education. My way of measuring success or failure is if the glass is 1/3 full, and changes take place and it's now 2/3 full, but of course it's still 1/3 empty. Is that success or failure? I guess maybe I'm a naive optimist. I tend to look upon the change from 1/3 full to 2/3 full as success, but clearly there's a need for a lot more work. And until it is absolutely full, there is also a perspective that it's failure. So, and that must be a way that you measure your impact as a teacher with your students. Clearly, if they're not yet 100% proficient, there's room for improvement. But if they've gone from 40 to 70% proficient, I think you can take some pride in your accomplishment. And I think that's probably true in the history of this country. It's clearly not 100% successful and desirable, but there's been a great deal of change, and much of that change, not all of it, but much of that change has been for the better.
Thanks, Jim. Let me share just two closing comments. Number one, we really are the greatest nation, I believe, on the planet. We have the greatest colleges and universities in the world. We have some very good school systems, but as it relates to our primary and secondary school system, particularly public school system, there are a lot of challenges. I don't believe there's any issue when we put our heads together and create a strategic framework and plan that we cannot resolve. I think my dad and his team showed us that over and over again, because they came up against unsurmountable odds, and they were very successful because they had a strategic plan. As it relates to our children, there's nothing more important, as you know, as educators, because obviously you're not teaching for the money. I mean, you know. I mean, you think about, we live in a society where you teach children, and those who become gladiators, I don't want to say this in a negative way, but you know, we pay our athletes more in a year than we pay some teachers in a lifetime. Something is wrong with that. And I don't mean to disparage our athletes. I'm just saying that some priorities are mixed up. So we need to find a way to certainly elevate what you make, because you are doing outstanding work every day. Strategic plan. One of the questions, to me, I don't have that answer, but a strategic framework could answer that question. When you have a strategic plan, follow that strategic plan, you become successful. Final thing, as it relates to what I hear my dad saying, the voice, I go back to one of his sermons in 1955 when, you know, first of all, obviously come from a family of faith and a man of faith, and of course my wife and I have a daughter that's 6 years old, first grade, and for those of you who don't know this, my mom taught for a few years at Morris Brown College after she and Dad moved back to Atlanta, and she graduated from the Boston Conservatory of Music. So she was a teacher. So she tried to teach, and I hope I learned a little something from her. But my dad, in the sermon in 55, said he'd come home one night about midnight. I was not born at the time, but my older sister, who unfortunately is deceased today, Yolanda, was. And he came home and picked up the phone, and at midnight, it was midnight, and on that the phone was a voice, an ugly voice, and it basically said, use the N-word, get out of town, and if you don't get out of town, I'm gonna kill your wife and family. And of course, Dad, our home was bombed at a later point. And Dad said he didn't know what to do. He said it was, he had heard this all the time. Now, throughout our whole life experience, we experienced that kind of thing on a constant basis. People would call and make threats. But this one, for some reason, he said he couldn't call on his mom or his dad because they were he was in Montgomery, they were about 160 miles away in Atlanta. He couldn't call on his professors. He was drinking coffee, and he said he had to get down on his knees and ask God, what should I do? He said, I know the cause is right. I know what I think I'm doing is right, but I don't know. And he said that at that voice, he heard the voice of God saying to him, stand up, Martin Luther King Jr., stand up for justice, stand up for righteousness, stand up for truth, and know that I will be with you even until the end of time. So in a real sense, whenever I go through challenges, those words come in my mind to inspire me. And the little challenges that I go through are nothing compared to what they and others went through, and many of our ancestors. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, and thank you for what you do each and every day.
I want to thank everybody. Let me close with just a short story. When I was working in the Carter White House, responsible for welfare reform, this is back in the late 70s, I was about 12 years old. I went with my boss up to the Hill to lobby a conservative, moderate, at the time, Democratic congressman about welfare reform. This is at a time when welfare reform meant spending more money on poor people. So I went up there, and my boss and I laid out this great plan that I'd helped put together, and it was brilliant, and I was eloquent. And the congressman said, well, that's all very nice, but I have to tell you, I'm not hearing anything from my constituents about welfare reform. In fact, if they raise the issue at all, they want to know why we're spending so much money on these welfare recipients. Well, I didn't really have any comeback to him because, as I said, I was 12 years old. But a couple of years later, it came to me what the problem was. It seems to me that after Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, the clergy, the faith community, largely took a step back. And a lot of the leadership and energy for the movement was turned over to lawyers and policy wonks. People like me. But it turns out that our deepest disagreements on these issues of justice, liberty, our deepest disagreements ultimately come down to conflicts about values, conflicts about moral vision and community. And for most of America, the discussion of value conflicts grows out of their spirituality. That's what people are interested in, ultimately. They're not interested in the policy plumbing, which is what I do. They're interested in the values at stake. In education, I firmly believe that we have a pretty good idea what to do. We really do. And there's no one size fits all, but we know an awful lot about what can make a difference, beginning with elevating the profession. So it's not the policy science where we're wanting. It's in the moral and political commitment to do what we know should be done. It's about the values at stake. So in answer to the question of where we need to go next, it's not the kind of thing that I do day in and day out. It's the kind of thing that all of you do when you talk about what you care about, when you talk about the values that are represented by this very profession. And it's about bringing a level of passion to the need for change that we really have not seen in decades. But until there is that moral awakening, until there is that moral energy, I fear that we're not going to get the glass full all the way. And all the way is exactly what each and every one of our children need. I want to thank you for spending time with us this morning, for thinking about history, thinking about its implications for today and tomorrow. And I hope you have found something in this to take home to your struggles day in and day out. God bless. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
I'd like to thank our distinguished panelists for blessing us with an incredible conversation this morning. I hope that you all feel, as I do, like we head back to our classrooms with passion and pride and purpose to carry out this work. Thanks again to our panelists. There will be a book signing right outside of the Carnegie Center, and the next concurrent session begins at 11:30. Please join me in thanking them one more time. Thank you all so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the featured speakers and the In the Classroom sessions will begin very shortly at 11:30. Again, the featured speakers and the In the Classroom sessions will begin at 11:30. Be here for our next plenary at 1 p.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, our presentation will begin a little later today. It will begin at 11:40 to allow more guests to arrive. The show will begin at 11:40. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in just 5 minutes. Just 5 more minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to begin. As a courtesy to our presenter, please silence all mobile phones. And now, with our program, Computer Science and Code.org, please welcome Pat Young-Pradit.
This is the first time I've been introduced like that. It sounds like I'm on The Tonight Show or something like that. Hi, everyone. I think it's not the afternoon yet, right? I think after this, computer science education around the nation. It's actually had international reach as well, but our focus is establishing computer science in every single school in this nation, all, I think, 140-ish thousand schools, K through 12, public and private. So you can tweet me at Mr. Young-Pradit, which is a long last name, but I think you could probably find it in the brochure as well, and at Code.org. I'm gonna start off with a video that explains a little bit about what Code.org is about. Raise your hand if you've heard of Code.org before. Wonderful, okay, so this is a video you've probably never seen. It's kind of based off of that initial video from 2013, the one that hit #1 on YouTube for a day, which is pretty amazing for a video about computer science to hit #1 on YouTube for a day. But let me show you a 1-minute version of that.
Here we are, 2013. We all depend on technology to communicate, to bank, and none of us know how to read and write code.
The first program I wrote asked things like, what's your favorite color? Or how old are you?
I wrote a program to play tic-tac-toe.
I first learned how to make a green circle and a red square appear on the screen.
You're just trying to make something, trying to transfer something from your mind to the computer or to a tablet. It's an experience.
The whole limit in the system is just that there just aren't enough people who are trained and have these skills today.
The programmers of tomorrow are the wizards of the future. You know, you're going to look like you have magic powers compared to everybody else.
Great coders are today's rock stars. That's it.
So I've yet to get to meet any of those famous people. But I did get to meet Vint Cerf recently. Vint Cerf is one of the fathers of the internet. Him and I believe the other guy's name is Bob Kahn, I believe. But Vint is a vice president in Google, and Google has an office in this area, Western Virginia. I'm from Silver Spring, Maryland, so even though Code.org is based in Seattle, I work in Silver Spring. So if we have any DC area folk here, I'm in your area. Let's chat sometime. I want to start off with a picture of what this presentation is all about. It's about students. So most of us here are either teaching or involved in education some way. Maybe you're an administrator. This is a picture of my 7th period AP Computer Science class from 2 years ago. I taught at Springbrook High School for a number of years. Springbrook High School is a high school in Silver Spring, Maryland, which is a suburb of DC. And before I came, the computer science program was in trouble. There weren't enough kids who were interested in computer science, and there wasn't enough opportunity for all the students who were interested to even take it. So we built a program basically from scratch, and in my last year we had 2 AP computer science classes, 2 teachers teaching computer science, and probably about 9 or 10 computer science classes overall. And so this is a very interesting picture because, not just because it's a computer science class in a high school, and the majority of our high schools actually don't offer a computer science experience. Even in Montgomery County, which is one of the wealthiest counties in the nation, I believe up to last year, I think 6 or 8 of the 25 schools, high schools, didn't offer computer science. So if you were a student in one of those schools, you just simply could not take computer science. But other than having a computer science course at all, this is a pretty interesting picture because of the different ages, races, and genders who are represented in this picture. And this is a pretty special class So special that, there were many athletes who took computer science in this class, and actually all of the athletes were the girls. So if you look at the front row, they're the ones wearing the uniforms, and the guys are not wearing uniforms. So it's a very special class. And like I said, unfortunately, you won't find many computer science classes in high schools around the nation, and they certainly, if you do find them, don't look like this. So this is my personal dream, that when you walk into a computer science class at the high school level or even at the middle school level or elementary school level, but really at the high school level where it's an elective, you don't just see the usual suspects. So our vision at code.org is to bring computer science to every single school because every single student deserves the opportunity to learn computer science. And so today I'll be talking about why is computer science important, and I believe that some of you guys really don't need convincing, but I'm going to talk about it anyway because you might need to convince other people. So I'm going to equip you with the key messages behind the computer science education movement. And so we believe that every single school should have computer science because every single student deserves the opportunity in the 21st century. And the idea is to create students, to equip students who are not just users of technology and not just creators with technology, but creators of technology. And so a lot of us here are familiar with the EdTech movement, so just the use of technology in education across the board, whether you're in a techie class like computer science or English. So a lot of us are familiar with EdTech. EdTech is creating with technology. What I'm talking about is not EdTech per se, it's creating the actual technology. So rather than using an app in a biology class that helps you examine a frog's anatomy without getting your hands dirty, I'm talking about actually creating that app. And that's what computer science is about. We have 3 pillars at computer science. They are to educate, advocate, and to celebrate. We celebrate computer science by holding events like the Hour of Code. Raise your hand if you participate in the Hour of Code. Wonderful. So the Hour of Code, guys, for those of you guys who participated, it's basically the world's largest learning event ever. But lots of folks still don't know that and still haven't participated in it. And I'm glad that you did. So the Hour of Code is under our celebration pillar for computer science. There are learning outcomes attached to the Hour of Code, but really they're mostly about exposure and motivation. So in terms of exposure, of the millions and millions of kids who did the Hour of Code this year, 48% of them were girls and 52% were boys, which is absolutely amazing in the field of computer science, and you'll see why later on. Other than the Hour of Code, we also shoot a lot of videos, like the video I showed you, depicting people from different ages, races, genders, and also walks of life, like Chris Bosh from the Miami Heat, who I believe is either a power forward or center for the Miami Heat. He studied web development in college and was part of a special club for it as well. And he was made fun of, but he liked it a lot. And so we actually shot a video of him explaining functions and procedures in programming. We do a lot of advocacy work as well. So at Code.org, we're a very holistic organization. We don't just approach it from one particular avenue, we look at the whole problem. And a lot of the problems in education revolve around policy, right? And I don't know if you guys know, but right now Congress there's a lot of debate around the reauthorization of the Elementary School Education Act, which in its last iteration was known as No Child Left Behind. So that's actually happening like right now, and it's very hotly contested, and a lot of us really, I don't think a lot of us are being asked for our opinion. And it's funny how the news cycle works. If there's anything about the presidency, which is like the presidential race, which is still like a year and a half away or so, it's hot news. But if there's something about the ESEA, you get it maybe on the second or third page. So I implore you to find out a little bit more about the ESEA and that reauthorization through your different unions and speak up because it's going down right now. So advocacy work, we do a lot of promotion of state-level policy that supports computer science education, like making computer science part of the core discussion around computer science rather than the elective discussion. And so basically, in the end, we're hoping that computer science can be counted as a math, science, or technology credit versus just a pure elective like yoga. Yeah, so we don't support that, and there's a lot of reasons why, revolving around policy. Like, for example, imagine a teacher who wants to teach Spanish. Are they going to take computer science as well, and how does that work out? Like, I take Spanish and computer science in college so that I can be a foreign language teacher, and then, but all I want to do is teach Spanish. In the same way, if I want to teach computer science, then I have to be foreign language certified, so then I need to take all these other languages, but, So there's different issues around that, but really we're about technology, math, or science credit for computer science. And then the education work, which is the meat and potatoes of code.org. So you might have thought that code.org is only the hour of code and a lot of promotion of computer science. But no, actually the meat and potatoes of code.org is hands-on workshops with teachers and giving them curriculum and helping them feel confident to teach computer science in their classrooms. Whether they're a science or math teacher, elementary school teacher, or a computer science teacher at the high school level, we work with them. So for example, this past year we launched our K-5 program, and up to now I think we've PD'd about 6,000 or 7,000 elementary school teachers nationwide through our affiliate network of about 80 affiliates. And all that professional development is done for free, and not only that, every single teacher walks away with the curriculum, in hand printed, but it's also on the web, and all the materials, including potting soil and pipe cleaners. You'll have to look at the curriculum to figure out what potting soil has to do with computer science. The case for computer science. We know that computing is everywhere. It's even in love, the algorithms that control online matchmaking. But are students getting adequately exposed to a foundation in computer science if it's everywhere? The answer is no. There's a job student gap. On the left side, you'll see a graph that was pulled from data created by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It shows new STEM job growth this decade, 2010 to 2020, so projected STEM job growth. So out of all these STEM fields, engineering, social science, biology, chemistry, etc., the majority of growth this decade will be in the computing fields. 60% of new STEM job growth this decade will be related to computing, while all other math and sciences combined equate to 40%. Engineering is awesome. You hear a lot about engineering. In fact, engineers are usually the highest paid folks coming out of college. I think the highest paid position coming out of college is a petroleum engineer. They make, on average, starting about $100,000, $105,000. Pretty good for a 22-year-old kid. Computer scientists, depending on what you're doing, could make up to $85,000 starting salary. If you're in cybersecurity, you'll make like $125,000 as your starting salary, and you'll be highly sought after. The issue here is that the education side doesn't match with the job side. So on the right side, you'll see a graph of all the AP STEM subjects, AP Bio, AP Chem, AP, all the AP Psych. Only 2% of AP STEM students take computer science. This is an issue. And so basically, this feeds into the higher ed pipeline, and there are not enough kids graduating in the US with computer science degrees to fill all the need that the US requires. Furthermore, there's a representation gap in the students who are taking computer science, who are graduating with computer science degrees. The graph on the left shows the breakdown by gender for the AP Computer Science test. Year after year after year, the AP Computer Science test shows the worst gender breakdown of all 30-something AP exams. I think there are either 34 or 37 AP exams. The AP Computer Science test shows the worst gender breakdown every single year. This in a time where the AP Computer Science test is actually the fastest growing test in terms of participation, the gender breakdown is still the worst. And I believe the 18 and 82 was from the 2013 administration. And I think it didn't improve much for 2014. In terms of race, I mean, obviously you guys recognize that that's not representative of our nation. So that's a problem as well, and probably you've heard about all the diversity issues in the tech industry. But the tech industry, the high-tech industry, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Dropbox, LinkedIn, they're just a sliver of the actual tech industry, the industry that requires tech-educated people like insurance, banking. These industries require way more tech people than Google or Amazon. And there are still diversity issues there. And why are the numbers so bad? Basically, the majority of schools, K-12, don't even offer computer science classes. And furthermore, only 25 of our 50 states count computer science towards high school graduation. I'm not saying they make computer science a requirement. I'm saying they just count it towards high school graduation. Basically, in 25 states, if you take computer science, it doesn't matter. Like, it's basically on the considered the same thing as yoga or home ec or cooking. Actually, in many states, home ec actually counts towards graduation. So that's an issue. So why would a kid take computer science, which is not easy? It's fun, but it's not easy. Why would they take it if it doesn't even help them graduate? That's a problem. And so that's why we do our advocacy work. And that's why we also hold the Hour of Code. The Hour of Code, the whole reason to do the Hour of Code is to expose students to computer science, a little bit of computer science. An hour is not going to make you a programmer, but it's going to at least get maybe light a spark in you. It's also to expose all kids to computer science through a fun, engaging way. I want to show you a video of from the recent Hour of Code that we used to promote it.
Hi, I'm Leia. And I'm Tanya. And we're lucky enough to be studying computer science. Hi, I'm Tanya. We think it's terrible that 90% of schools don't teach it.
They definitely didn't offer it at my high school.
Thanks.
So we're trying to make this video to show that anybody can learn. We want to get 10 million students to do the Hour of Code.
Hour of Code. Hour of Code.
The Hour of Code.
Hour of Code.
Hour of Code. Hour of Code.
The Hour of Code. How do you get him to get to the sunflower? He needs to do some actions.
I got it. Hey.
And then we'll run it and see what happens.
Amazing.
There we go. You just wrote your first program. I wrote it? Yeah. This is the code that you just wrote.
Very awesome. I thought code was FBI hacker symbols and stuff.
A little bit of problem solving, a little bit of logic. It's like instructions.
Programming is a lot easier today. Don't just play on your phone, program it.
All right.
Awesome.
How does someone go about getting a job?
Maybe take an online class, find a class at a community college. You could get one of the best paying jobs in the world.
I think medicine's moving into the whole computer age.
Technology touches every part of our lives. If you can create technology, you can change the world.
So we're excited that you are participating in today's Hour of Code.
We just did 2 lines of code. 3 lines of code.
4 lines.
7 lines.
5 lines.
Escribir 25 líneas de código. 5 lines.
60 lines of code.
99 lines.
60 lines.
18 lines of code.
75 lines of code.
Doesn't matter how old you are.
Todos lo pueden hacer.
The Hour of Code.
Hour of Code.
Yeah, programming a code. The Hour of Code. The Hour of Code. The Hour of Code.
Whether you're a young man or a young woman, whether you live in a city or a rural area,
Everybody in this country should learn how to program a computer.
And I just completed the Hour of Code.
It's actually really easy to learn.
Girls should learn this too.
Understand that language. That's going to be the future.
Anyone can learn computer science, and you can learn too.
Jack Dorsey, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, all of y'all, I'm learning.
Give it a shot.
Here, now they can't tell me nothing. We give that to the people, spread it across the country. Labels out here, now they can't tell me nothing. We give it to the people, spread it across the country. Here we go.
So we did hit 100 million, and that was our goal. I think 10 million was mentioned because that was the same video we used, I think, in 2013. But for the recent December 2014 week, Computer Science Education Week, in which we hold Hour of Code, we aimed for 100 million, and so we finally hit 100 million, I think, gosh, maybe 2 months ago or something like that, which is pretty amazing. That many folks trying out 1 hour of coding. And obviously a lot of those folks who probably never coded or done anything computer sciencey before. That's quite amazing. And so that's what the Hour of Code is for. It's had international reach. This is not an image that shows who's done the Hour of Code. This is an image of how many places or organizations have hosted an Hour of Code event. An event where it could have just been one classroom of 20, 30 kids, a whole school, or multiple classrooms, or a whole school, or multiple schools. This is a picture showing 7,000-ish Hour of Code events that were registered before the Hour of Code happened this last December 2014. So you'll see that it's really all over the world. It's one of the world's largest, if not the world's largest, learning event, and certainly the world's largest online learning event. Code.org focuses on the US, but there are countries like China, Vietnam, and even Estonia. Skype came out of Estonia. And countries even like Estonia that make computer science widely available at the national level, and even sometimes mandatory or compulsory for kids. And the US is way, way behind. We also featured a tutorial featuring Disney's Frozen, Anna and Elsa, showing kids how to make snowflakes. And we use a block language, which is different than typing code. When you type code, if you forget a capital letter and you use that under a lowercase letter, or you miss a semicolon, your whole program doesn't work. And that's an issue when you're trying to just teach kids how to code. They don't want to get bogged down with the syntax. So we use a block language. And so if you move these blocks and put them in the workspace in a particular way, you get a program out of it. In this case, the program creates a snowflake. And by the way, the Anna and Elsa tutorial is actually not easy. So we didn't make it easy because it's geared towards girls. We still kept the rigor there, but we made it more engaging so that they would be more motivated to complete it. So other than Anna and Elsa, which was awesome this year, I got to go to the White House and see not only the vice president, but also the president code in the same room. And if you know the president and vice president, they don't often do like public things together like that. So that was a very special thing. And here's a picture of the president putting on a Code.org hat and coding. That was really cool. Not only that, Apple, one of our promotional partners, held Hour of Code workshops in all Apple stores worldwide. Last year, they held them just in the US. That was pretty special as well. We had models like Carly Kloss and Lindsay Scott doing video chats with students. Those models code as well. And I'll be talking a little bit more about Lindsay Scott. We've also had lots of schools respond to the Hour of Code by increasing their computer science offerings. We even had one school in Cajon Valley, USD in San Diego, create the world's, well, not the world's, probably the nation's first K-5 computer science magnet school. So having computer science for all grades K-5 is pretty amazing, but creating a whole special school just for that purpose is quite amazing. And I'd like to thank, Apple, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft as well. Microsoft, there was a letter from the CEO to all 100,000 employees at Microsoft asking them to hold Hour of Code events, to go into schools and do events like that. Hey, AV guys, I don't know what happened with the slide. We are working on it. Okay. I want to get into the nitty-gritty of this presentation now. So there are 5 key messages around computer science education. maybe this is some of this stuff is new to you. If it's not, hopefully it equips you to speak to other people and promote computer science in a way that they can understand. The 5 messages are, number 1, STEM does not equal computer science. Just because there's a STEM offering in a school, you can't count on the fact that computer science is being taught as part of that STEM offering. You would think that the T would mean computer science. I'm going to show you, even at the state level, the T, technology, does not often mean computer science, and that's an issue. Computer science is more than coding. Coding is programming, so kind of like the hammer and nail when it comes to creating a building, but there's much more to creating a building than the hammer and nail. Computer science is much more than coding. They're not the same thing. Computer science is also foundational. It's not just for the kids who want to be programmers, who want to make video games. It really is for everyone. I'm going to make that argument. Computer science is changing the world. Think about even what you're doing right now. You have a laptop in your hand or a tablet. You're taking pictures. You're tweeting. All of these things are made possible because of computing. Lastly, computer science really is for everyone. When I tell you to think of a computer scientist or a programmer in your mind, you probably get some kind of stereotypical picture of a computer scientist. Maybe that person looks like me. Maybe that person looks like, just some nerdy dude. But I'm going to make the case that computer science really is for everyone, and actually lots of different people from other fields use computer science all the time, not just the traditional computer science fields. So let's get into the first misconception, that learning STEM equals learning computer science. I talked about, I showed you that 40-60 graph before. This is the actual graph. It's actually 62%, but 62 looks kind of weird, and a 40-60 just has a better ring to it. But computing occupations will actually represent 62% of new STEM job growth. And if you look at, maybe you look at your degree, I always look at my degree. My official degree was in neurobiology. That's life sciences, and I think that's, I can't even see it, it's like 5%? Yeah, so it's going to grow, thank goodness, but it's going to grow at a way slower rate than the computing fields. And it's not only the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it's the President's Information Technology Advisory Council that has also said, and I'll read it from their study, all indicators, all historical data, and all projections argue that computer science is the dominant factor in America's science and technology employment, and that the gap between the demand for computer science talent and the supply of that talent is and will remain large. While there will be inevitable variations in demand for every field, the long-term prospects for employment in computer science occupations in the United States are exceedingly strong. All other science and technology fields pale by comparison. And I don't mean to degrade anything about all the other fields. It's just that a lot of folks, when they think about STEM, they think about science and math because that's where the focus of our testing is. They don't think about computing. So let's look at a case study. I told you that when you think of STEM, CS is not often included, even when you think of the T. There are 140 objectives or indicators in the Maryland Technology Standards. Anyone from Maryland here? Okay, so there's this thing called the Voluntary State Curriculum for the Technology Credit. Every single high school student, public high school student, has to take 1 year of technology. So you would think, 1 year of technology, every single student? Well, Maryland must be cranking out students who know computer science. Not so, because of the 140 indicators in the Maryland Tech Standards, the word computer is only mentioned 5 times. I just did a Control F find. 5 times. That's kind of troubling. It's more troubling how computer is used in those 5 mentions. So 0 times is computer mentioned in the context of programming. Programming, software engineering, they don't show up in the standards at all. So what that means is that you have all these technology credit courses that have no reason and actually aren't supposed to touch on computer science or programming. So we're going to play a little game to show you how ridiculous this is. And you should probably sit next to someone. So I'll wait till some of you guys who are not sitting next to someone get next to someone, because you just need 2 or more people for this game. I love this game. You know, when I was a kid, I used to play this game a lot in the car. Maybe you've played it too. I have 2 variations of this game. It's either called United States or Africa. And I'll tell you why. So basically, I go back and forth with someone else in the car, and we name the different states, all 50 of them. And if you can't think of one in like 5 to 10 seconds, you lose. So either someone wins because someone can't think of a state, or we both win because we get through all 50. It's a pretty cool game because you can either lose, win, or both people win. It's a great game, and I apply that to the continent of Africa as well with the countries. You could apply that to Europe, but Europe is a little bit easier. So we're going to play a game. What I want you to do is go back and forth with your partner and name a way that computing affects your life. For example, me and my friend Karen. All right, here we go. I'm going to say, I get a car. I can travel using Uber, right? That's one way computing affects my life. And she'll say, oh yeah, I find flights on Kayak or Expedia. And then we can just go back and forth like that. So why don't you do that and see how far you go. If anyone is stumped for 5 or 10 seconds, they lose, all right? Go at it. Yeah, I just hopped out of it. We could plug and unplug. We could do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that's. It's nothing from here. It's something on.
Yeah, I don't. All right, so I want you to think about now how many of those computing applications that affect your life involve someone programming it, involve programming at all. I would say almost all of them, probably, almost all of them. It's hard for me to think of a computing application without programming, yet in Maryland, and I love Maryland, guys. I worked in Maryland for a long time. I'm from Maryland. But Maryland, when they do mention computing in the technology standards, it's 0 times in the context of programming. So that's a problem. Here's the other problem with the Maryland Tech Standards. So if you work for the Maryland State Department of Education, maybe you can help me fix this. There are 3 times more indicators for construction and manufacturing than the number of times computing is mentioned. So There are about 16 indicators for construction and manufacturing, and there are only 5 that even mention computing, but obviously the 5 that mention computing don't even do it in the context of programming. It's like one of them is use computers and calculators to collect and analyze data. You know, you can use an Excel spreadsheet for that. That's not programming. So that's one issue. And so just because you see STEM doesn't mean you see CS happening in that class or school. And just because there's a technology credit at the state level does not mean that the technology credit includes computer science. Misconception number 2, coding is the same thing as CS, and it isn't. Coding is actually, computer science is actually greater than coding. There's this new AP course being created. It's called AP Computer Science Principles. It's meant to broaden participation in computing. How is it going to broaden participation and take computer science away from being the worst subject in terms of gender breakdown for all 30-ish AP exams? Well, the idea is to expose students to all aspects of computer science, the creative aspects, abstraction levels of computer science, data, algorithms, the internet, the impact, the global and ethical and social impacts of computing, and also programming. Whereas the current AP Computer Science class, and actually lots of computer science classes in this nation, are all about programming, the AP Computer Science Principles class is about much more than that. So computer science is much more than coding. Computer science is also foundational. And so the misconception here is that it's all about jobs. So yes, I did mention jobs because jobs is kind of an important thing. If you're a parent, you want your kid, and if you're a teacher, you want your students to get jobs in the future. And there are a lot of jobs in computing available. But computer science is really foundational for all students, not just students who want to be programmers or game designers or create apps or whatever. I'm going to take Lindsay Scott as an example. Lindsay Scott is a Victoria's Secret model. She also models for Gucci and Prada. She went to Amherst, and she majored in both computer science and I think theater. And obviously she chose the more like theater side of things. But she actually uses her coding background, her computer science background, in the field that she's pursuing right now, which is modeling and acting. And so that app on the left is actually an app that Lindsay created. It's called the iPort or iPortfolio. You use it for your iPad. And she created it for her fellow models so that they could create a portfolio on the iPad and show it to prospective clients. She also created a game featuring Ryan Gosling aimed at girls to get them coding. I don't know who Ryan Gosling is, but he's probably some kind of attractive actor of some sort, right? So maybe she knows Ryan Gosling, and maybe it was like a joke between her and him. But either way, Lindsay is a great example of someone who has a computer science background, is not working in a traditional computer science field, but is using computer science to pursue her passion. There are lots of people like this. Computer science is foundational, not just for people who want to go into programming. In fact, I want to describe the difference between the late 20th century understanding of the tech-educated worker and now the early 21st century understanding of the tech-educated worker. Back, in the late 20th century, it was all about using technology. So using PowerPoint, using Excel. And in the early 21st century, it's much more about creating technology and using the processes around computer science for innovating in whatever field you're in. So using, creating. In the late 20th century, it was about information technology, which is a very focused field in computer science. In the early 21st century, it's much more about just computer science as a whole. So not just, so in IT, there's networking, database administration. In the early 21st century, it's much more about how do I use computer science algorithms to, let's say, figure out how to get folks through a conference buffet faster. I can, rather than just have it on one side, I can have them go on both sides. So I can use concurrency to my advantage, parallel streams. Oh, wow. Well, I learned about parallelization in computer science. I remember something about multi-threading. Let me just break up this really long table and make it into like 4 tables of 2 sides each. I can get people through this line in, 1/8 of the time that way. That's computer science, and that's for someone who maybe is event planning. In the late 21st century, it was thought of as a vocational field, which means just for folks who are aiming for particular careers. And like I said, it's more of a foundational thing for all folks. Lastly, the late 20th century considered the tech-educated worker as just, a tech worker, and these people go into tech fields. Really, I'm talking about in this early 21st century, folks who are tech-educated who can go into any field. Another misconception, computer science is about cool gadgets and video games, but really computer science is changing the world. I want to talk about computer science for social good. We can get kids creating games, which is wonderful, but what about games that promote awareness around things like the tsunami that happened in Japan about 4 years ago? Ronnie here, in the picture on the left, is presenting about his game that does just that. It's about rewiring a village that lost power during the Japanese tsunami. And there are much more examples of games like that my students have created. We just had the anniversary of the Selma Bridge crossing just a couple days ago. Well, my students created a game that it's a button mashing game. You just press a button, but the idea is to keep your college student. It's based off of the Greensboro diner sit-ins, and so the idea is to keep a college student at the diner even when the name calling is difficult. And so the name calling gets difficult, you have to press the button a lot faster. Now, a kid could create many games that use button mashing, but by connecting it to a social cause, a social movement, students are learning a lot more. CS can really be for social good. Sherelle created a couple apps as well in her time. She also won an award from the National Center for Women in Technology. She created an app that syncs traffic with your traffic patterns, traffic issues with your errand list, which makes a lot of sense. She also created a role-playing game for conflict resolution. She's now a sophomore at the University of Maryland in the Air Force's ROTC program, and she's majoring in cybersecurity. There are other social causes as well. There are other social cause applications of computer science, things like GoFundMe and Donors Choose, as well as websites like Volunteer Match. So there are examples of this all over the internet. What a lot of kids don't realize, though, is that computer science can be for that social good. It doesn't always have to be for video games and such. And misconception number 5, coders are geeky, nerdy, bro-grammars. And while you see TV shows that kind of depict that, like Silicon Valley, the truth is actually different. I've visited Google a number of times, and I see people of all different ages, races, and genders working at Google. Now, they could do a lot better, but it's not like what you see on TV. Computer science really is for everyone, and companies like Google, Microsoft take people from all different walks of life. We at Code.org push to make it known that computer science is for everyone. And the way we do that is we shoot videos depicting people from, who look different than the stereotypical computer scientists and who are from different fields. So for example, Makinde Adiagbo, he's in the top left. He was one of the earliest Facebook engineers. He actually, he might be early retired, I don't know, but the last thing I heard about him is he was working for Pinterest. A lot of these folks, a lot of these rock star software engineers who work for these companies early on like retire at the age of like 32 and then just do stuff just for fun. Usually stuff that's, that piques their interest or for good, for social good. But McKinday is a great example of a person who doesn't look like the stereotypical software engineer. Same with Paula, up there in the third one from the left in McKinday's row. J.R. Hildebrand, he's a race car driver. He talks about computer science and NASCAR. And then we have a gymnast on the right side talking about debugging. And we have Morale on the bottom left, who I believe has a computer science degree. She uses her computer science experience in her dance troupe called Illuminate. So she uses lights and they dance, and there's a choreography based off of the lights, and she has to program the lights. So these are all videos that we have that are available for free through our YouTube channel. And the whole point is to show that computer science is for everyone. And computer science really is for everyone. Here's a picture of kindergartners at Glen Allen Elementary in Silver Spring. My daughter goes there. She's at the top of the G. This is them learning computer science, but not on a computer. This is called an unplugged activity. It's about computing, but not on a computer. They're actually learning about pixels and how pixels are displayed on a screen. All like 90 kindergartners together in the cafeteria. It was pretty crazy, but in the end, they got it. And so, like I said, CS is for everyone, but right now, unfortunately, there is a representation gap. This is the same slide I showed you before, but this is just a reminder of where we're at right now as a nation. At Code.org, we've done a lot of work around improving the representation gap and diminishing it. Currently, right now, in our high school courses, we show about 60% underrepresented minorities. So African Americans and Latinos. The reason why it's so high, that's actually over the nation's representation of African Americans, Latinos. The reason why it's so high is because currently right now we're working in major urban areas. On the other side, you'll see stats that show the breakdown in terms of male-female for our K-5 courses compared to the traditional AP computer science class. So I want to end off by talking about all the resources that are available in the computer science field with a focus on the stuff that we make available for free, Creative Commons and open source through Code.org. So Creative Commons means you can take it as a teacher, adapt it as you wish, even spread it around if you want. It's there for you to use. So there are a lot of great resources other than Code.org stuff. So I call out a couple right here. There's Google's CS First, which is basically like a club in a box. It's very scripted. All the videos are available. Everything is there. The idea behind CS First is to take anyone off the street and give them CS First and allow them to run an after-school club. So it's a club in a box. Scratch Education, which is based out of Harvard, recently released their Creative Computing Guide for the very famous and popular Scratch programming environment. There's also Scratch Junior for younger kids, early elementary school age kids. That's available on the iPad now, but it's going to be available on Android very soon, and then finally the web. There's groups like Tinker that are for-profits. Khan Academy that also has like a computer science section, some really fun stuff. You learn how to draw using programming commands, a language called processing. And then there are complete programs through Project Lead the Way. They have a K through 12 computer science pathway that they've been developing over the last couple of years. CodeHS is an online platform. Globaloria is a STEM-based computer science program. And then obviously there's the Hour of Code, but we at Code.org have a lot more than the Hour of Code. So here's a picture of our Code Studio platform. You'll see 4 courses available for beginners of all ages, starting from kindergarten and up. And then there are the experiences above, like Flappy Code, which allows you to create a Flappy Bird game using blocks. So these are little one-off experiences at the top. And at the bottom, these are like 20-hour-long courses that are both unplugged and online. So unplugged means a computing without a computer, so it's a teacher-facilitated experience. The online stuff looks like what you see right there. This is our K-5 user interface. So you'll see that it involves less text than the interface for older kids. So not only is it block, but you don't have to necessarily know how to read even. And that's designed for kids as young as kindergarten. We have a hint system. There are videos built in. There's also a dashboard for students and teachers. Teachers can see all their students' progress. All of this stuff is available for free, and it's meant to be integrated into the day. For most K-5 classrooms, the way we see implementation is a 1 hour a week for a semester. And that basically gets you through all 20-ish lessons. So 1 hour a week for a semester, that's basically like specials time for elementary school teachers. Told you about Flappy Code. That's what Flappy Code looks like. You just put blocks together and you can create a Flappy Bird game. It's pretty cool, and then kids can even play it on their smartphone, because all of this is available in the browser. So if you have a browser on your smartphone, which most people do, you can use it the same way you do it on your computer. But you can actually touch the screen and play an actual Flappy Bird game that you created, and you can manipulate it if you want. We have lots of video resources that are targeted towards teachers, that allow you to understand a lesson without having to read through the 3 or 4 page lesson plan. That's pretty cool. So a 5-minute video versus a 3 or 4 page lesson plan. There are also videos targeted just for kids, some of the videos that I mentioned before. And so this is just a sampling of some of our videos. So there are a lot of teacher supports here, folks, because my job at code.org as the Director of Education is to give teachers what they need so that they can teach computer science effectively without asking for too much time on their side, because we know that as teachers we have a lack of time. I talked about the whole unplugged and plugged nature of our courses. An unplugged activity is an activity that's teacher-led, not on a computer. It's very kinesthetic and active. And then there are the plugged activities, the online activities as well, that are student-driven and self-guided and self-paced. So these two things interact together. It's a blended curriculum. Now let's talk about science. At the middle school level, we have a computer science and science program that teaches modeling and simulation within the science classroom. It's aligned to the next generation science standards, and you can do it in as little as 5 hours or 25 hours. 5 hours if you just want to do one of the modules. And it covers all 3 major sciences in the NGSS: Earth, Life, and Physical Science. So this is for middle school students, and this is all curriculum and tool for free available on our website. For math teachers, we have a program called CS and Math, which is built off of, through our partner Bootstrap. Bootstrap is a project that started at Brown, but that's now at Harvard. It teaches it's about functional programming for the purpose of video game design. Functional programming is a little different than the programming that most of us are familiar with. We picked functional programming as our paradigm for CS and Math because the whole point of CS and Math is not the computer science, it's actually the math. So functional programming is a much better paradigm for understanding functions and word problems and algebra. So that's CS and Math. Once again, all available for free, the environment as well as the curriculum. We hold professional development through district partnerships where we actually pay the stipends for teachers, and we don't charge a district for hardly anything, but you do need a district partnership to engage on our science and math PD, as well as our high school PD. But at the K-5 level, if you go to code.org/K5, anyone can sign up for a PD at the K-5 level and go for free. So we have a number of affiliates nationwide. At the high school level, there are year-long courses with full curriculum and professional development. The professional development for these courses are like total about 100 hours of blended online and in-person PD over the span of 15 months, because these are year-long courses. And there are really 3 pillars around our high school courses: curriculum, professional development, but wrapped around a core of equity. You can talk to me later if you're more interested in that, or visit our website. So what to do now? Because I'm basically at the end, and I'm going to take the last 10 minutes to just answer your questions. What to do now? So if you're a parent, ask for computer science. Ask whether your school, whether it's a K-5 school or a high school, ask if they offer computer science. And if they say, yeah, we offer computer science, kids are learning how to type, and they're learning about PowerPoint. Tell them that that's not computer science. If you're an administrator, work to figure out how to offer computer science courses to your students. If a teacher doesn't, if you ask, in the next staff meeting, you ask who knows computer science, who's had any experience in it, and no one raises their hand, it's okay. Our materials are designed for that very teacher. Now, it's obviously a lot better if you have some kind of background at all. You don't need a degree. And I'm sure out of a room of like 50 teachers, you'll probably find at least one that's had some kind of computer science class experience. But if they don't, they're still covered. They're okay. Lastly, if you're a teacher, consider teaching CS by integrating it into your subject. Maybe if you're an English teacher, at least do the hour of code so kids can know about coding. And if you're a science or math teacher, know that we have materials just for you. And obviously, if you're a computer science teacher, you're already teaching computer science, we have even more materials for you. So continue teaching computer science. The key messages behind the computer science education movement. Once again, STEM does not equal computer science. Just because there's a STEM offering in a school or in a state, or if there's a technology credit, does not necessarily mean computer science is being taught. Yet computer science represents the major area of job growth in the STEM fields. Computer science is more than coding. Coding is programming. Computer science is much more. It's data, the internet, it's abstraction and creativity. CS is foundational, so it's not just for folks who want to be programmers. It's also for folks who want to be anything. And I showed you examples of folks who are in different walks of life using computer science in their fields. Computer science is changing the world. Think about Uber, think about the iPad. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. We don't live in the industrial age anymore. We live in the digital age. And it's about time that our citizens from the age of 5 years old understand how to interact and participate in this digital age, not as a user of technology and not as a creator with technology, which is nice though, but a creator of technology. And lastly, and by the way, I want to talk about the industrial age thing real quick. Steam engines, it's hard to make a steam engine. There were craftsmen for that. In this day and age, you can get a kid as young as 10 years old creating an app, releasing it worldwide, and making millions of dollars. You can do that. You can't do that legally, unfortunately, because you have to be like 16 or 18 on the App Store, but you can publish it through your parent or whatever. But you can get 10-year-olds doing that. That's absolutely amazing. And lastly, CS is for everyone. 10-year-olds, 5-year-olds, black, white, Latino, whatever. Maybe you don't see that right now in the tech fields, but I've shown you some examples of people who don't fit the stereotype being very successful in computer science. So CS is for everyone. Please participate in the Hour of Code this year. It's December 7th to the 14th, 2015. That's Computer Science Education Week. We hold the Hour of Code during that week because that's a national week. We didn't create that week. I'll take questions now. Yes. Oh, Brent, you'll probably want to go to the microphone.
My name is Britt Wolf. I'm a principal from a rural school district in western Maine. And I came here, part of the reason I came to this session is that I have the opportunity to have a retirement in my math department this year. And because of declining enrollment, I have the opportunity, my goal is to hire a teacher who will have a 6-course teaching load, and I would like 3 of those courses to be computer science and 3 mathematics. I need to, my dream is to hire somebody young and charismatic and vibrant who's gonna and smart, who's going to be able to build a program and inspire kids to want to participate in it. What is your advice about recruitment? We
Finding
are
that person,
geographically marginal. We're close to great skiing. And
Are you close to Sunday River?
Yeah, well, Sunday River is an hour, but we're closer to the the North Conway area peaks, but how? Maybe we should talk privately, but
Sure.
I'm
Check
looking
out
for
the
recruitment.
Computer Science Teachers Association. They probably have a chapter in Maine, send them an email. There's also a job page on the National Computer Science Teachers Association page. And lastly, many math teachers actually have computer science backgrounds. So you're lucky that you're looking for the math-computer science mashup.
Okay, great, thanks.
Hi, my name is Susan. I teach at a McLean High School, McLean, Virginia. I'm a special education teacher, and this year we decided to team teach a computer science class. So we have learning disabled children who are not intellectually disabled. They are just lower in processing, and they're working to their capacity. Our problem is we've been doing Java with them, but we can only go so far.
Don't do Java.
Because they have no number sense, and so we can only get so far with them, and then they don't get the abstract, they don't get the number sense, they don't see it.
I would look at using App Inventor, which is through MIT, which is a block-based programming language to create apps. You can even put them on Android phones if you want, or a programming environment like Scratch, which is really well supported. And there are lots of other block programming languages as well as ours. It's called Blockly. It's from Google.
Okay, as opposed to like
As
Bootstrap.
opposed to typing out like letters and all that. It's much easier to understand the concepts if you're just working with blocks, because blocks don't allow you to make those mistakes.
Okay, what about Bootstrap? I've heard about that.
So
too.
Bootstrap is a text-based programming language right now.
Okay.
We're actually working on a block programming environment for Bootstrap. It's going to be released in June. But that's for math and algebra.
Right.
It's not for just all applications. It's primarily for math and algebra learning.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yep.
So my name's Carrie, and I teach math in Boulder, Colorado. And we have a significant number of English learners at our school. And I'm constantly thinking about, when I studied computer science, there's, syntax as well as, the actual content of what you're programming. And I'm constantly thinking about how you can use computer science to promote language development. And I'm just wondering what you guys have done to partner with, people who are thinking about working with students who aren't yet proficient in English when you're thinking about English-based languages that are drag and drop or text-based.
Yeah, so we actually haven't done much work around crafting resources that to support ELL learners. I mean, what we have done is just translate all of our curriculum and environment into different languages. So you can select different languages, but I wouldn't call that enough support. So we actually haven't done much. I guess that's definitely something that we hear from the community. And in terms of what you're talking about the deeper, like, how do you use coding to actually help the language learning, like learning just language period for kids. And I've heard of research around it, but I couldn't name anything right now. Yep.
Hi, my name is Matt Teeter. I teach in New York City in a very high poverty district. We have 96% free and reduced lunch, 47% English language learners, 93% Hispanic. And I like the whole idea of the paradigm shift. I mean, there has been a paradigm shift from using technology to creating technology. But I think I'm going to bring this back to district leaders or even my school leader and say, we should, get away from, teaching the kids how to make a PowerPoint presentation or all the options on Microsoft Word or even making an Excel spreadsheet, and we should teach them how to code. I think they say like, well, they need to learn how to walk before they run. And so if they say something like that, is there a compelling argument that can be made if they know how to code, they're going to learn all that other stuff during the process?
They're going to learn it on the way. They're going to learn it along. In fact, I see a lot of schools using computer science and coding as a way to. So oftentimes with students in like high poverty areas, it's all about getting them to level the playing field, right? I see computer science as a way to leapfrog the playing field. So rather than just focus on leveling the play, getting them back up to everyone else's level, the idea is to just totally like leapfrog it. And so they will learn along the way. And I can talk to you later about how to craft that argument, because I understand that argument. And one last question.
Hi, I'm Evelyn, and I teach for Prince George's County, Maryland. My question is, now that you have identified the fact that our standards don't include computer considered as part of computer science, have you considered including that, at least like a draft or some suggested standards to complement the curriculum?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to be testifying in front of the state school board in a couple weeks. And PG County, by the way, is one of the districts that we're partnering with this year. So you might want to look for Code.org training opportunities in PG County.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, folks. I'll be around. We can talk.
Program is about to begin. Please take your seats at this time. Again, please take your seats. Thank you.
We've had a tradition and a culture and a history that says, you know, teachers teaching was viewed often as a bunch of independent contractors sharing a common parking lot. And this is like cage busting. This is busting that model to say teacher leadership is about shared leadership and it's about collaboration and feedback. And when that gets into the DNA of a school, that is what is powerful. And I think that's the shift that currently nationally we're in and what states are starting to recognize. It's so exciting, especially when you see here, and we saw this in Denver, just the range and the breadth of teacher leader ideas, classroom teacher leader ideas, school-based ideas and models, district-based models, and even state models. So there's really this incredible range and power to build capacity. I just think it's the right time. You know, I think it's the right time and nationally for teacher leaders to say, this is who we are and this is what we're about. And again, this is teachers and schools need to say this is in the DNA of our school, so we can really go forward and change the culture of collaboration and teaching, and that's exciting to be part of it. Hi, I'm Paul Fleming, and I'm our Assistant Commissioner for the Teachers and Leaders Division at the Tennessee Department of Education.
I've taught for 10 years and read about teacher leadership long before that. And I think what's happening right now in teacher leadership, whereas in the past it's been more reactive, we're moving to a time where it's more proactive, where we're following a teacher's lead. The teachers are the ones calling people to the table, you know, developing these big ideas instead of having ideas developed outside of education for teachers. For me, I got involved in teacher leadership, kind of trial by fire, versus having kind of skillful development and support. So I think what's really exciting with this shift in culture is we're thinking about better ways to develop teacher leadership. We're thinking about ways to have teachers collaborate together to work on these big ideas. And then once they're in the field, doing a better job supporting them. Hi, I'm Megan Allen. I'm a National Board Certified teacher from Tampa, Florida, who's currently working as a program developer and instructor at Mount Holyoke College in South Hadley, Massachusetts.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Please take your seats at this time. Thank you.
When I entered into teaching, I sort of was given my classroom and told, go teach these 120 kids history, and really didn't have an opportunity initially to be able to engage and collaborate with colleagues. And that has changed dramatically in the last 10 years. Through the TIF grant that we've received through the Department of Education, we've been able to basically create 600 expanded roles for teachers that are truly now coming together in collaborative communities of practice. So I think it works in Connecticut because there's a coherent approach and an alignment between the state and the local districts. And there's a real belief at the state level as well as at the district level that teacher leadership matters. And it matters not just as a thing that we talk about, but it truly matters in terms of being a key lever for change. So this is the first summit and the first Teach to Lead summit that I've been to, and it's been an incredible opportunity. The energy and the experience of seeing the teachers here collaborating with projects that are at different stages, I think speaks to the importance of continuing this sort of effort, but also speaks to this momentum that is building around teacher leadership that I truly believe is going to catalyze us. Hi, I'm Kelly Kovacic, the 2010 California Teacher of the Year, a board member for the National Network of State Teachers of the Year, and currently working in New Haven Public Schools.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome teacher, author, and the executive director of Educators Rising, an initiative of Phi Delta Kappa, Mr. Dan Brown.
I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you.
Hello, teaching profession.
Hi. Are you having fun? Yes, yes, this is a lot of fun. I love this conference. This is another amazing teaching and learning conference, and we still have a packed afternoon to go. I love this conference. It's got surprises. You're in for a real treat with what's coming up in this plenary session. And the boldness of the vision that this conference has for the profession, the substance, the content. And I want to add my voice to the others in terms of thanking Ron Thorpe for his leadership. Just incredible work. Thank you, Ron. I feel really lucky to have just a few minutes here in front of the largest audience, and that includes those that are logged into the webcast from around the world, to share with you some news about Educators Rising. Educators Rising is an evolution of the Future Educators Association, once known back in the day as Future Teachers of America. Anybody remember FTA? Any FTA members out there? All right, whatever happened to FTA? I'm going to tell you. So when we talk about building our teaching workforce, when we talk about a coherent continuum for aspiring, to go all the way from aspiring to accomplished practitioner and beyond, starting our focus on college students who have declared that they want to become teachers, that's starting too late. And we've heard a bit about this already throughout the conference very thoughtfully. So today, I want to talk about how we have an enormous opportunity to start early, specifically with very substantive opportunities in high school to hook an entire generation of bright, passionate students who overwhelmingly indicate that they want a career that makes a difference, that has an impact, and to help guide them to the road to accomplish teaching, to the profession that makes all others possible. So Educators Rising is a rebranded, transformed, evolved national network of high school-based, co-curricular, grow-your-own teacher programs. So in Career Academy-style elective courses, some of which fall in the career and technical education umbrella, depending on your context, some are just elective courses, students under the tutelage of great local teacher leaders get to engage with rigorous introductory coursework on the teaching profession, and crucially, do a clinical internship, a student teaching, in which they really test drive teaching, and many of them fall in love with it. And we know how absolutely important it is to actually do the work of teaching in order to be engaged in wanting to stick with it for the long term. There are a lot of good local programs out there doing work in this area. Future Educators Association currently has 750 schools and 13,000 students in our network, and they found a really, really great mechanism to address major community needs. 60% of teachers teach within 20 miles of where they went to high school. Teachers are homegrown. You can applaud that. Homegrown community leaders, and we need to be purposeful about this. But then also there's other needs. Districts are working on career readiness agendas. We need ways to find opportunities for teacher leaders to pay forward their talent and expertise to the next generation without leaving the classroom. We need, of course, to close gaps in the teaching profession, recruit more males, more students of color, more teachers of high-need subject areas like STEM. We have all these needs, so here's a solution. Educators Rising is going to break down previously existing silos that have existed in this sector of high school-based grow-your-own teacher programs, and to provide clearer than ever ways to start up new programs and to amplify and extend the existing programs in the field so that we can really put this on the map, this early piece of a coherent career continuum for the development of teachers starting early in high school. This August, here's the announcement. The Educators Rising Virtual Campus, a free virtual platform specifically designed for supporting high school students and teacher leaders doing this work, will come online. And I will very quickly share two extraordinary, unprecedented offerings that we are going to be able to offer for free to help cultivate the skills and hook in the hearts of the next generation of great teachers to help them get inspired, get prepared, get active, and get recognized. Many of you have heard about and seen, hopefully right outside these doors, about the Atlas platform that the National Board is putting out. Through the Educators Rising Virtual Campus, we will have free access to Atlas cases for our high school students, so that as they get introduced to the teaching profession, they are looking at game film of great National Board certified teachers in action and studying those reflective commentaries. Amazing. getting inside the heads of expert practitioners, anchoring their introduction to teaching into great craft work and skill knowledge. But we're not limiting it, of course, to just observing and engaging with great teaching in action. We want the students to do it. So I mentioned those clinical internships, and we're building a set of micro-credentials in partnership with Digital Promise, where students will be creating portfolios of evidence and artifacts of their effectiveness and their development and skill growth, so that they can upload these portfolios and artifacts, have them scored against a rigorous rubric, and then be conferred these meaningful recognitions, micro-credentials, saying you have achieved these competencies on a very thoughtfully curated and crafted road to great teaching. All of this is a bet on high expectations for students and an investment in activating teacher leaders to do the work locally. And Educators Rising will be a vibrant community of peers and an army of support in the background to help this profession rise. So I want to show you a very short, as I close, 20-second clip of who I'm talking about here. I want to show you 20 seconds of O.C. Holland. He's a 19-year-old student from Louisville, Kentucky, who had he's very bright. He was not interested in teaching, had the opportunity to be tapped by a local teacher leader who was empowered to say, I see something in you. Give this a shot. Take this elective course with me. No one had ever personally reached out to him like that before and encouraged him to do this. He was interested in leadership broadly. So doing the internship with middle school science students in Louisville, Kentucky changed his life. So let's cue this soundbite.
The evolution of the Future Educators Association to Educators Rising is really exciting, because more students like me who wouldn't necessarily be interested in the education profession would have the experiences to be able to teach and understand what the profession really has to offer and really get inspired.
O.C. Holland. There are a nation of O.C. Hollands out there in your communities. Bright, brilliant young people waiting to be tapped, waiting for the opportunity to try on teaching and have it get into their bloodstream. So if you are interested in this work, if you have existing programs, if you want to engage with something new and you're looking to build some partnerships, please reach out. My information's up there. We are going to elevate this profession, and this is an emphasis on the earliest part of that career continuum. It's now my absolute pleasure to introduce Kathy Nimmer, the Indiana Teacher of the Year, who strikes me as the perfect person to introduce the keynote speaker for this session. So please welcome Harrison High School English teacher and one of the 4 finalists for the National Teacher of the Year Award, Kathy Nimmer.
Thank you for this opportunity to share a few minutes with you. Every time I have a few minutes, I like to tell a story. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who wanted to be a gymnast. She wanted to flip and fly. And she knew that she needed 3 critical things to fall together for that dream to come true. First, she had to find a coach, somebody whose expertise and mentorship could guide her toward her dream. Secondly, she had to be willing to put in the long hours of tedious training that was not glorious, that was not beautiful, all of the fundamental work that would make her be able to do the bigger tricks. And thirdly, she needed to learn how to perform, how to channel all of her physical skill and all of her mental energy into making something bigger and better than she had ever done before. So she began the journey toward her dream. Her journey parallels education quite well, I think. First of all, we as teachers are very similar to the coach that she needed. We have expertise in our subject area, we have knowledge that we can pass on, but more than that, we have humanity. Being a teacher is passing the humanity on to the students whose humanity is waiting for our inspiration. They are waiting for us to guide them forward, giving them not just the skills to succeed, but the confidence to make it happen. Also, the day-to-day work that that little girl would have to put into her dream is very similar to the day-to-day work that we have every day in our classrooms. It's not glorious, it's not fun, it's not bells and whistles when we are teaching our students the letters of the alphabet, how to read a sentence, how to write in organized paragraphs, how to add, subtract, multiply, divide. But all of those fundamental skills are core for those bigger tricks. Those are the things that have to be at the base of any further learning, and we have to put those hours in and help our kids put those hours in as well in order for them to succeed. Then, we have to teach them how to perform. And I'll tell you, that is not performing well on a standardized test. Perform is putting together the knowledge and the basics that the students have and being able to do something bigger. I'm talking about those aha moments. I'm talking about those revelations, those emails late at night. Oh, I can't get out of my mind what we did in class. I'm talking about those college acceptances. I'm talking about those students who are now surgeons, who are lawyers, who are incredible people making a difference in the world. That's what putting together the performance ability is all about. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who wanted to be a gymnast. And so she began her journey toward her dream. And she found a coach who was willing to go to the Indiana School for the Blind and train this girl who couldn't see, this girl who was too tall, this girl who knew she wanted to fly and flip. And this little girl put in the hours and stretches and weight lifting and skill basics because she knew she had to do that in order to flip and fly. And this girl learned how to perform. She learned how to take what she knew and what she believed she could do to a bigger stage, twice to the National Championships for the Blind, where on her first event, she flipped and flew and fell. But you know what? She got up and she kept going and she went through all of her events and she struck gold. And as she got older, she got the golden vision that has changed her life, the golden vision of wanting to be an educator. And just like in all of our journeys, there were many ups and downs, many highs and lows, many twists and turns. But her journey yielded more gold, golden moments where she stood in front of a classroom, where she witnessed the first class of kids to graduate who had been under her tutelage, where she signed that recommendation letter, where she congratulated her first surgeon, and where she landed on a stage in Washington, D.C. A few weeks ago, I gathered with the other state teachers of the year in Phoenix for training about how to be the best representatives of education in our roles. And one of the last things we did was write our own 6-word stories. I had done that with my classes before, but I had never written my own. My 6-word story is how I'm going to conclude my few minutes with you before the person who you've all come to see takes the stage. My 6-word story is my story, yes, but it is really all of our stories, because all of our journeys have those twists and turns, ups and downs. My 6-word story applies to teachers, because in all of the climate of change that we have going, we must keep on keeping on. We must remember that golden vision we had to change lives. It applies to students as we try to teach them perseverance and grit and resilience. It applies to that little girl who flew and flipped and fell and got back up. This is my 6-word story. I fail, but I'm not done. Let's join together in these last moments, and let's apply this to ourselves, to our students, and to our field of education here. To the students who are out there waiting for our return, say my 6-word story with me and make it your own. I fail, but I'm not done. To those students, we say when they meet a challenge and they don't think they can overcome it, we say, I fail, but I'm not done. To the education professionals, right and left, you included, to every change that is thrown our way, we struggle, we fall, and we get back up because it's the kids who matter, and we say, I fail, but I'm not done. And now we continue on with someone else whose story is very similar to mine in that she has persisted and she has a lot to tell you about. Later today, you are going to hear from the National Park Service, which has often been called America's best idea. I believe that is true, but I believe also that the public school system has to be right up there as a fundamental building block for our nation's future. When Lily Eskelsen Garcia was elected as the president of the 3 million member National Education Association, one of the first things she did with the help of her husband Alberto is to create a book that would inspire children, particularly children for whom the playing field has not always been level. That is one thing that we must do in our schools, be the consummate leveler so that kids of all backgrounds have a chance to grow and succeed and change the world. Lily's book is beautifully written in English and in Spanish to reach many audiences. It is called Rabble Rousers, Fearless Fighters for Social Justice. Lily is a former 6th grade teacher who was chosen as Utah's Teacher of the Year after only 9 years of teaching. As the president of the NEA, she advocates for education professionals to claim and own their rights and responsibilities to make public education a dream come true for our young people. Please welcome Lily Eskelsen Garcia.
I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set.
Wow. I am so impressed with myself. Thank you, Karen. I had no idea I was that fabulous. Y buenas tardes a todos. Qué honor. What an honor to be here and look out at so many fearless fighters for a cause called public education. I'm proud to be here, and I'm proud of our project that my husband Alberto and I have been working on for years and years. We've been talking about doing something like this because I visit a lot of schools now. And I'll routinely go into a school and I'll ask kids, who are your heroes? And I desperately want them to say, my teacher, of course. Yeah, I'm still waiting. But most of the time they'll name a rock star, movie star, sports star. They name talented, famous people. Worst thing they do, sometimes they just look blank, like they're not sure what I'm talking about. So as a teacher, I thought there's something wrong that our kids can't name true heroes. And I wanted to construct a lesson. It's on my DNA that when I see something that someone should know this, then I'm supposed to teach it. So in this age of the standardized testing obsession that rank and label and reward and punish based on that cut score, on the narrowest type of academic performance. And you gave me a microphone, so I have to say something about toxic testing. That's also on my DNA. When it comes down to what you can memorize on a standardized test, I think it's our responsibility to constantly be reminding people that we teach the whole blessed child, mind, body, and ethical, compassionate, courageous character. And yes, we teach kids academic skills and knowledge. We want them to be critical thinkers, creative problem solvers, and we are always struggling with the best way to teach and assess that. We care about that whole healthy body. And so that means everything from a good hot school lunch to exercise and physical activity and sports and healthy lifestyles. But sometimes we forget that the foundation of everything that we're trying to teach kids, how will they use those healthy bodies? How will they use those wonderful brains? Where is that compassionate, ethical, courageous character that will take them through their lives? In my 6th grade, we would weave that into reading, writing, and arithmetic. It was how we said good morning to each other. It was what we expected from each other. So to have blank looks of students when I ask them about their heroes truly disturbs me. Life is so full of men and women and even children who have sacrificed something important to them for social justice so that someone else's life could be better. Things like votes for women, things like democracy, things like respect. Of course, I'm a 6th grade teacher, so I'm very sneaky. You want kids to think they're playing. You want kids to not notice how much they're learning. So I wrote a book, and they're short stories. I wrote a book, and they have beautiful, beautiful pictures, because kids will say, oh, I want to see the pictures. And I really want to thank my husband, Alberto Garcia, gracias, mi amor, for doing such an amazing job on the pictures. Rabble-rousers in this book are fearless fighters for social justice. It starts with Mother Jones, who worked so hard to stop child labor and to stop those children's parents from being exploited. And it goes all the way to Gabby Pacheco, who organized Dreamers to march from Miami to Washington, D.C. to convince President Obama to do something for undocumented students so that it resulted in passage of the Deferred Action for Dreamers regulation. None of these rabble-rousers achieved what they achieved because they had political position or personal wealth. In fact, what they did was they organized ordinary communities to actually stand against people who had political position and personal wealth. And some of them won, and some of them lost, and some of them died trying. What they had in common were two things. They had these incredibly courageous hearts, and they had big mouths, really big. Some of us are halfway there, and they couldn't be quiet if they tried. It was on their DNA. When they saw something that they didn't like, when they saw someone being hurt, they had to act. They agitated for justice. And before we get started, I want to put in a pitch that these books are available. 100% of the proceeds go to Gabby Pacheco's organization, United We Dream, that help undocumented students and their families know what their rights are and how they might access those rights. Yes, thank you. As Kathy said, it's side-by-side Spanish-English, so if you've been working on your Spanish, you can actually use this as a lesson. And finally, I wrote it on a 7th grade level so that practically every member of Congress will be able to read it. And Alberto and I, did I say that out loud? They told me to be nice, but I just... Alberto and I will be signing copies in the book writers area after the presentation. This book is really just the jumping off point. What we want to do is to have a conversation. I want to give you something to think about as educators, as people who are passionate about public education. And so I invited 3 rabble-rousers in their own rights that have a connection with the book. And we're going to start by bringing out las agitadores, those agitators. The first chapter is all about Mother Jones. My favorite quote from Mother Jones will always be, "Pray for the living. Fight like hell for the dead." Fight like hell is exactly what we're doing with our students. We are fighting for them and the lives that they need to live. Mother Jones could not be with us because, of course, she's buried in Illinois. But someone who can channel her, it is just amazing. The director of the Mother Jones Heritage Project, of the Mother Jones Museum, is alive and well. Rosemary Fuhrer teaches labor history at Northern Illinois University, where she serves as the director of the Mother Jones Heritage Project. And she channels Mother Jones in her own life. I read about something she did when she was a little bit younger, organizing students on campuses in the St. Louis area to protest the first cuts in Pell Grant funding. So, so much of that funding essential for students to be able to afford a college education. We are so pleased that Rosemary Fuhrer is here to represent Mother Jones. Will you please welcome Rosemary? And as I was writing the book, I was telling people I wanted every social justice cause I could think of. So I had votes for women and suffragettes and Martin Luther King and democracy and Gandhi. And a friend of mine said, "Who have you got for disability rights?" And I said, "Tell me who I've got. I'll go do the research. Just tell me who I should get." And she said, "Oh, Senator so-and-so who was passing the Americans with," and I went, no. Not Senator somebody, an ordinary person who organized ordinary people, and something amazing happened because of that. No one I talked to could come up with a name. So I Googled rabble-rouser disability rights. Frida Zames, Frida Zames, Frida Zames, Frida Zames. Who the heck is Frida Zames? Never heard of her. And most of the links were to New York Times articles in the 70s and 80s. So I'm finding out more about Frida Zames. She was exactly the person I was looking for chapter 11, and happened to be a university math professor who had contracted polio as a little girl. She used crutches or a scooter most of her life, and when she retired, she had a lot of time on her hands to really go into first-class, full-time rabble-rousing. She wanted these things called wheelchair lifts on the buses. She pays taxes like anyone else. Why can't she use public transportation? The mayor, the city council, too expensive. That's not going to happen. So she organized rabble-rousers to stop traffic in New York City during rush hour. Yeah, it tends to get people's attention. And when the bus would pull up, they'd surround the bus in wheelchairs and just sit there because they had already called the 6 o'clock news. And when the police would come and look at these medically fragile, feisty warriors, they didn't quite know what to do. And they said, "Look, you know, we're going to have to take you to jail." And Frida would just sit there and go, "You do what you have to do, and I'll do what I have to do." Is that a teacher or what? Frida worked hand in glove with her sister. They wrote an incredible book that to this day keeps getting updated. It is the seminal work on the history of the disability rights movement, from charity to confrontation. That says it all. Frida passed away at the age of 82 in 2005, but her sister and fellow rabble-rouser, Doris Zames Fleischman, a professor of humanities at New Jersey Institute of Technology and who was Frida's most passionate supporter and collaborator, and probably jail cellmate for all I know, is here to represent our rabble-rouser educator, Frida Zames. Please welcome Dr. Doris Zames Fleischer. Dalia Ziada is in the book. There's a picture of Dalia right there on the front cover. Dalia is a flower. She loves words. She loves poetry. And we think of these things as soft things. Dalia is made of steel. She talks about hard things that are hard to hear. When she was a little girl in Egypt, she began talking to her parents about what had been done to her in female genital mutilation and how she wanted them to stop, how she wanted the culture that hurt little girls to stop hurting little girls. As she grew up, her goal became more and more widespread. Opportunities, respect for girls and women. She wants to change an entire culture. Dalia is chapter 16. She wrote, "There is no spring without flowers. Likewise, there is no Arab Spring without women." Dalia is a blogger. She organized brave women to take their place in the Arab Spring, but she didn't stay behind her computer. Then she took to the streets to lead them in the Arab Spring. Today, she organizes those women and girls to take their place in government, to take their place as leaders, training them as candidates, training them as leaders, teaching them that they have the right to be anything they want to be. She serves as founding director of Liberal Democracy Institute of Egypt that advocates for democracy not only in Egypt but throughout the Arab world. Dalia has a master's degree in international relations from Tufts University. She was named by Newsweek magazine as one of the world's most fearless women, by CNN as one of the Arab world's 8 agents of change, and by the Daily Beast as one of the world's bravest bloggers. Please welcome Dalia Ziada. And we are going to pretend like we're all just sitting in my living room. Alberto, if you could get everyone a cup of coffee, that would be great. But we thought of all of the speeches that we could give, it's really just nicer to have a conversation. It's really just nice. These are either educators or people who believe and are fighters for the cause of education. So you're in front of friends. You're in front of friends. And I want you to talk a little bit. And by the way, we did not plan on everybody being women here. Isn't that just a cool thing? That it just, yeah. I've seen a lot of panels where it's all gray suits, and I love you guys. But move over, okay? Because we're coming. So here's a question. I'm a 6th grade teacher. I know I would tell my kids it's important to follow the rules. I want them to be law-abiding citizens. I want them to obey the law. And I know that in the history of rabble-rousers and the history of people sitting here on this stage, there are some times when laws have been broken. There's a passive voice when we broke the law. Talk about how you can be an educator telling kids it's important to obey the law. and then say, but it's okay to be this rabble-rouser? How do you connect those?
Well, I think I would point out how American it is. Back in 1846, Henry David Thoreau would not pay the poll tax because it would go to the Mexican War, which he thought was wrong. So he was in jail. He was put in jail. And Ralph Waldo Emerson, who wrote essays with the essence of America, but he missed it. He didn't get it. Thoreau got it and Emerson didn't. Ralph comes over to Henry and says, Henry, what are you doing there? And Henry says, Ralph, what are you doing out there? When there is injustice, and the feeling he had was, when there is injustice, if you don't act on it, it will get corrosive, pervasive, and you have to say no. So that's very American. And then I'll go back to if there's a character in literature that represents America, it's Huck Finn. And Huck Finn, when he was taught that it was the law and it was the moral code, he was supposed to turn Jim in, the slave, the runaway slave, who was property. And Huck says, he just can't do it because his heart is American. And he says, so I'll go to hell. He's not going to do it.
And he did the right thing.
Huck is America.
I'm going to ask Rosemary, following up on that, because you also teach history. What would a history, I'm thinking of school boards and even state legislators are in the news in the last little while about wanting to clean up history, like an AP history course, and they're doing some crazy things. Sorry if you're from Oklahoma, but talking about, well, maybe we should clean it up because we don't want, we wouldn't want people to read about someone that wasn't patriotic. What would history look like if you got rid of all the rabble-rousers?
Yeah, I would just challenge anybody who would try to clean up history or prevent students from learning the truth of history, that they would be depriving students of a lifeline, at least some students. For me, learning labor history has been a kind of lifeline that reaffirmed the humanity of people and made the truth, or got me closer to the truth of the real history in our country and how it's been covered up. It's not been, it's been boring without conflict. At least when I was in high school, it was taught in a very boring, fact-based manner, and I think we have to be challenged to move away from that and to think about how do we present a variety of characters in history and their stories so that students can think about what made history and what these groups who are trying to cleanse history are doing is trying to present a very boring and lifeless history as well, the kind that made me uninspired in my life. Finding labor history for me made me find inspiration. The characters like Mother Jones, but there are thousands of others in every community in this country whose lives can hold meaning, that we should think of our connections to these people in the past.
Dalia, you're a rabble-rouser. And the Arab Spring was illegal while it was going on. Did you ever feel like you were a criminal?
Actually, not at all. If I were, then Martin Luther King was a criminal. And that's why actually I want first to start by thanking you for producing such a book. Because such books does not only remain in the US, they go all over the world. I remember I was first introduced to Martin Luther King in the year 2006. I was about 24 years old then. And I was introduced to him through a comic book. Actually, all over my life, I have a brother who's a big fan of comic books, like Superman, Spider-Man, and such stuff. So I hated comic books. And then one day, I found this comic book coming to me in one of the conferences I was attending youth groups, and it was the same comic book that Martin Luther King used in 1950s and 60s to advocate for his cause. He and his group was distributing it as a tool to educate people about their movement, what they want to achieve, and so on. And this was my very first time to read about him. And when I was reading, actually I was expecting to see him wearing some gown or climbing the walls like Spider-Man or so. But it turned out to be like 29 years old young man, just an ordinary young man who found out that laws are not just, who suffered injustice, and he decided to stand up in the face of those who are putting him under this injustice. It was a great inspiration to me. At that day, I was myself suffering from some personal injustice, which actually, from my point of view, it was personal. This was FGM, female genital mutilation. It's a practice that is widely spread in Egypt and some African countries, unfortunately, and most of the families force their daughters at age of 8 or 9 to go through FGM surgery just to make sure vice will not prevail in the society. It's strong, a very strange concept. But anyway, it happened. So I tried to fight it in my family first, and I failed until I met Martin Luther King. And I was really inspired that instead of yelling, and instead of shouting every time it's happening, why just I start by pressuring decision makers in my family and see what it would lead to. Within a week, I was able to save my cousin from having FGM.
Wow.
Thank you.
How old were you? How old were you?
At that time, I was 24 and she was 8. So actually, I decided to translate this comic book into Arabic. So I took the Martin Luther King comic book, I translated it into Arabic, and I remember at that time, of course, and by the way, I distributed secretly all over activists I know from different Arab countries, from Morocco to Yemen, you know, it's all over. And we were smuggling it like drugs, actually. And it was hilarious. But it ended up inspiring young people in my region to challenge the laws, to stand up for the injustice they were suffering and say, no, it's our time to do what we want and to lead our countries and our region to what we want to see, which is liberal democracy, which is we're advocating today.
Wow. I'm inspired by so many biographies. They really, just like you and Martin Luther King. Talk to us about the importance of role models. I was a little flippant saying, look at all the women here, but I also know that for a lot of girls and boys, not just girls, they don't see women in leadership positions. And so to them, they have this frame that says, a leader looks like a man, a leader looks white, a leader looks like a rich person. These are the kinds of, a leader has a title, like president or senator. What's the importance of diverse role models for boys and girls? How was it important in your life?
Yeah, well, I can say in my life personally, I'm gonna get to, well, first I'm gonna talk about what it did for my sister, who, you know, disabled role models. Okay, you have Franklin Delano Roosevelt, but nobody could know that he was disabled as he was, or he would not have been elected and he wouldn't be able to govern, because people thought that ability and disability were mutually exclusive. You know, you're weak. I mean, I can't think of too many figures stronger in the 20th century than FDR. Okay, so we start with that. But then, so my sister knew that she could do anything. I mean, if he could be president. But then I think of her role models like Ed Roberts, who also was a polio survivor, who slept at night in an iron lung and during the day changed the world. You know, he created the independent living centers, which are places, they're not places where people live who are disabled. They're places where people are rabble-rousers. So they get together. They tell each other how to get jobs, houses, get whatever they need, and how to fight for justice. That's what they are. They're all over California, then the country, then the world. Okay. I think of Judy Heumann, who was wanted to be a teacher. She wanted to be a school teacher. But because she was disabled, she was told she can't. She's told she failed the part of the test where you see if you're healthy. So she was perfectly healthy. She was just disabled. Okay, they said she failed. Okay. So what she did is she used the model of the civil rights movement. She went to court, and she also used the press. And the Daily News is a big headline. You can be president, but not teacher with polio. You know, so I mean, my sister had role models. I'll talk later because I don't want to take up everybody's time. How she was a role model for me, but you know that my personal role model is something else. But you know, you have to see people like yourself. You need to see that people like yourself can do it. Then you know you can do it, and so you need diversity. It's good for everybody because we can't waste anybody. We can't afford to waste anyone.
Rosemary, I wondered about the role models for Mother Jones. She's in, late 1800s. Unions are pretty much the guys, and women are supposed to be staying home and taking care of the family. And she didn't do that.
Well, first of all, she had many role models, but you're right that she is an extraordinary woman. And I wondered about that. You know, I did this film about her that we have available here, Mother Jones, America's Most Dangerous Woman. And I thought, you know, she's such an ordinary person, but she is also larger than life. She was all over this country. And, you know, I was thinking, what is it that drove her to do all of this? What really inspired her? My research led to the women of the French Revolution. Is one of her, the women of the populist movement in the United States. But she also looked at a very diverse, it wasn't only other women. Once she became empowered, she started looking at abolitionists. There were some female abolitionists, but the one that really inspired her was Wendell Phillips, who, if you were an abolitionist, before the Civil War started, you were taking your life into your hand. You were in danger if you believed that slavery should be abolished. For her, that was also a role model, an example of other people who were willing to put their lives on the line. Wendell Phillips, she carried his writings, his abolitionist writings with her wherever she went, and she would read them. And so I think there's a process of role modeling, and it's not that you have to be the exact copy of everybody that you look to for inspiration. But I think that hearing these stories of people who stood up to power reminds you that history might exonerate you from being condemned, that your condemnation in the present might lead to exoneration in the future. And you know, she also presented kids as role models. That's what I really love about her. In 1897, she led the March for a Living Wage in Pittsburgh. And there was this young girl who was disabled who rose up, encouraged by her speeches, and said, encouraged her father not to go break the strike, become a strike breaker. And the school superintendent expelled her from school. Mother Jones portrayed her as a role model, actually had a ceremony in which she was crowned the Joan of Arc of the labor movement. And she raised funds to send this girl to college. This girl was an immigrant, she was disabled, and she was labeled by society as nothing. And easily expelled from school. Mother Jones held this kind of theater, and she raised money, and she sent her to college. She became a teacher. And she believed that girl was Emma Haas. I believe we need to remember the ordinary people who are heroes. So I think that we have to encourage heroic actions in ourselves, and also think of what role modeling really means. It's not being the Mother Jones all the time, but just standing up to power is an extraordinary event in somebody's life and can inspire them for the rest of their lives.
Someone who stood up to power is sitting right there at the end of the row there. And Dahlia, you told us about Martin Luther King being a role model for you. You're a role model for a lot of people, men and women, girls and boys, but especially little girls, because you started rabble-rousing so young. You're like 12, right? I mean, look at, you know, we've got some, you know, we also believe in generational diversity. But it's important, I think, for us not to let our own light go out. You shine for a lot of girls. How do you do that without becoming totally full of yourself? How do all of us, I mean, everyone sitting here, someone looks up to us, a student, our own children, someone who sees that we're doing something that they'd like to do. How can you be that role model so that kids can look and say, you're someone I can trust?
Okay, it's a very good question, but difficult one, because first of all, thank you so much. It's very kind of you to describe me like this. But I believe to have a role model, it's more complicated than just selecting a certain hero and follow. The role model is usually the light that keeps us clear about where we want to go while navigating our ship into life. It's where exactly I want to see myself in 10 years from now or 20 years from now. So it keeps changing. The only thing that will never change is the inspiration that you get from each role model you get through life. For example, my first role model was my father. And then after that, it changed to be Queen Elizabeth I. And then afterwards, okay. Yeah, you see, so it keeps changing. And then after that, because she encouraged literature very much, and I'm a big fan of English literature. So after that, my role model became Martin Luther King. And it will keep changing, but the inspiration will be always there. And I believe that what we need to, if I may, of course, suggest this, to educate to the kids and the new generations about how to choose your role model. Of course, it shouldn't be a superhero. It should be a person like you. So why don't you be the role model of yourself? Imagine yourself or visualize yourself. Thank you. How about teaching kids to visualize themselves when they get 20 years old or when they get 30 years old? And make them keep this picture in their mind all the time and try to get there. So eventually they will do that. Actually, there is also something that happened to me that should be mentioned. I was not alone all the time. I was helped by people. And not only Egyptian people, by the way, I was helped by people from all over the world who gave me education, who helped me to understand how to do things. Otherwise, I was not going to do anything. So it's also a mission for everyone who would consider themselves a role model to give the knowledge. Actually, I like the slogan of your knowledge meets inspiration. This is exactly what needs to be happened for the world to be a better place. Everyone who has a knowledge, go and inspire someone with this knowledge and help them do something with it. Eventually, we will have a better world, I hope.
I love that. I love the concept of being the hero of your own story. You have done some very dangerous things. Frida did some very dangerous things.
Yes, she did indeed.
You know, stopping traffic in New York City. That's not for
and she stood actually okay, you know, she was a rabble-rouser, but, you know, she was a very reasonable person. She had the sweetest smile. She was tough as nails, but she had the sweetest smile. and she had a disarmingly, she was really warm and loving person. Back of her motorized scooter, it said, "Hell on Wheels." little gray-haired lady. Okay. Anyway, so they, the lawyers told, she, checked with the legal profession what's supposed to do, because, they used hydraulic lifts to move stuff. But people couldn't get on the buses. No, in New York City, you don't get on the buses, you can't get around, okay? So she looked at that. She was a mathematician. And by the way, I don't know how she got to be she had a terrible institutional education. She was in an institution because we were poor. That's why they couldn't send her home. Well, living conditions were not. Okay, so anyway, she has this terrible, I think she did math because you could figure it out on your own, Anyway, so she gets a PhD. Okay, also, she didn't get the prevailing wisdom that girls don't do math, so she got a PhD in mathematics from the very distinguished Courant Institute of Mathematics at NYU, and nobody told her that, you can't fight City Hall, so she fought City Hall and won. Okay, out of her very tiny living room. Anyway, so what they decided they're going to have, she decided that, the buses have to be made accessible. So how are we going to do this? Okay, so they even passed a law, but the mayor at the time, Mayor Koch, didn't want the buses, so he was going to prove that nobody used them, okay? So they had lifts, even though, because they had one model line, and he was going to show disabled people, they want to stay home. The rare times they go to the doctor, that's all they do. Okay, anyway, so they had ride the bus days. Everybody was going to get on the bus. So what he told the bus drivers to do was tell them that the lift doesn't work. And so then the numbers would come out, they don't use them, so we don't have to do it. So they said, no, if the bus driver says the lift doesn't work, you get in front of the bus, and the bus can't move. So they get in front of the bus, my sister and her cohort, who was she was in a motorized scooter. By the way, I'll just give you a sense of who she was. When she used crutches and braces, she said she was afraid people were going to knock her down. Then when she got into changing lemons into lemonade, when she got into a motorized scooter, she said, "Now people have to worry I'll knock them down." That expresses me better. Anyway, so she's in front of the bus. And the bus driver is supposed to call his supervisor. He calls the police, and the police come and beat up this other guy who was clearly disabled. He was in a wheelchair, but he was very clearly disabled. And they actually, you fight for everything. Lest you think people said, "Oh, disabled people, we have to be nice to them." It never works that way. It never worked that way. And as we were talking, and I said, and after you win something, you have to go back and fight it again, because they'll try to take it away. Anyway, so that's what she did. And the cops came and beat up this guy. She had the presence of mind to write down their badge numbers, and she stopped them that way. I mean, she was constantly, for her, it was constant fight, and it continued. And again, as she experienced this with the laws getting better. By the way, eventually all the buses were accessible. All the buses in New York City were accessible eventually. So that was the struggle.
Even with Frida, with everybody that's up here, if you're going to be a rabble-rouser, if you are going to stand up when you see something unjust, that includes if you're a kid and you see someone being bullied. It doesn't have to be the Arab Spring. There's a lot of, if we're going to teach kids courage, it means we have to teach them to do something that might be dangerous, that might put them in harm's way, either a great harm or a small harm. But again, if you had a message for the educators in this room, how do you take those two things? We want our children to be courageous and stand up against injustice. We want our children to be safe. We don't want them to get hurt. We don't want them to play in traffic. How can you do both?
Well, I would say that we have to also teach them that not standing up might end up with harm to people. In other words,
that's right.
The fact is that people are harmed every day in our society We have the same or even worse inequality of wealth now, a harmful condition than we had in Mother Jones' time. And people are being harmed. I mean, they're dying. They're losing their teeth. You know, you see kids in school who have grave situations. They're being harmed by not acting and not teaching the truth of what is going on in the society. So I think there's always a balance, but to think about, I love the concept of teaching the whole child, the ethical and moral issues, and this is the big issue of our time, to think about the harm that's done by power structures and how students can think. I always have faith in kids. I see the kids in Madison standing up to the shooting death the other week, and the kids in Colorado standing up against the AP mandates, the AP history mandates. And actually, those people, I think, are courageous. And I think sometimes the kids really are all right. They know how to balance those issues themselves, and we have to trust them that providing information will really not do the harm. It's going to do good.
You know, allowing injustice to flourish does not keep you safe. You know, again, it's going to reverberate back on you. It's not that, you know, oh, they're just hurting that group. They're just hurting that group. It doesn't work out that way. We're connected. And if we don't take care of each other, we're not taking care of ourselves.
So actually, speaking about being courageous and being reckless, there is a very thin line between both, which is the vision, which is, I would call, the defining moment, knowing when exactly to express your rejection to one thing or another and how to do it. And actually, this is about the technology of speaking up your mind, the technology of coming out and saying, no, I refuse this. But meanwhile, I have learned it through my own experience and other experiences of famous role models who are mentioned in your book, of course, and all over history, that you should always prepare yourself for this particular defining moment in your life. By the way, everyone, you should not be like in a situation like it is in Egypt or in the Arab world, or in a situation like the case was Freda or with Mother Jones or whatever. Everyone has something in his life that he is being prepared for somehow. So prepare yourself for this defining moment where you can be courageous enough to step out of your comfort zone and expose yourself to risk, fine, but at the end you will get to places where you've never dreamed to get to.
We have 1 minute left. I want each of you to just give us one piece of advice for an educator trying to teach children to be courageous, ethical, compassionate. How important is that? What message do you want us to take out of this room? Let's start with Dalia and go this way.
With me? Okay, so it should be to inspire them to help others to be inspired to, not only to think of themselves alone, but think about others, how to inspire them, because no one can do something alone.
That's right. Yes, certainly to develop groups and connections, but really to understand those connections. I mean, to know that you're not a separate entity. I am of this race, I am of this background. It doesn't work that way. And then again, if you're not protecting others, you're not protecting yourself, because it will reverberate back on you. You've got to create a just and equitable society, or it's not going to be a good one for you. You're not doing somebody else a favor. You're doing yourself a favor.
Yes.
Thank you, Dora. Yeah, I think that a lot of the education system encourages us to think about individuals, and this idea of presenting individuals is a great thing, but I also think that there's an obligation of the educator to think about collective action and to teach about the concept of acting in collective groups, that the life, it moves beyond your particular interest and particular issue, that you are an individual, but you're also part of a group of society, of your community, and that discovering that community history as well as group history and thinking of yourself in a variety of groups and thinking of your connection with that past and your passion about that past. Obviously, I think more history needs to be taught in schools, and I am ashamed. For me, history was a lifeline to a full life as a human being, as an activist teacher. And I think of what we're producing now with removing history instruction, social studies instruction, or reducing the time. It's a crime. It's really criminal.
It's a crime. Hooray.
I'm just blown away when we asked these three amazing women if they would come and join us, and they said that they could. It was too good to be true. But they are amazing. They've taught us how we can teach, and I think they understand that whole child and what it is that we are trying to achieve. To teach a child is to open that child's mind to its infinite possibilities and how to connect them with the rest of the world. So I thank you for your kind attention, and we thank our guests.
So this is the STEP movement.
That's for you. Oh, you honor us. Thank you.
Lily, I want to thank you and your guests for all that inspiration today.
I think we'll sit.
My old mentor, Ted Sizer, as he talked about the aims of education and what our business is all about, always referred to habits of mind, what he called the residue of serious learning. What stays behind us when we forget all the other facts and figures that we've been taught? Rabble-rousing is such a habit of mind. But one of the things we have to be very sober about as teachers is that sometimes our students who are rabble-rousers are rousing against us as teachers too. And we have to be courageous enough to meet them face to face as they challenge our power structure and take their place in the world. One last announcement. Our final session of the day starts very promptly at 3:45. I hope that those next concurrent sessions can end on time so we can get started on the National Park Service at 3:45. Thank you very much for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the featured speakers and the In the Classroom sessions will begin shortly at 2:30. Thank you. Again, these sessions will begin at 2:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, our presentation, My Search for a Life That Matters, is scheduled to begin in just a little while at 2:30. At this time, just a reminder, once our program begins, we want to make sure all mobile phones are set to silent. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our presentation, My Search for a Life That Matters, scheduled for 2:30, will be held back until 2:35 to 2:40, dependent on the preceding presentation. We're still waiting for that group to get out, so it will be another 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you. Mic and go. Ladies and gentlemen, our presentation will begin in just 5 minutes. As a reminder, as a courtesy to our presenters, please make sure all mobile phones are set to silence. Once again, the program will begin in just 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, time now for our program to begin. Just one more reminder, as a courtesy to our presenters, please make sure all mobile phones are on silence at this time. Thank you.
Welcome. I'm Clara Carroll, National Board Certified Teacher from Arkansas, and I get the privilege of introducing Wes Moore. As readers of his best-selling book, The Other Wes Moore, know that Wes Moore was a child of a single mother and a troubled childhood. He was on academic disciplinary probation by the time he was 8 and 9 years old, and when he was 11 was the first time he had felt handcuffs on his wrist. But with the help of many mentors, especially his grandfather, he went on to Johns Hopkins University, earned a Rhodes Scholarship to Oxford, served as an Army officer in Afghanistan, worked as a special assistant to Secretary Condoleezza Rice at the State Department as a White House Fellow, and worked at Wall Street. Now he writes about that journey, and we're excited to hear about what he has to say today. Let's welcome Wes Moore.
Good afternoon. I am so excited to be here. Seriously, I mean, it really does make my day. First of all, just to see dear friends like Lisa. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm not sure, and Joe Manko, who I have long not just admired and stalked for so long because of his commitment to his students, but it's really important for me to be here, just to come say thank you, first of all, and because I have such a huge and deep admiration for who you are and what you do. I remember when I first came back from Afghanistan. This was back in the second time, 2006, and there were a group of people who were there, like at the tarmac, who were there to welcome our unit back. I was with the 82nd Airborne Division, and they were just coming back just to say thanking us for our service and welcoming us back home. And I remember there was one group of people who were there who I started a conversation with, and they were teachers. And the only thing that I could think to say back to them was thank you for your service. Because the truth is that every single challenge and every single opportunity that we have in this country, we're never going to be able to approach every single opportunity with a Kevlar or a flak vest or an M4 rifle. And I say that as a very, very proud military veteran who takes my service in that realm very seriously. But the truth is that the best way that we're going to protect our country is by making sure that everybody within the country is part of a bigger conversation. That the best way we're really going to truly protect opportunity and hope and freedom is by making sure that everybody feels that there's a place for them in this world as well. That's the best way to do it. By making sure that everybody feels that this conversation includes them. That's why I say thank you for your service so sincerely as well, because this work matters. And for those who know, I have a very love-hate relationship with statistics. And for all you math teachers, not specifically about like what you do, but because I really think I have more of a quantitative mind than a qualitative mind. I really enjoy numbers and data and stats, but I do have a love-hate relationship with them because I know that oftentimes statistics and data can be used not just to add context, but they can be used to numb. They can be used to make people think that the problem is just too big for any of us to figure out. They can be used to make us feel like there's nothing that we can do. They can be used to make us feel that no matter how hard we try, the problem is just so large, so it actually makes more sense just to stop trying and doing something else. And I just know that to be not just inaccurate, but intellectually dishonest and morally damaging. Because every single one of us knows in our own hearts and in our own experiences what it's like to feel like that the world is not talking to you at a certain moment or a certain time. And unfortunately, if we have a larger collection and too large of a collection of our young people who feel that that's the case, that the burdens can sometimes be too heavy for their small shoulders. What happened to me wasn't simply being physically moved or physically transported. What happened to me was that I found myself surrounded by people. People who helped me to understand that the world is bigger than what was just directly in front of me. People who helped me to understand that we live in a big and a beautiful and a bright world and that I actually had a place in that world. People who helped me to get that there was never going to be a single accident of birth, not being black, not being poor, not being from Baltimore, not being from the Bronx, and not being fatherless that was ever going to define me or that was ever going to limit me. And so in essence, what they did was they taught me what it meant to be free. That's what education does. You as teachers don't focus on giving degrees. You focus on giving freedom. You don't focus on just giving diplomas or grades. You focus on making sure that every single child feels that this world has a place for them as well. That's why I'm here to thank you. Because I know had it not been for that in my life, I know how different those circumstances could have made things. And so when people talk about, it's really wonderful because, I know some of the themes of this conference has been about on this larger theme of things like equity and how do we create equitable conversations amongst our young people. And there's a couple things that I hope I can just speak to briefly to hopefully just add a sense of context to that conversation as well. When I was 3.5 years old, and so I only have 2 real memories of my father. And the first memory I have of my father was when I was about 3.5 at that time. And my mother had a bunch of rules in her house, but one of her big rules was that men do not put their hands on women. And it wasn't until I got older that I realized the reason that she was so insistent on that rule was because of her own personal past, her own personal background. So she always said, I will never tolerate it if I see it. And I especially will not tolerate it if I see it in my son. But I have an older sister who's like 6 years older than me. And I have a younger sister who's like a year younger than me. And me and my older sister, we used to get in like drag out brawls. Like huge, like steel cage match kind of fights, right? And my mother, every time she'd see us fighting, she'd always come up to me. She's like, you do not put your hands on women. You do not put your hands on women. And I have to explain to my mother and say, but mommy, this is not a woman. This is Nikki. This is different. This is, But my mother didn't see the difference between the two. And one time I was sitting there and I was minding my own business. Nikki comes up to me and she starts blowing in my face like, blowing my face. I told her to stop. She wouldn't stop. She gets up and she runs away and I get up and I run after her. And finally, when I caught her, I cocked my fist back and I punched her. And as soon as I connected, I turned around and I saw my mom. So I knew it was about to get real bad real quick, right? So mom starts coming after me. I start running the other direction. And I run upstairs, and we had a small house, but we had my bedroom was a closet that they converted into a bedroom after my baby sister was born. So in this room was a bed for me, small bed for me, and a crib for my baby sister, and that was all that was in this room. And I'm running around this room trying to find a place to hide, and there is no place to hide in this room. And finally, I kind of like just sit down in the corner of the bed because I heard footsteps, and I kind of like get myself mentally prepared for what's about to happen to me, right? And then when I hear like a knock on the door, and then my dad comes into the room. And when he comes into the room, he sits down on the bed next to me, and he picks me up and puts me on his lap. And then he starts explaining to me what I'd done so wrong and why my job is to protect women and not to hit them, why my job is to protect my family and not to go after them. And then he told me that I needed to go downstairs to go apologize to my mother and to my sister, but he told me that he would come with me. And I remember as we were walking down the stairs together, how I was holding on to his hand and literally my entire hand wrapped around his finger. And he had this really funny way of walking because when he walked downstairs, he stuck his chest out. And so I'm like 3.5 years old and I'm sticking my chest out, walking next to him, because everything I ever wanted to be was to be him. And the only other memory that I have of him was about 6 months later when I watched him die. And as tough as I thought I had it, or as tough as I thought my sisters had it, the person who really had it toughest was my mom. Because now here she was, a widow in her late 20s that was now going to raise these 3 kids on her own. And in no way was this a life that she had expected or the life that she had prepared for. And she was having a really difficult time after he died. My mom called up her parents, my grandparents, who lived up in the Bronx in New York. And my grandfather was a minister in the South Bronx, and my grandmother was a public school teacher for 27 years in the South Bronx. And their house was barely big enough for them, but they figured out a way to make it big enough for all of us. And we made this move up to New York. And the reason I bring up that story is because when I first moved up there, I found myself getting very lost very quickly. I was hurting people that actually did love me so I could impress people that could care less about me. Started picking and choosing which days were worthwhile to go to school, and by the time I was 8 years old, I was first on probation, and that status kind of stuck with me for a while. And by the time I was 13 years old, my mom, you know, after threatening me with military school, I found out that when she makes threats that she's not playing. Because when I was 13, she decided to send me away to this school. And I remember the first 5 days there, because I would let anyone know who would listen to me that there's no point in you wasting your time on me because I'm not staying. I mean, literally in the first 4 days, I'd already run away 5 times from the school. They had these big black gates that surround the school. Every time they would turn their back, they would always tell us, they'd scream at us all the time. They'd be like, if y'all don't like it here, there's a train station right in Wayne, you can go home anytime you want. And so every time they would turn their backs, I would just take them up on their offer and run to the train station, but I kept on getting lost on the way to the train station. And finally, after the 5th time I ran away, I was sitting down in a chair, my whole chain of command, who were the students in charge, they were standing behind me. And I remember looking over my shoulder, yo, stop looking at me, stop looking at me. I was just so angry. And I looked over my right shoulder, and I was like, yo, stop looking. And I saw this guy who I had never seen before. This dude was like African-American, 5'11", like 230 pounds, like no neck, all muscles, like one of these dudes, right? And I remember looking over my shoulder, like, yo, stop looking. And I kind of looked straight, and I got quiet because he was kind of big, and I didn't know what he was going to do to me. But he never said a word to me. He never said a word. He just stood there, and he looked at me. And after they kind of did their thing with me, and they sent me back up to my room, and I went to bed that night just as angry as I went to bed the night before, I remember going up and the next morning in formation, and I'm staying in attention, and I saw him talking with my TAC officer, who's one of the adults in charge. And I knew they were talking about me because he was pointing at me. But I was staying in attention, so I wasn't supposed to be seeing this. But I'm looking out the corner of my eye, I'm like, yo, why does this dude keep looking at me? And I saw him take a step back and salute my TAC officer. My TAC officer saluted him back. And I saw him then start walking over to F Company, which is the college guys, the older cadets. And as he walked over to F Company, I just assumed that he would fall into the back of the formation. And as he walked over, I heard someone yell, company, attention, who? And then 150 guys all at once just cracked to attention. And he kept on walking. And he walked to the front of the formation. And the person I thought was in charge saluted him. And he saluted back, and the person I thought was in charge then went to the back of the formation. So I'm watching this guy out of the corner of my eye, and I'm thinking to myself, that dude is in charge. I had never seen anything like that before. I had never seen a person demand that kind of attention and respect simply because he walked into their presence, demand that kind of admiration simply because he walked into a room. And I remember watching that and thinking about so many of these guys who I looked up to and admired and all that kind of stuff for all the wrong reasons I was talking about before. And I remember at that moment, I began thinking to myself, those guys look real small right now. He gave me a chance to see something that I had never seen before. He gave me a chance to see a little bit of myself and to actually have a bigger sense of belief of what I actually could accomplish if I actually started believing in myself a little bit more. One of the first components of establishing equity is establishing example. Is having all of our young people understand what's actually possible in their lives. Because whether we realize it or not, we're being studied. We're being watched. We're being followed. One of the things, I love working with young people. In fact, some of y'all have been to your classes, which makes me very excited. But one thing I always love sharing with all the students that we work with is, you know, on this idea of role modeling, is whether you realize it or not, you're already a role model. People are watching you. They're watching how you walk. They're watching how you talk. They're watching how you interact. They're watching what you say. And they're modeling. One of the first components that we have to be able to embrace when we're talking about this bigger conversation of equity is example. One of the other components that we have to be able to wrap our arms around is this component of expectation. When, so the book we were speaking about earlier was this book called The Other Wes Moore, and it's a book that I wrote partially about how the day after I received the Rhodes Scholarship, the Baltimore Sun, which is my hometown paper, wrote this article about my life. And they talked about a little bit about what the Rhodes Scholarship was, and they talked about how this local kid who had some challenges and things I was going through as I was coming up was now getting ready to head overseas with these 31 other American students to go study in Oxford. At the same time, the Baltimore Sun was writing a whole series of articles about these 4 guys who one day walked into a jewelry store. And these 4 guys, when they walked, the first 2 walked in the jewelry store, and they reached in their coats and they pulled out guns, and they cocked the guns back, and they started pointing the guns at everybody inside the store and telling everybody to get on the ground and keep their hands on top of their heads. And everybody who was inside the store got on the ground and put their hands on their heads like they were told to. And then 10 seconds later, 2 other guys walked in the store, and when they walked in the store, they reached in their coats and they pulled out mallets. And one guy with a gun, one guy with a mallet went to the left, one guy with a gun, one guy with a mallet went to the right. The ones with the guns were keeping everybody on the ground, while the ones with the mallets were walking around and just smashing out jewelry cases and taking out watches and rings and necklaces. The 4 guys met in the back of the store with a little over $400,000 worth of jewelry. One of them yelled, "Let's go," and then all 4 guys then ran out of the center of the store and then ran outside to the adjacent parking lot. And one of the people that was inside the store that day was an off-duty police officer. He was a 13-year veteran of the Baltimore Police Force. He was a 3-time recipient of Police Officer of the Year. He was also a father of 5 who had just had triplets. And the reason he was in the store that day was because he took on a second job as a security guard to make extra money for his family. And he got up off the ground and he drew his weapon and he ran outside to see if he could stop the guys from getting away. And when he ran outside, he started kneeling next to cars and vehicles to give himself cover. But he didn't realize that one of the cars that he was kneeling next to was one of the cars that the guys were in. And one of the guys rolled the window down and they shot him 3 times at point-blank range and they killed him instantly. There was a 12-day national manhunt for those 4 guys, and finally after 12 days, all 4 guys were caught. And one of the people that the police were looking for that was eventually captured and tried and convicted and sentenced for the crime was this guy whose name was also Wes Moore. And the more I learned about him and the more I learned about this crime and the more I learned about this tragedy, the more I realized how much more we had in common than just our names. The fact that we were living in the same city at that time, literally blocks away from each other. We both were around the same age, both grew up in single-parent households, both had academic and disciplinary troubles, etc. And there were questions I wanted to ask, and he was the only one that could answer them. So one day I just decided to write him a note. And literally the first note that I wrote him was like, "Hey Wes, my name is Wes. Here's how I heard about you." And then about a month later, I got a letter back from Jessup Correctional Institution from Wes Moore. And to be honest, it'd be one thing if the letter that I would have gotten back from Wes, if it was like he wrote it in crayon or magic marker, or he wrote it with his whole hand or something, or instead of using words, if he used pictures. Because if that's a letter that I would have gotten back from him, I probably would have looked at that letter and said to myself, I guess I get it. This makes sense. And I probably would have moved on. The problem is I've never received that letter from him. The problem is the letter that I did receive from him was one of the most interesting and articulate letters that I've ever received in my life. And it only led to more questions. And that one letter turned into dozens of letters, those dozens of letters turned into dozens of visits, and now I've known Wes for close to a decade. And during one of those conversations that I've had with Wes, and Wes is now in year 14 of a life sentence. Him, his older brother, and the 2 other people who were there that day all received life without parole. because all 4 were found guilty of felony murder. But I remember during one conversation I was having with him, I'd always heard the expression growing up that people are products of their environments. I heard it so many times I never even questioned it anymore. You know, one of my favorite hip hop artists when I was coming out was a guy named Gang Starr, and he had this big song called Products of Our Environments. And then I asked Wes that question because we were talking about Baltimore, and I said, so do you think that we're products of our environments? And Wes looked back at me and he said, actually, I think we're products of our expectations. And I thought to myself, he is absolutely right. That we are not products of our environments. We're products of our expectations. And in fact, in many ways, when I hear people say, well, certain people are products of their environments, it makes me cringe because I know in essence what we're doing is we're essentially doing a Pontius Pilate, right? We are washing our hands of responsibility because that's where they're from, or that's who their family is, or that's the neighborhood that they come from, that somehow there's nothing that we can do about it. Which is not just wrong, it's intellectually dishonest. I know some people who were literally born in the gutter, who have done extraordinary things with their lives, and I know people who were born with every advantage known to man who have done absolutely nothing. It's more than just our environments. And someone once said to me, they said, it's a real shame that you lived up to your expectations and Wes didn't. And I said, actually, the real shame is that we both did. That's the real shame. Because the expectations that people have of themselves don't come from nowhere. The expectations that people have of themselves come from the expectations that other people have of them. And they just simply internalize them and they make them their own. I don't care if you're talking about the State House. I don't care if you're talking about Capitol Hill. I don't care if you're talking about military organizations, educational institutions, or state penitentiaries. All of them are full of people who lived up to their expectations. We have to be able to have an honest conversation about expectations if we're ever going to have an honest conversation about equity. Because part of the challenge is this. We can change every policy in the world. We can go up to Capitol Hill and state houses and we can have bill after bill after bill that needs to be done to address education, and all those things will be incredibly important, but if there is not an expectation shift in the way that we think about all of our young people who are coming up, then those bills and changing them will be for naught. How we think about every one of our children matters. And that's why your work matters. I stand here because I had educators in my life, including my mother and my grandparents, because the truth is that education is never simply going to be the person who I meet when I walk into a classroom. It has to be a holistic experience that includes the family and the community as well. But I had educators in my life. People who helped me to understand that okay is not good enough. People who helped me to understand that I had a personal stake and responsibility in my own success as well. People who understood and internalized this idea that you are never doing me a favor by lowering my bar of expectation. You are never doing me a favor by telling me that I can't compete with someone. You are never doing me a favor by telling me because of things that I had to deal with when I was coming up that somehow I was any less prepared than anyone else to achieve. I'll paraphrase Booker T. Washington, and I think he said it incredibly well when he said, if you break a man's spirit, you do not have to show him where the back door is. He will walk there himself. What I had were educators in my life who helped me to understand that there was not going to be a single accident of birth that would ever define me. That's what they gave me. And that's what you give your students. You give them a pathway and help them to understand that the future is incredibly bright. You give them a way of understanding and appreciating that the things that that we look at as our greatest deficits are actually our greatest assets. I look at the things that I used to lean on when I was younger to make me say, well, I can't do X because I was born like this, or I can't do Y because this is my family situation, without realizing that every single one of us in our lives, we are going to see hurt. We're going to see tragedy. We're going to see things that will bother us. We're going to see things that are unfair. It is human nature. We've got to be prepared for it, and we've got to get over it. Every one of us, in some way, shape, or form, are going to see it. I know for a fact that because of the life that I have lived, there is nothing that I will ever see again that will make me flinch. I'm just not built that way anymore. That which I used to figure out and used to think was my greatest deficit is actually what I now believe is my greatest strength. When we see these things, I want people to my left and to my right who, when these things happen, are not going to curl up in a fetal position. We're going to keep moving. And keep moving with their head high. Your job as educators, our job as educators, is to help all kids understand and feel like there's a place for them as well. I'll close briefly. I remember I had something that my sister once told me, which has always kind of stuck with me, where she said her definition of hell would be one day God showing her everything she could have accomplished had she only tried. Her definition of hell would be one day God showing her everything she could have accomplished had she only tried. I'm a firm believer that we're not asked to do a whole lot during our time here. I'm a firm believer that we're asked to take care of each other. I'm a firm believer that we're asked to love. I'm a firm believer that, and I'm not trying to get religious, but it's my beliefs, but I'm a firm believer that if we're all supposed to be God's children, that means by definition, we're brothers and sisters. And we should actually act like it. I just want to make sure that with everything that we do, that when it's time to get that understanding of what we could have done had we only accomplished, that there's nothing left to say because we've accomplished and we've done everything we've ever been asked to do. I stand here because there were educators who believed in that. I stand here today because there are educators who actually helped me to understand that second chances do matter, that second chances do become last chances, but that it's important to embrace them when they're there. And they show me what true love is supposed to be all about. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your service. And thank you for making every day this place worth fighting for. Bless you guys, and thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Y'all are so sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And that means a lot, sincerely, especially coming from y'all. But if anyone has any questions or comments or thoughts or challenges or anything along those lines about the book, The Future of Education, anything along the work we're doing now with higher education, please, I would love to and be humbled and honored to answer any questions or have a conversation about that as well. And if anyone does, I'm just going to keep talking. Sorry. Yes.
Never mind. They found the mic. Leave the VOG mic off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I was just going to say, one of the things that struck me from the first book that you wrote was the comment that he couldn't believe they were so willing to write off a 12-year-old. And when I read that, it just kind of hit me and resonated, because sometimes, you know, when you're struggling with kids and you struggle with them and then the next grade teacher struggles with them and the next grade teacher struggles with them, it's hard to see how the trajectory of their life is going to change. But you help us to see that it's just very possible. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And you know, and so can you also see me if I stay here? Is that okay? All right, so I'm really glad you brought that up, because this idea that, because I just believe as a larger society, we are far too quick to congratulate and far too quick to castigate. Right? I just feel like, oftentimes, and that's part of the reason why I really enjoy kind of telling the stories of the Wes Moore, because I always want to tell people, listen, if your takeaway from that story is there's a good Wes and a bad Wes, if your takeaway from that story that there's a good mom and a bad mom, if your takeaway from that story is one kid got sent away and the other kid didn't, then I would argue that not only did you miss the point, but you probably didn't even read the book. Right? And it's because, really what I wanted people to know, and you said in the piece, was that the chilling truth is that his story could have been mine. The tragedy is that my story could have been his. And that line that separates us is so unbelievably thin. It's decisions, it's moments in our lives that help us to go in one direction or a completely different direction. And we all have them. We all have those moments where it's like, man, had I done this, or those moments like, whew, that was a close call. We all have them. And so this idea where I was talking about this, where we are so quick to almost write off, and especially kids, becomes this, where I just feel like oftentimes what we are looking at is not necessarily a bad kid. But one thing I know that oftentimes for a lot of the kids that we're talking about, especially the ones where you're like, this is like, repeated and I'm trying, is that the only consistency that many kids have in their life is inconsistency. They've got people in and out of their lives all the time. I mean, whether it be family members or instructors or probation officers or whoever it is, in and out all the time. And so I kind of think it makes me think about this, there's a poem by a guy named Paul Laurence Dunbar, and it's called We Wear the Mask. And it goes, we wear the mask that grins and lies, and it hides our teeth and it shades our eyes. This debt we pay for human guile, with bleeding and broken hearts we smile. And it continues on. But the whole poem and the framework and how I think about how it applies to our young kids is this, is we don't necessarily have bad kids. We've got kids who wake up every morning wearing the mask. And they put on the mask very intentionally, right? Because I think about it even in our own lives. If someone who you don't know or someone who you're not close to says something about you, do you really care? Like if someone writes something online about you, I have thick skin, so I kind of don't. But I don't care what someone writes in their grandmother's basement about me. I just don't. It doesn't move me, it doesn't bother me, it doesn't inspire me, it doesn't help me to think differently. But when someone who's really close to you does something that disappoints you or hurts you, that stings. And so if you don't want to be hurt, what then do? You keep the whole world at arm's reach, because if you're not close to me, then you can't hurt me. It's a defense mechanism. And so I feel like when we're watching so many kids, and I know I watch it even in myself, where I can run off a whole string of names of folks who, when I was 10 and 11 and 12 and 13 years old, already had defined what kind of adult that I was going to be if I was going to make it that far. And there is this idea that had I allowed them and had other people in my life allowed me to accept what they were saying, then they would have been right. But I had people in my life who would never give in to that and who would never let me give in to that. And that's why I stand here. So I think we don't just have a responsibility to them to make sure that we curb our judgment oftentimes when we're watching certain actions and try to dig a little deeper into what's happening and what's going on. But we have an obligation to our society. I have a very dear friend in Baltimore. We work with kids involved in the juvenile justice system. I have a very dear friend in Baltimore, and I was like, hey, do you mind spending 15 minutes? Just talk to our kids about what you do. He's a great engineer. Spend 15 minutes, just talk to your kids. Just tell them what you do. Like literally, just tell them about your day, because we want them to be exposed to different occupations and that kind of thing, right? And his response to me, and this was a few years back, but his response to me was, listen, I really appreciate what you guys are doing, but to be very honest with you, my community service is how I take care of my kids. And he is an extraordinary father. He really is. He's got 3 beautiful daughters. They're great kids, and he's great with them. And I told him I appreciated that. But I also told him, you know, but listen, to be honest, how are you doing your daughters a favor when the neighborhood that they live in, they need to be home by a certain time because you're afraid for them to be out after that time? How are you doing your daughters a favor by when it comes time for them to choose a partner, when 61% of the young men in our neighborhood either have some form of interaction with either the juvenile or the adult prison system? How are you doing your kids a favor by doing that? So if we're not going to do it to be selfless, we need to do it to be selfish. Because we can never have an honest conversation about improving our communities if only a slither of the population is part of that conversation. And we can never have an honest conversation about the future of our communities if only a slither of the population is even being thought about in that conversation. That's why this idea of never giving up on our kids matters. Because you show me a kid who does not care about their own future, I will show you a kid that does not care about yours either. And that's a very dangerous place to be in. Thank you.
I have a question. You threw away a line about if we could ask you about what you're doing now with higher education. What are you doing now with higher education?
Thank you so much. So initially it really started off with conversations with the White House about what was happening with college completion. Because they were making a note that they were like, for the first time in recorded history last year, 80% of kids who start off in high school actually completed, which is a big deal when you consider the fact that the number two decades ago was 58%, right? So this is a massive jump that we have seen in a relatively short period of time of kids who are actually starting high school and actually completing high school. The thing, though, is the number when it comes to higher education, that number has not moved. In fact, it's actually gone lower. And so we're getting more kids across the high school finish line, but then when they hit college, there's this cliff that happens for so many kids. And unfortunately, what we're seeing with a lot of those kids is that cliff happens early. So for all kids that start college every single year, 34% of them will not finish their freshman year or will not re-enroll for their sophomore year. And so basically what that means is this: we've got a lot of kids who are then walking around with debt and no degree, which is arguably the most troubling of all the situations, right? And there's a few different reasons for it. One is the financial piece. It's the piece we were actually just talking about it earlier. When you have college education rising at a clip of 8 and 9% every single year, and wages not only just staying flat, but actually going down. So college becomes increasingly unaffordable, and even with the introduction of things like Pell Grants, GI Bill, GAG grants, et cetera, it's still becoming a very heavy cliff, a very high cliff for people to overdo. But ironically, for many of the kids that we're talking about, for many of the kids we work with, when you include a lot of the whether it be federal and or state aid, the financial situation is actually not the largest of the situation. So that does need to be addressed, but it's not the largest reason. The two largest reasons are these. One is the need for academic remediation. So the amount of kids who then finish high school when they go into college are still need remedial coursework. The challenge with remedial coursework is this, is that remedial coursework costs the same. So kids will go into college, they'll pay full tuition for courses that aren't worth anything. So what ends up happening is then you get a kid who at the end of the year has now paid whatever the tuition is, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $60,000, whatever college tuition is now, and they have no credits. Or they have 3 credits. You show me that kid, I'm telling you, a better chance than not, that child will not graduate from college. And the reason they will not graduate college in many cases is because, A, by the time they get their sea legs under them, their financial aid clock has already started to run. So how much they will have to pay later on when they walk in, they say, my bill used to be $1,800, my bill is now $18,000. I think I'm going to find something else to do. And the third reason, and the largest reason actually, is the social transition. Is we get kids who walk into a college campus and they either don't feel welcomed, they do not feel supported, and within months for many of them, they're gone. And unfortunately, if they're attending the wrong school, it'll be months before the school even notices that they're gone. So when we take all 3 of those reasons, and we begin to understand what's actually happening to so many students who are making this transition into higher ed, my basic thesis was, Well, if we know that the choke point is the freshman year, then why don't we reinvent the freshman year? Completely change the structure of how the freshman year works and how the freshman year looks, so we can provide a softer on-ramp for students as they're going into this process of higher education. So what we then do is we then have partnered with institutions of higher education. Currently, right now, we're in Baltimore, partnering with the University of Baltimore, Community College of Baltimore County, and we're actually doing more schools within Maryland for next year. And the whole idea is what we want to do is the students are taking classes with their university partner, but they're taking no more than 2 classes at a time. And that's for 2 reasons. One is we want them to focus on mastery of the subject work and not necessarily regurgitation. And we want them also to be able to stay away from remedial coursework because they're taking core transferable classes. However, in addition to that, in addition to their coursework that they're taking with their university partners, we're also having them take assessments because we want to know where their skill sets actually match their interests. And then from there, we want to place them with internships and service learning opportunities in their areas of interests so they can get some kind of practical understanding of why they're there. Because for many kids, you know, we have colleges, who I won't mention, but where they won't let their kids do internships until their senior year. And my point is, isn't that kind of backwards? Like, I get the whole thing about we don't want to overburden them. I understand that. But again, it brings up the expectation argument. And B, it puts it at it also brings up the argument of a distinct disadvantage. Because 70% of jobs in this country do not happen through the classified ads or through Monster.com. 70% of jobs in this country happen because one day you will get a phone call or an email from somebody who says, you know what, I'm looking for someone that can do X, Y, or Z, and we have a mutual friend or your family member's a friend of mine, and they suggested that I contact you. Do you have some time to talk? 70% of jobs in this country happen because one day you will call up a friend or a mentor or a guidance counselor or a teacher or a college president or whoever, and you will say, I'm really looking to get into this field. Do you know anybody that does that? And they'll say, I know 3 people that do that. I'll put you guys in touch. That's the way this game works. So if we have students who are walking around with lower senses of social capital than everybody else, and then we're expecting them to compete with everyone else, that's not fair. And so what we then do is, in addition to the academic experiences, there's also internships and service learning experience they do, and then there's also a whole co-curriculum that we bring to the student. The co-curriculum will include everything from how are you properly filling out your FAFSA, which is another huge problem, to things like, you know, what is proper business attire? How do you address bosses versus colleagues versus subordinates? How do you manage your social media footprint so you're not putting things on Twitter and Facebook that will haunt you for the rest of your employment days? These are all things that we want all of our students to understand very early on in the collegiate process. So not only are they getting academic momentum, so all of our students will, you know, for all of our students, they can earn up to 30 transferable academic credits by the end of their freshman year. I always tell people, it's not an alternative to a freshman year. This is your freshman year. It's just a non-traditional way of doing it. But it's your freshman year because when you finish at the platform, you finish up as a sophomore. But in addition to that, it's all these other elements that we think become incredibly important because truthfully, many other kids are getting those things in different ways. And we have to be able to add those advances into multiple other platforms for every student to be able to benefit. So it's essentially taking the benefits of, Lisa and I were talking earlier, we were talking about a gap year, right? And the benefits of gap years. And so basically, for those who don't know, gap years are kind of the years after a student's senior year, where they just take a year. Oftentimes, they'll travel to another part of the world. They'll just do something else before they head on to college. The thing that really took me about gap years is how effective they are. Right? Students who do gap years generally don't change their majors often. They generally have higher GPAs. You know, I'm on the Rhodes Trust Commission, so every year we select a new crop of Rhodes Scholars. And of last year's class, half of the finalists who we interviewed did a gap year. Half. So we know these things work. However, here's the challenge. Gap years can also cost generally between $25,000 and $40,000 a year. You don't get academic credit for it. It's not personalized. And so I always laugh and say, you know, that's why I never heard of a gap year when I was coming out of high school. I wasn't a candidate. So basically what we want to try to do is take the advantages and the benefits of the gap year and democratize them. Have them so every single student can get the benefits. And in fact, in some ways, it's the enhanced benefits because they're actually getting academic momentum and credits. But at the same time, they're going to walk into their sophomore year of college with a much clearer understanding of who they are and what they want to do, and also with networks and connections to be able to build upon that when they walk across that graduation stage, they're not just walking across with a degree and hopefully in 4 years, but they're also walking around with job offers and a better sense of where exactly I want to go. So that's the next big rock we're going to move. And I can be pretty persistent, and I don't plan on giving up until we actually get that rock moved.
I'm a little bit shorter than this.
No, that's good.
So I feel like I'm regressing the conversation, and I apologize. As you're speaking, this is now my second time to get to hear you speak, and I appreciate it very much for the time that you've invested into teachers. Well, you were in Oklahoma last year when I saw you, and I
Yes.
appreciate that. And so as you're speaking, I'm sure that we as teachers, we do kind of to reflect on her question, as you're speaking, those faces of children pop into our minds where we think, I've said everything I can do, I've done everything I can do, and then we send them back into that environment of which you spoke, and it's so frustrating to us, but we can't give up, again, as you said. So to summarize all that I've been able to hear you say, but my students will never have that opportunity, or I say, are less likely to have that opportunity. If you had to summarize one thing to tell that kid who is at just a situation that I personally could never, fortunately, understand, what is the one thing that you feel that I could tell that kid and look him in the eye, because usually it's a him, and really make a change? Because I feel like I've said what I can, I've done what I can, we've partnered to do what we can, but it's still, something is missing. That mask is there. So what is the one phrase that you would encourage us to say to that child that could truly impact that child's life?
Thank you. And first, let me say, if y'all seriously, like, and be in touch, because I know, especially for some of the folks who are here, like, I'm very easy. So, like, my email is just wes@theotherwestmore.com, or if you hit me on Twitter, whatever, because don't be surprised
I
if I show
tweeted
up.
to find out where you were going to be today.
Oh, you did? Oh,
That
yeah.
was me.
Sorry, okay. Well, don't be surprised if I show up at your door, because, I mean, this is something I'm genuinely passionate about. While I never think that there's going to be a single phrase that we can give to a child or anything, because I even think about my own life, right, where there were certain things that people said that didn't quite resonate with me or didn't hit me until later on. Or there was never like that, like that moment when like everything made sense for me. Because I'm to be honest, like my life even to this day is like a series of 2 steps forward and 1 step back, or 2 steps back and 1 step forward sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So there's never that moment when it all makes sense and it's all right. But I think there is something that does become important though. It's they need to have a sense of where they want their lives to go. Because one of my big pet peeves, and I know I've spoken to Joe about this, but one of my big pet peeves is oftentimes when you'll see like, celebrities or whatever like that, and they'll get an Oscar, they'll get a Grammy or whatever, and then like Ryan Seacrest or whoever will run up to them. Like, could you ever have imagined yourself this happening? And he puts the mic in their face. And then they flick their hair, and it's like, I could have never have imagined, this is so unexpected, I'm just so shocked, I'm just so la la la. And every time I see it, I think to myself, you're lying. You're lying. Because it's impossible for that to be true. Literally impossible. Now, I'm not saying when they were 5 years old, they saw themselves winning a Grammy, or when they were 10 years old, they saw themselves winning an Oscar, but I can guarantee you, whatever it was, 6 months ago, they were standing there in their bathroom mirror, holding their bottle of Pert shampoo, thanking the fans and thanking the Academy. Because, I think about it, I think actually, it's military training, right? Because there's something in the military, in infantry school, where they taught you, where they say, you cannot hit a target that you can't see. And the whole point of the way they express to us in the military is, you need to have eyes on an objective. If you don't have eyes on an objective, you cannot take down a target, right? How is life different? You cannot hit a target that you can't see. And so oftentimes when people will say, could you have imagined your, book being used in high schools and colleges? Could you have imagined your work doing that? Could you have imagined working with dozens of students, helping them to get through college? Yeah, I did. I did imagine it. And I'll never fake it. And, I never have imagined. No, yeah, I did see it. And that's why it's happening. Because that's the only way it's going to happen. And life, in my opinion, and I would share with the students, life has a really nasty and cynical sense of humor for those who don't have a direction with where they want their life to go. I mean, life can be really unforgiving for those. So if you do not have a vision for where you want your life to go, then good luck. Then good luck. And so again, there's never going to be a single thing. But I think that becomes crucial for all people, for all young people, to understand that. They've got to have a sense of vision as to where they want their lives to go. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I have this conversation on an ongoing basis with my assistant principal, who the two of us started teaching together, okay? So he's an African-American male. We've both been teaching in the same district for 27 years. High poverty, high drugs, high crime. That's our daily struggle with the kids we're working with, is they don't see that potential. And it's not something that you can give to them. I had a kid tell me one time, 8 years old, that his aspiration was actually to end up in jail because he would have 3 square meals a day and a place to sleep, and that's where his brother was 8 years old. Like, how do you help instill that desire for something more and the knowledge that you have that they can succeed in somebody else?
Thank you very much. And and first, being clear, and there's, especially with this group and this audience, is no doubt that this stuff is not easy, right? There's never going to be a single, like, oh, you just do this and then they'll be fine. We all know that that's not the case, and that's not the truth. The other thing that I do know, though, is this, is the most important thing that we can then frame out to that student is a level of consistency. Because just like for all of us, if we hear certain things once, we'll forget it. If we hear it twice, we'll forget it. If we hear it repeatedly, it becomes like a sense of muscle memory, where then it starts mattering and then it starts actually meaning something. And it also depends, and even, because even when people make the argument where it's like, well, am I the right person to tell it to them? I'm not from their neighborhood. I don't look like them. I didn't come from the same family circumstances that they're coming from. So when they're hearing it from me, they're looking at me like, what do you know? You don't know what I'm going through. You don't know what it's like to not eat all weekend. You don't know what it's like to watch your uncle shot. And it becomes this sense where we're like, well, what am I supposed to say then? I know I want to help, I know I want to support, but can I even break through of that just initial facade? And the answer that I give to that is this: if you show me a person who is willing to be consistent, I will take you 10 times out of 10 versus a person who looks just like that kid, or that person who grew up around the corner from that kid, who when they say they'll be there at Tuesday at 10 o'clock, and at Tuesday at 10 o'clock, they are nowhere to be found. Because that's what builds up that shell. That belief in this idea that it doesn't matter to anyone else what I do. You want to show them the things that should break their heart, breaks your heart too. You want to show them that your passion and your love for them is as sincere and as heartfelt as the passion and love that you have for your own kids and your own family members. That's how passionate you are about them. Because to be honest, kids respond to that. I know I responded to it. We have these kids have these unbelievable sensors, right? They can sense who's serious and who's not. They figured out in the first 5 minutes if this person cares at all about me. And I'm not saying that there is a switch that automatically goes off. I'm not saying it'll happen overnight. I know there are some people who I'm just very disappointed in my actions when I was coming up, because I know I hurt and I disappointed people who did not deserve to be hurt nor disappointed. Physically, emotionally, hurt people who did nothing wrong and who loved me. And I'm sorry for it. I also know that what people were saying to me, whether it happened on the timeline that they wanted it to happen on or not, I hear them. I've never forgotten them. I've never forgotten the ones who never allowed me to give up on myself. Might have not have taken days, might not have taken hours, might not have taken weeks, might have taken a bit longer than that. But I know those are the ones that I remember, and those are the ones that I'll never forget, and those are the ones that I still think about. So it's not going to be an overnight thing. There's not going to be a simple solution. And anyone who tells you there is a simple solution, or hey, if you buy this product, the solution's there, they're lying to you. But I do know that consistency matters more than anything else. And I have seen it, and I have felt it, and it's a thing that actually does break through. Because all the other things, if consistency isn't there, that becomes just as much a facade as anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually just have a comment. Something you said that really resonated with me was your level of expectation for yourself. And I'm a product of Northeast Washington, D.C. project, and I knew what was around me. I knew what I saw every day. I knew that I didn't want to be an unwed teenage mom. I knew that I didn't want to end up on drugs. I knew that that I wanted to have a purpose. But if it hadn't been for my mom, who raised 5 of us by herself, and just continuing to instill in me that I could be more, I wouldn't have been more. And I remember having the expectation of just wanting to go to college. And we didn't have the money. I'm sorry. But I made it through college. I mean, I worked and paid my way through college. And I remember all I wanted was a bachelor's degree. My mom is deceased now, but I have 2 master's degrees. Nothing beats that. Every day I try to instill in my students what I expect of them. I'm always saying what I expect of them. I had no idea you want to say something about expectations. But I expect, because people expect this stuff from me. Yeah, it works. It works.
Oh, so you're going to make us all cry now, man. No, but it matters because it's people, whether they realize it or not, they internalize this. They know if the person standing in front of them expects anything of them or not. And their actions will reflect, and it becomes something that we not only fight for and we embrace, but we hold on to with everything in it. Like you said, when you're almost like, listen, you know, your bar is so high, you take that seriously. That means something to you. I think, you know, I don't know for any of y'all that study or teach psychology now, but like in psychology, there's this term called the imposter syndrome. Now we heard the imposter syndrome was basically this. It's this idea, and it's a clinical diagnosis, but it's this idea where you feel like no matter what room you're in, you don't belong there. And you always feel like an imposter. Like you're always waiting for someone to tap you on the shoulder and say, what are you doing here? And you kind of then go about your life with that as your frame. And I think there were real elements where I was kind of under this imposter syndrome. Where you're kind of like waiting for, you know, someone to tap you and say, you know, why are you still here? Like, you know, it's like I've had a nice run, but my runway is running up real quick. And I think when I hear your story, it really makes me think of that, because you don't have any imposter syndrome. And your mom made sure you don't have any imposter syndrome. There is never a room that you're in that you don't belong in. I know everywhere I go, I'm not there because of someone's benevolence. I'm not there because of some social experiment. I'm not there because someone wants to diversify a room. I'm not there for any of that stuff. I'm there because I belong. And if I'm not using my voice, then what's the point of me being there? If I'm not using and thinking and internalizing all of my history, all of my experiences, all that kind of stuff, and how I think about the world, then what is my point? There is no imposter syndrome in you. And I think part of the importance and part of the beauty of the work that you're doing with your students is helping them to know there's no imposter syndrome in them either. No one is going to tap you on the shoulder and say, what are you doing here? Because you belong in every single room that you walk into. I don't care if you're walking down your block, and I don't care if you're walking into the Situation Room in the White House. You belong there. That's why you're there. Now that you're there, do something with it. And don't just get that bachelor's. Go get your master's and your master's, and go get all of it. Because that's where you belong. And that's, I think, what your mom instilled in you. What my mom instilled in me. What so many people, guardians, family members, etc., instilled in all of us. That's just the same lessons we're trying to instill in the students that we work with. So, bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I know I'm being very sincere when I say, so seriously, my email address, honestly, is just wes@theotherwestmore.com. That's the easiest one that goes directly to me. My Twitter is Westmore1, and I do follow. Who asked about the Twitter account from Oklahoma? Okay, yes. So I am good about that, and I'll get back to it. But I just can't tell you how thankful again I am for each and every one of you. You're lifesavers, and not in like this cynical or snarky term. You're lifesavers, because I had so many of those lifesavers in my life. So thank you for what you do, and if I ever can be helpful or supportive to the work that you do, please let me know, because I would love and be honored to be a wingman. Oh, sorry, yes, ma'am.
Can I just, two things?
Yeah,
One, I want to thank you, because I think as educators, the thing for me that's really difficult is remembering the kids who, I teach middle school. So kids come back years later, you were the only person who did this for me, or you're the only person. And in the midst of it, it feels like, you're not hearing me, you're not listening to me, you're not. And I think it's so hard for us to focus on those kids who we are reaching, because we don't see it until later. And it's so hard when, I've had a really rough year. I've had 3 young men, African-American young men, who've been incarcerated this year. They're high schoolers now. I had them, I think, one 4 years ago and one 3 years ago. And they'll be behind bars for a long time. And it is hard to do that. What more could we have done? And I think that sometimes gets in the way of us doing or putting ourselves out there, because it's so hard when that happens. So I just want to thank you for, 1, acknowledging how hard it is, and 2, giving us hope that there's not an end point. We're not going to feel like, oh, we've accomplished everything we're supposed to accomplish. And I think it was just really heartening to hear that we got to keep going. We just got to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, try the next day, keep with the message, be consistent, and do all those things that we know we can do, knowing that sometimes it's not going to work out the way we want it to. So I really, really appreciate that. And the other thing is, I'm thinking about my particularly my boys, but also my girls. Do you do, and forgive me if you already do this and I just am unaware, but are there any kinds of video resources that teachers like me, because I am a middle-aged white woman, and I actually start my class with that in the fall and say, we have more in common than you think right now, but if you let me run things according to what interests me, I guarantee you what interests me as a middle-aged white woman is not what interests you. So we're really upfront about that, but I do think there's a voice where, I think you alluded to it earlier, when you see someone who looks like you, when you see someone who came from a circumstance like you, when you see some parallels in someone who's achieved something, rather than just me saying, I know it can happen. I think you have a voice and a persona that would really be so meaningful to so many African American kids, and it just seems that they're so engaged in a video kind of way that that's one way that I just see you as being an amazing resource to all of us. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you for everything you do. You know, we don't. Yeah, I'd say I think I have a new project now. No, but you know, and I really do appreciate it. And actually, like I said, you know, one of my real passion points, and I try to get, because I really enjoy seeing students and working with students and doing that kind of work. And I do understand and agree with you on the fact that kids also need to see. They need to see what they can actually be as well, and that does matter. And I wasn't trying to downplay it when I talked about before. It's like, you know, how consistency matters, because I still believe more than anything consistency is the number one thing that we can give kids, not necessarily someone who looks just like them. But truthfully, when I think about that stuff that does matter, and I think about even in my own life, you who are doing the work every single day, that is what is going to move that needle in that child's life. You know, there are things and resources and supplies that can absolutely be introduced, and I would love to be able to, you know, to explore and get things in there. I know that, like, for example, there's, you know, I've been very humbled that, like, for example, with The Other Westmore or with Discovering Westmore, the young adult book, that it's been made part of curriculum in school systems. That they have, you know, they have service projects tied up and aligned to it. You know, one of the things I love is that classes will oftentimes send letters. We'll write, as part of an assignment, we'll send letters to myself and Wes, and we actually will respond to all of them. And Wes, and I tell you, Wes is like a machine. He responds to every single letter that is sent to him. And when I asked him, I was like, you know, so why? As he kind of jokes and he says, well, what else do I have to do? But I mean, because I say that kind of in jest, but I say I want to be very clear, you know, in no way is this like creating revisionist history or creating apologists for Wes nor his actions, right? I mean, again, he is in year 14 of a life sentence, and I never want to lose sight of that. But I also do know that whatever we can do to help young people who are at this point where they're making decisions that really do start forking, whatever we can do to kind of help with that process, I know it's something that becomes incredibly important in that. So, thank you. But again, you know, please, I would love to be able to stay in touch, figure out how I can be supportive and helpful, and I'm just thankful to all of you for what you do. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the author of Education Nation, one of our nation's leaders in the development and use of education media, and former executive director of the George Lucas Educational Foundation, Dr. Milton Chen.
Great to be here this afternoon, and what an amazing conference this has been. Teaching and Learning 2015, I had the pleasure of going to an earlier celebration of teaching and learning in New York City, and once again, Ron Thorpe and his team at the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards and all of their partners has just done a fantastic job in bringing you knowledge meets inspiration, some great knowledge and some great inspiration. So this may be one of the last chances we'll get to thank them, but please give them a round of applause for an amazing conference celebrating teachers, their role in the classroom, and also, as we've been having some discussions over these couple days, the role of teachers as advocates, telling their principals, going forward and telling their state capitals, this is what we want. So I'm so pleased to be part of this conference, and I hope we have a very special session coming up for you today that will give you both some knowledge and some inspiration. Schools need the sort of partnerships that we've talked about a lot as part of this conference. Many of the partners that are represented here, and also some interesting partners that you'll see on stage today. Schools need filmmakers who can bring them these powerful images you've just seen to help inspire your students, to help teach in a different way. And schools also need partners that can give your students the authentic experience, the place-based experience of learning, and motivate them and inspire them in a national park. So these are the topics that we're going to be taking up today. And I feel like this first gentleman really needs no introduction with this group. When you think about his filmography, the Civil War, baseball, jazz, films about Frank Lloyd Wright, films about Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, the Roosevelts more recently, and a wonderful film called The Address. I hope some of you will check it out. Boys at a school in Vermont who memorized and delivered the Gettysburg Address. And on that website, you will see not only those boys delivering this, but some of, 4 presidents delivering the Gettysburg Address, Taylor Swift, Usher, and my favorites, Elmo and Murray from Sesame Street, learning about the Gettysburg Address. So Ken Burns is one of our most distinguished filmmakers, certainly, but I would just like to, by way of introducing him, give him the highest praise I can, which is that he is also a teacher, isn't he? He is a teacher who uses the medium of film to teach us about our nation and ourselves. So joining him on stage will be, in my mind, a tremendous model of a true public servant. Someone who uses his senior position in government to make us a better nation, to make us a more perfect democracy. John Jarvis is a 37-year veteran of the National Park Service. He's been a park biologist and ranger. He's been a superintendent in North Cascades and Mount Rainier, also the regional director of our National Park Service in the Pacific West region, and now the 18th director of the National Park Service, where he oversees an agency, not just any agency, but by most surveys, America's favorite federal agency. I think you can understand why that's true, and I think you agree with that. Overseeing an agency with 22,000 employees, a budget of $3 billion, over 407 national parks, and I gather, recent data, more than 290 million visitors every year. So today, we're at the doorstep of celebrating a very important birthday. Do you know what it is? It's the 100th anniversary of the national parks in 2016. So happy birthday, National Parks, next year. And you'll be hearing a lot during the rest of 2015, moving into 16, about the centennial of the national parks, and we'll be talking about that as well. So please welcome Ken Burns and John Jarvis. Yeah, they deserve it. I think so. Ken, let's start with you. So many of us remember the series in 2009, National Parks, also the subtitle, America's Best Idea. Where did the idea for the National Park series begin, and what was the reaction to it?
You know, we usually take several years to decide to do something. It's a thought that then moves down and becomes a feeling and an emotion, and a big yes is added to it. This was the easiest decision I ever made. I've been working for a long time with an extraordinary writer and producer named Dayton Duncan, and we had made films on the American West, on Mark Twain. We had done one on Lewis and Clark together. And when we were sort of wrapping up a trip out west where inevitably where we were shooting happened to be property owned by all of us in the form of a national park or a national monument, we just sort of looked at each other and said, national parks. And we then began to realize as we explored it how central it was. My number one question in each film is, who are we? Who are these strange and complicated people who like to call themselves Americans? The national park represents us writ in the landscape. I mean, we said it over and over again. This was the Declaration of Independence applied to the landscape. No other country could have invented this idea, an idea now copied by every other country on earth. The idea that land should be set aside not for kings or royalty, but for everybody and for all time. It is our idea, and therefore it represents who we are. So it was a no-brainer, and then 10 years later we were able to share the fruits of that labor because we had to go from the gates of the Arctics to the dry tortugas off the Florida Keys, from Cadillac Mountain in Maine in Acadia National Park where the first rays of sunlight hit the United States, to the Hawaii volcanoes, and even out to American Samoa. So, this was a big beat to cover, and we couldn't represent everything, but the story is, I think, a wonderful one, and it wasn't a travelogue or a sort of recommendation of which lodge to stay at. It was, how did this happen? Who were the unique individuals who made it possible, and what's required in terms of vigilance and attention to keep the thing going?
And what was your sense of the reaction to the series? You've produced some landmark series for public television over many years now.
The perpetual comment from critics is always, this is terrific, but no one's going to watch it because we have the attention span of gnats. And this is 12 hours on the Civil War, or 18 and a half hours on baseball, or 17 hours in jazz, or 12 hours in the national parks. And 34 million people watched it the first time. And more importantly to me, and to my friend here, they got up off their butts by the millions and went out in the parks the next year and took what had been a declining attendance and hit it back on an upward rising road trajectory, which is what we always hope the American narrative is, a rising road.
Great. So John, from your perspective at the National Park Service, what did the film represent for the National Park Service, both for the visitation and the American public, but also for your employees?
Well, we called it the Burns effect. You probably know the Ken Burns effect. This is the Burns effect, which was the spike we saw in visitation to our national parks as a result of that, and the level of interest in the history of the national park system as well. I think it also really restored, and I wouldn't say we'd lost it, but it gave a great sense of pride within the employees of the National Park Service and our many partners and volunteers that actually provide the opportunity to the public to experience these places, that their mission, their responsibility was recognized and respected by the American people. And to be sort of among the great series that Ken has done, along with, these sort of critical and core pieces of Americana, jazz, baseball, to have national parks right in there, that was very powerful.
And you're known as someone, as a National Park Service director, who's really emphasized education in the national parks, how young people can learn in these places and also online. Why do you feel so strong that the national parks can really become outdoor classrooms?
Well, I think Robin Winks, the Yale historian, said that the national parks are the world's largest university. I think you've said that it's the largest informal education institution in the United States. And I think Dayton once said he learned more about geology from the national parks than he ever learned in the classroom. So As director, I really made education one of my very top priorities. Created the first associate director for education and interpretation, Julia Washburn, who's in the audience here someplace.
There you go.
To really emphasize the role that we play in public education. And it is a core value, and Ken's series actually called that out early on, in that our first director hired professionals to tell the story, women in many cases, to help the public understand what they were looking at. And I think this is an absolute responsibility. And what we want to do in the future is really bring that to a higher scale than we ever have.
And Ken, this is an audience of leading teachers, of course, who are here on a Saturday afternoon. I spent 2 days at this conference. You must have been following some of the changes happening nationally with our nation's schools, the Common Core. What about the teaching of history? What's your sense of where that is? It often takes a back seat to emphasis on language, arts, and math. What could be done to improve the teaching of history?
Well, I think we did abandon it. And for a long time, sort of the demands for relevancy, I think, distracted us. History migrated into social studies, which migrated into something else. And then we lost a great deal of touch. I remember when I was working on the Civil War series, a majority of graduating high school seniors couldn't correctly identify the half century in which the Civil War, the most important event in our history, took place. We've been anxious in recent years to sort of focus on the STEM, and then there's a sort of counter movement about STEAM, but I think we miss an important thing. None of these work, none of these systems work unless there's glue. Just as the national parks physically stitch us together as a people, so too does our inclusion of not just history, but that very dirty word civics. Civics is not just 3 branches of government and the judicial system and 535 representatives and senators. It's about how things work. It's politics with a small p, how things get done. And that can be the glue, whether you're STEAM or STEM or anything. And it requires a huge investment in our past and in how we work together. And all of the complaints we have about now, about the lack of bipartisanship, a kind of fractured division, that everything's on a bias of race or sex or politics, comes from the fact that we've forgotten our core value. You know, Arthur Schlesinger Jr. said there's too much pluribus and not enough unum. And what I've been about, what my educational delivery system, public broadcasting, has been about, is trying to change that and to try to say that we have a mission. 2 of those letters are public and service. It's not the public broadcasting system, it's the public broadcasting service. And I've spent my entire professional life there, not because there haven't been better offers elsewhere, but because there's no real better offer in terms of the ability to reach. So today isn't a school day in America, but yesterday was. And the Civil War series and the Lewis and Clark series and the National Park series, all of the films have been shown, many of them hundreds if not thousands of times a day, a portion of it, which means that this kind of visual literacy that our children are being raised on can have a kind of a partner in the work we do that drives them then to books. And every one of our films, we know, has sold books, not just our own, but more importantly, the whole shelf. And that's an important thing, so that when we lament, a visual culture, there are some little islands of sanity, and I think public television is one of them. And our partnership, we sort of felt like we were talking to the same people, that this was an extraordinary kinship between what Stephen Math, or his predecessor, did when he started the National Park Service, because heretofore the parks have been protected by soldiers and ad hoc committees and local citizens, and now it had a structure and folks that were going to be with a single boss. The last one is, this guy has the best job in the world. It's better than mine, and it's better than his ultimate bosses. But it's to communicate the glories that are our shared legacy, and that are these parks.
And John, we talked about the role of the national parks in history, America's most important historic sites, but the parks have a great role to play in STEM, in science education, and in scientific research, if you could talk about that a bit.
Absolutely, and I want to hit the history just for a minute too, though, that, I mean, you can study the Civil War, but to stand at Little Round Top and look across the cornfield, or to stand at the, this last weekend, oops, lost my voice here. I was at Selma last weekend for the Selma to Montgomery 50th anniversary of the Voting Rights March, and to be there on that bridge and understand both the past and the present as we struggle with civil rights in this nation. There's nothing more powerful than that. On the science side, the Park Service can give you an example of a great program we have called the BioBlitz, where we work with the National Geographic Society, and we bring citizens, and particularly students, to a park and do a 24-hour survey of all of the biota. And a few years ago, we were doing the BioBlitz in Rocky Mountain National Park, and we were out in this meadow, and there was a little stream there, and these students, I think they were 4th or 5th graders, were in the creek, you know, loving that, getting wet, and sort of catching bugs and insects and all kinds of things. And I walked up, and it was a young girl. She had a little vial with a magnifying top on it, and she was looking at it, and I said, "What have you got there?" And she said, "Looks like a chironomid." Okay. So for the non-science teachers out there, a chironomid is a midge larvae. I gave her my card and said, "Call me in 10 years. I'll be glad to hire you." So I think that hands-on science, which you can do in the classroom, is very powerful. But hands-on science, you know, in the field, in the park. I mean, to stand on the south rim of the Grand Canyon gives you a sense of time that cannot be held or realized in really any other way. So we have a very important role in this.
So I love the BioBlitz. It was in the Golden Gate National Parks last spring. So I've been tracking this. And the BioBlitz this year, I think is it in May? Will be in the Hawaii Volcanoes National Park on the Big Island. So any of you teachers who can make your way out there with some students, you can participate. What would be better? Ken, you must have some great stories about how educators, be they teachers or college faculty, are using some of your material. Tell us a few of those.
It's so encouraging and so exciting. I think with the national parks particularly, to go back to the question you were just asking, John, I mean, this begins with a kind of scientific and natural interest. The history is much, much later. I mean, when Abraham Lincoln says we are going to save Yosemite in 1864, and then Grant does in the form of a national park in 72, Yellowstone, they're saving places of scientific interest, of natural beauty, and a sense that we have this birth. So it's involved, and it's only later on that we understood that we could expand the role of that to save and preserve, and what is to our ever-loving credit, and John and I have talked about this many times, not just the good stuff. We've got sites of Indian massacres at Washita and Sand Creek. We have Japanese internment camps. Central High School, still a functioning inner city high school in Little Rock, is a National Park Service site that you can visit every day. I mean, we've done a really good job of lifting up the rug and exposing all of the American history, and we continue to do that. And so I think what happens in a film like the National Parks or the Civil War is that teachers can use a section of it or two sections of it within a class period and then prompt a whole bunch of discussion. As I said originally, this was not a travelogue. We were interested in how this came about, how each of the central most important parks happened. Who were the individuals who saw? You know, manifest destiny means we are an extraordinarily acquisitive people. Dayton Duncan likes to say that most Americans look at a river and think dam. Look at a beautiful stand of timber and think board feet. look at a canyon and wonder what mineral wealth can be extracted. And what the national park said was no, there's plenty of land for that, but some things are so spectacular, some things arouse as deeply spiritual as they do political or scientific passions, that we need to save them. It is true, when you stand on the south rim of the Grand Canyon, you are looking, as John Muir said, a scientist and a holy man at a grand geological library. I mean, the Colorado River exposes Precambrian Vishnu schist that is 1.7 billion years old. Every single park is a teaching opportunity. Every single moment we tried to make in our film was something that would spark an excitement in that.
John, one of the themes of this conference, and Digital Learning Day was yesterday, National Pi Day is today.
3.14.
So this is an audience that actually understands and loves National Pi Day, as opposed to Anderson Cooper.
I thought every day was Pi Day.
Yeah.
Wrong pie.
Oh. Yeah, Anderson Cooper, there was a little report about pi and 3.1415, March 14th, 2015. This will not happen again in our lifetimes. Only in 2115 it'll be National Pi Day. So Anderson Cooper, when listening to this, said, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. So there you go. I'm glad this audience really appreciates that. But John, you were...
Talking about technology?
Yeah, I was going to say, Digital Learning Day.
I got it.
Thank you.
So yeah, let me
Thank you.
riff on that for a second. You know, it's very interesting when you talk about technology and parks, because there is and I've talked to many audiences, there is a feeling that technology should be left at home when they come to the national parks. And I always like to respond to that, saying, so you're still hiking in wool and carrying a wicker pack, that you're using technology in parks today in high-performance fabrics and all kinds of things, GPS and others. And so what's wrong with technology in parks? And actually, when I see a photograph of a group of young school kids today standing around a ranger that might be giving a program and is holding in their hand, a box turtle or something that is of interest. All of those kids are holding out their phones and taking a picture of it and uploading it into their social network. And I think that has the opportunity to expand our reach of story within their network. And so I'm actually a believer of embracing the technology within our national parks. There are a few technological challenges of getting that there, though, because and probably not, on the Colorado River, 3 days into your river trip, but certainly on the South Rim or in the visitor centers where you're going to be downloading that kind of information. So I think technology is key. I think some of you know, and maybe from the workshops here, that we've launched our teachers education portal on the nps.gov website. We now have hundreds of well-designed and curated curriculum materials on everything from civil rights to geology to climate change to plate tectonics. The ones that are there have been reviewed and improved by teachers that have worked directly with us that can access this material. We also have online real live materials or opportunities like the Live Dive program at Channel Islands National Park, where in the classroom you can actually talk to one of our underwater divers that is in the kelp forest of the Channel Islands, or you can have a virtual tour of the Grand Canyon. They actually have a studio that they run in the Grand Canyon where they can do right into your classroom school program as well. So this is an area that I think we're really building and support and the technology to make it work.
Great. And I know you were in Chicago recently with the president to make an important announcement about some new national parks and a new initiative involving young people. So tell us about that.
Sure. I'm gonna have a quiz first. So who out there can tell me what school holiday is directly related to Pullman? I stumped them. Labor Day. There we go, in the back. Okay, so The Pullman site in Chicago was the manufacturer of the Pullman Palace car, which was George Pullman created this fancy rail car, and it came with porters who were, in most cases, either recently freed slaves or the children of slaves. And so they were workers, and he trained them, put them in uniforms, and sent them along with the palace cars. And so there were consequences to this over time, one of which is they essentially created the African American middle class. This was a point of pride and respect and education and a salary that helped create that. The second thing, though, was they were not allowed to unionize. And ultimately, there was an effort to unionize the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. One of the organizers was A. Philip Randolph, one of the early civil rights leaders that worked with Dr. King and ultimately led the civil rights movement in 1960s. So, and there was a labor revolt there that turned violent and ultimately resulted in the president designating Labor Day as well. So that's a long story, but anyway, we got the president to go there and designate it as a new unit of the National Park System as Pullman National Monument. While he was there, we also got the president to announce the newest initiative called Every Kid in a Park, and this is our effort to get every fourth grader in the nation a field trip to a park in this coming school year, so September to... And we are raising the money philanthropically to support that through our National Park Foundation as transportation grants. We've been doing that for a while, but this is really upping the game to get roughly 4 million kids into parks on field trips. There is an education component to this that Julia and her team are working on. And here's the best part from my standpoint, is that the kids will be able to use a voucher from their education experience to get a pass that is good for them and their family for the full year to all national parks. So I think as teachers, you all know, get it in the backpack, get it home so the parents see it, or guardians or mentors. And so this will give them that opportunity, and that we hope that through that first experience, we get repeat experiences and we build a whole new generation of visitors, of stewards, of constituents, advocates for our national park system. Now here's the real goal. We want to do this every year for the next 12 years, okay? So that we get every kid in the nation into a national park or another piece of public land for all the benefits.
We've just to follow up on what John's doing, we have convinced PBS to do a second full primetime national broadcast of the park series in 2016 to coincide with the centennial of the National Park Service's founding. And we had originally focused the direction of our educational outreach, which we fine-tuned for months, if not years, in advance of the release of a film to sort of upper, middle, and high school, to rejigger that and refocus for those fourth graders, so that we hope we can be a pincer movement with John and his efforts to do that. So we're very excited.
Great. It's great.
I'm especially excited because the Pullman Historic District is my old neighborhood on the south side of Chicago. It's where I grew up. And I didn't get a chance to visit it. It was shuttered down when I was a kid growing up. So when the announcement was made, I made it a point to go and read the president's remarks. And it turns out that a great-granddaughter of a Pullman porter is now living in a large white house not far from here. That the First Lady, Michelle Obama's, do I have this right?
Yes.
Great-grandfather was one of the Pullman porters. So some great connections to history, living history. I want to make sure that some of you get a chance to ask some questions of these two distinguished gentlemen, so there'll be a chance to do that. I hope you're thinking, and please line up with the microphones. But again, since this is an audience of educators, I was hoping to ask each of you to reflect on a great teacher or mentor who's been important in your lives. I'll start with Ken.
Well, I think one always has to say, in addition to one's parents. I wanted to be a filmmaker from the time I was 12 years old, and the most significant person was a photography professor that I had at Hampshire College in Amherst, Massachusetts, named Jerome Liebling. And he transformed my life. I don't recognize the person who entered Hampshire and the person who left it, and that's what a good teacher did. And a good teacher also doesn't just teach in the classroom. A good teacher is, just like the way music works, in the intervals between the notes. So more often than not, I think it was these interstitial moments. We might just be driving to the next town over to Northampton, Massachusetts, and picking something up, and there would be something communicated, something imparted. And I remember the last moment when I was working on my final film project that had been informed. It was a film about Old Sturbridge Village, the Living History Museum in Massachusetts, and it had been informed by his things, but he was now saying he thought something in the editing should go this way, and I sort of pushed back, and he pushed a little bit, and I pushed back again, and the second I pushed back, he just pulled back, and I realized in that great terror that he'd let me go, that I had found my own way. And I thought a good teacher is also knowing exactly when to let that person go, to make sure that they develop their own thing. I had a wonderful history teacher, Russian history teacher in high school in Ann Arbor, Michigan, named Randy Peacock, who declared, I'm sure much to the horror of the parents when they got home that night, that he was a Trotskyite, and he was going to tell us about the history of Russia from 1861 when the Tsar freed the serfs to the Russian Revolution. But meanwhile, today, he was going to tell us about the death of Rasputin. 40 minutes later, even the girls who sat in the back of the class drawing pictures of horses had stopped and were gone. And I understood then how valuable story was, even though on the timeline it wasn't. This was the introduction, and nobody didn't pay attention because they thought that Randy Peacock might launch into some other phenomenal story somewhere along the line.
John?
Yeah, well, I grew up in rural Virginia, down near Lexington in the Shenandoah Valley, and a few fans in the audience there. And,
Near Burnsville?
No, I don't know Burnsville. Have to go look for that. For some reason or the other, this small high school often had professors out of Washington Lee University or some of the other colleges in the VMI and others would come teach at our high school. And I was a science kid. I loved anything to do with science. And so we had some folks that normally were teaching in the college level, were teaching sciences in our high school. And I had an aptitude for it, so they would dump lots of stuff onto me and also just give me free rein to do, experimentation and projects and the like as well, and ultimately led me to have the opportunity to do a college level program when I was only a junior in high school. So that kind of encouragement to pursue this actively and really stretch, I really credit to those folks.
Ken, I'm sure everyone in this audience is eager to hear what's up your sleeve. What's next from Ken Burns and Florentine Films? What can we look forward to?
Well, at the end of this month, the 30th, 31st, and 1st of April, we have a 3-part, 6-hour series called The Story of Cancer, the Emperor of All Maladies, based on the Pulitzer Prize-winning book by the Columbia Presbyterian oncologist Siddhartha Mukherjee. I am the executive producer and co-writer, and a really good filmmaker, Barrett Goodman, was the day-to-day producer and director. Our stuff will follow. Next year is a biography of Jackie Robinson. More often than not, we prefer the hagiographic version, the statue, the perfect thing, or we isolate only the one year that he came up and not see him in the context of a very amazing life. Martin Luther King Jr. said that he was a sit-inner before sit-ins, a freedom rider before freedom rides. And we wanted to to understand in the full glory of that, what that means. I'm also almost done editing a 10-part, 18-hour history on the war in Vietnam, which is just as, everything I knew and I thought I knew something about it was wrong. And it's going to be very exciting to share that. We're right now spending a lot of time shooting, both Jackie and Vietnam are in the editing room. We're shooting a big history of country music right now and trying to engage as many people in our story as we can. And it's a hugely complicated, wonderful story of an art form that is omnivorous and another way to understand our very complicated 20th century as well as 19th century roots. We're also filming a biography of Ernest Hemingway and have 4 or 5 other mentoring projects where I'm helping other filmmakers, either established or new, work on films. And we've just decided with PBS on what the 2020s will look like. So I know what I'm doing until 2030. God and funding, God and funding willing, and they're all very, very exciting.
John, we've given people a little peek at what's coming up for the centennial, but if you could describe more about the exciting things that we can have to look forward to with the 100th anniversary of the national parks.
Thanks, Milton. So as he mentioned, 2016, August 25th will be the 100th anniversary of the National Park Service. And so we began planning for this several years ago, not just as a celebration, which we will celebrate, but celebrate of the past, but really preparing this agency, this institution, this sort of unique responsibility that we have for our second century of stewardship and public engagement. And in many ways, it's all about connecting this next generation. The Park Service hasn't really done this themselves, and Ken knows this since Mission 66, when we really did an outreach in an effort to connect to the returning World War II veterans, and they came, they see the USA in your Chevrolet, and the kids in the back seat really are our base of support today. And we need to do that again. We need to connect to this next generation so that they can find not only themselves, but fall in love with the country all over again. And there's probably no better place than the national parks for that to occur. And so we launch our major public awareness campaign on April 2nd of this year. There'll be a series of events and activities and celebrations and stories and new web presence, and we'll be asking American citizens to share their stories via Instagram and Twitter and all the different kinds of social medias. There will be celebrities, and we've got a big science conference coming up. We're reenacting the Mather Mountain Party. We've got the Rose Bowl Parade. It's just going to be a fantastic next 18 months. So stay tuned. And of course, with the re-release of America's Best Ideas, a big part of that as well. But stay tuned. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm just wondering, since we've mentioned a lot of projects and things coming up, how can this audience, and I'm sure they're tweeting out information, stay in touch and learn about these announcements? Is it the NPS website or other things?
Well, everything has been planning sort of behind a little bit of a wall, and it all goes live on April the 2nd. I'll be in New York City for the launch, and there'll be over that probably 30 days after April 2nd. Just go to nps.gov. You'll see a connection to places to share your story, to find your park. There'll be a calendar of events. Every park in the system will be having some activities around this, some events, and they're all in planning. We just had the entire team in here as well. And let me just emphasize, this is a big tent. So we're including the state parks, our other public lands, our city parks, and all of this as well. We really want, America to get off the couch and get back outside and reconnect with this estate that they own. But also to connect with the American story. And we want them to re-engage with both our history and our current situation, our current issues as well. As Ken has said so eloquently, this is a nation that has established high ideals, but we are still on that journey. And there is no better place to take a step on that journey than within your national parks.
So before we turn to your questions, I would just like to ask each of you in this group that you're looking out at, 1,000 people, let's say, who are also in touch with many more educators, committed teachers around the country. Is there anything that you would like to ask of them? How can they help you, or how can we help this cause of creating a better democracy?
Well, I think you guys are the front lines. You always have been and you always will. And it's up to John and me to give you the materials that you need to fight those battles on that front line, because we know what the enemy is. We know the kind of entropy that engulfs a society that is focused only on an all-consuming and thereby forgettable present. And we're obligated to set young minds on fire. We're obligated to give them the tools to be distracted from that kind of cult of consumerism that permits you to think that if you just buy the right car or wear the right perfume or jeans, everything's going to be all right. And we know that the inevitable vicissitudes of life intrude on that. And to have a government that you know a little bit about how it works, to have a sense of the rich inheritance which is theirs in the national parks, to understand the complicated, dimensional, diverse history that we have only prepares you for those vicissitudes. And so the question is really, what can we do for you?
John?
Yeah, I think that just to build on Ken's comments is that, you know, look at us as a resource, look at us as an asset and as a partner in this effort. I think all of you have experienced it with your students, that at some point the light goes on and they're suddenly paying attention. And at that moment, their mind is open to learning something about themselves, about this country, about their future. And we know that we can turn that light on. We can turn that light on in these places. And so I think that that's the opportunity that we present to you. And as we've said, we're all in. We're going to scale up. So please come see us.
Great. So please, love to hear your comments, questions, and tell us who you are and where you're from.
My name's Gail Wilson. I'm a teacher in Montgomery County, Maryland. And I had the amazing experience last summer of being a TRT, a Teacher Ranger teacher, out at White Sands National Monument, which was a life-changing experience. I'd recommend it for anyone. I teach in a Title I school. Just about everyone in our school is an English language learner. And I think whoever came up with your idea of letting fourth graders in, I work with third graders. Whoever came up with letting fourth graders in next year is brilliant. And I don't know who it was, but I'm glad you went along with it. I came back and they gave me the opportunity at my school to do I call it my special. And they gave me the opportunity to talk to the kids, a third grade classroom every day, every other week, and I've been teaching them about national parks. My first question for them on the first day was, tell me what you know about national parks. Oh, well, let's see, they're Six Flags. There's a park around my house. Our population has no idea about the value, about the treasures that are in our national park. I'm happy to say now that they can tell you about Denali, they can tell you about Yosemite, Yellowstone, all kinds of things, C&O Canal. But I am thrilled that my kids will get a chance next year, and for 12 more years after that, to visit national parks. So thank you very much. It's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
My name's Tom Snyder. I'm a third grade teacher in Rosemont, Minnesota, and my question's not as good as that, but it has to do with technology in the parks. And my thoughts, videos, I have my own iPhone, I have my own GoPro. Wondering about your stance or position on drones being into the national parks and being used to videotape. Thank you.
Yeah, I issued a ban on all drone activity in the national parks a year ago. I was the first federal agency to issue it long before the FAA has figured it out. We were getting serious incidents right away with drones hovering beside climbers on El Capitan in Yosemite, pursuing wildlife in Zion, and I felt that it was an inappropriate activity, and so I shut it down.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kamala Subramanian. I teach in the Washington, D.C. area. And my question is, I had taken my students to the Environmental Film Festival every year. And last year we were honored to see a film and bio about Dr. Sylvia Earle, who, of course, is out to save the waters, which ultimately saves ourselves. And she had mentioned that she was trying to make, the coral reefs in certain places. I think some place in California has already been designated a national park, And so I was just wondering if is more of that going to be done? I mean, I know that was her hope, and I was wondering, it's been a year since I saw her, but how that's developing into the National Park Service. Is it coming to you? And of course, we're thinking internationally. How does that work? Because my kids were really excited.
Yeah, we have a great relationship with Her Deepness, as we call Dr. Earle. Love her to death. This president has protected more marine environments than any president in history. He has expanded large zones around the northern Hawaiian Islands, and they're I think it was in the Post today, expanded the 2 new marine protected areas around the Gulf of Farallones, and then another piece to the north of that on the California coast as well. Some of these designations, it's a little bit complicated about who's actually managing them. It can be the Fish and Wildlife Service, it can be the Park Service, or it can be NOAA as well, but we all work together on increasing. There are world goals around protecting 10% of the ocean, and we're nowhere near that yet, but we are hoping that the United States can be one of the leaders in protecting more of our marine environment, and Sylvia's been fantastic in that.
We're counting down to closing the session, so if we could just have some quick questions or comments, then we'll show a final clip from Ken Burns' series.
Hi, I'm Jay Madsen. I teach a class called American Studies, which is art, architecture, literature. So I'm kind of a poor man's Ken Burns, Or can I say I'm like the live Ken Burns to the kids?
Yes.
But I'm not worthy, sir. Quick question then. I'm just curious your response. Education is a pendulum, educational philosophy. And currently the philosophy is more towards skills and standards. And teaching the class that I do, we sometimes have asked ourselves as teachers, we said, is knowledge then dead? Because we're often pushed to get the kids to be writing about a certain topic in a certain way, thinking in a certain way, inferencing, but there's disdain actually towards learning knowledge. Now, we know that there are some history classes that tend to not be terribly effective because it's too much rote memorization, that type of thing. But we're starting to see a little bit of the negatives of a class that only talks about skills without teaching the basics. And I was curious, just to respond.
My experience goes back to, I met an executive from AT&T at the end of the 70s when I was beginning my professional career and trying to raise money, and he had told me how disappointed he was. This was at the beginning of the huge wave of interest in business in the United States and business schools, and he said, none of my MBAs can write a sentence. They can't write a paragraph or a letter. They don't have an understanding of our history. They don't have a sense of moral and ethical dilemmas. I'd rather have a humanist who I can teach the business stuff to a lot quicker than I can teach the humanities to an MBA. And it made a really huge impression on me. And I think what we have to do, the pendulum description is really right, and we have to be very careful of subscribing to one or the other. There is a sweet spot. Of course, you can be overwhelmed with a sense of standards and obligations, and forget something essential, but also we also know what's happened from the lassitude that has crept into our series, the idea that it's all can be individualized. The historian once wrote that you could write a history of Illinois without ever mentioning Abraham Lincoln, which is insane. And we have to strike a balance. And I've tried in my own work to say that we have for too long suffered under the tyranny of a top-down history, that we needed to add a bottom-up one, but we also know the tyranny of that. And what we need is something in the middle. And I think what you guys have to do is struggle to balance and find that sweet spot.
Great. Yes.
Hi, my name is Lori Holtzberry. I'm from Syracuse, New York.
Could you stand a little closer to the mic,
Sorry.
actually?
Oh, there
Thanks.
we go. All right, so I have two questions. One, I love the idea of the parks. Just curious why fourth grade was selected, because I'm so sad for all the people who are in fifth and up. And the second thing is, from a filmmaking standpoint, we have a great deal of people that are not in education that think that they know a great deal about education. And have you ever considered doing a documentary on the complexities of education to educate the public?
Well, you know, I get told every month 200 times what my next film should be. And number one has always been, since the Civil War came out 25 years ago, railroads. The second is a tie between immigration and education. And it's very interesting because I'm a storyteller. This is not necessarily a story as much as it is more a set of kind of, it has a more essayistic, didactic, not in a critical way, composition. And so in some ways I like to shoot back that education is part of every film that I've done. But what you're talking about, the dynamics, is very interesting. One of the projects we have for the 2020s is the history of crime and punishment, which is the same sort of thing. We thought we'd escape the specific gravity of Europe's horrific penal system, and instead we created the worst penal system on earth. And be careful what you wish for. And in many other instances, we've sort of addressed that. Of course, we'll get there. Please be patient. But you're right. You know, it's so in flux, and the problem is that you're being told by people who have no idea what they're talking about or what you do every day.
So let me answer the fourth grade question, because I'm sure that you're not the only one that's wondering why fourth graders, particularly if you're a fifth grade teacher and you don't get to go, right? So we consulted with the Department of Education. Let's say we started with every public school kid. That's where we began, and we realized that was probably a little bit too big of a lift. So we wanted to pick a grade, and we were instructed that fourth grade, number one, often it's the year that they study their state's history. Two, they're often still in homeroom and not moving around as much. And three, when they're 11 or younger, they still listen to an adult.
That's the key. That's the key. You can take them someplace and make them go.
Yes, a couple more quick questions.
Hi, Andres Enriquez, New York City, home of 10 national parks.
Great.
And I'm also on the National Park Education Advisory Committee with Milton. Thank you so much for being here. Quick question, I wanted to tie this question to this morning's session, specifically around issues around diversity and equity, and how are we working to get the National Park Service, the parks themselves, for a much more diverse community. And what can we do with media that's so powerful to actually try to do that?
Well, let me lead off with that and tell you that we were not content, and many of our underwriters were not content when we made the original series, as the case with many of the films we're doing, with just putting out the thing for national broadcast and knowing that it will trickle down and have use segmented in various classrooms, and we design educational material. But we produced a whole slew of ancillary films intended exactly at what you're talking about, and whether it was African American kids from Miami going out to the national park in Biscayne Bay, or it was inner city kids in Las Vegas going out into Death Valley or other places, we made materials to sort of sponsor that. We took one of John's employees, Shelton Johnson, an African American ranger at Yosemite, around the country. He continues to tour, and his first way in is with the Buffalo Soldiers, the original protectors of the park, but he's an amazing, fantastic person, and to be in Hollywood, Florida, with an entirely African American and Hispanic classes, to see Shelton Johnson in his uniform and his hat, and these kids wanted to know at 4th grade how they could get a uniform like that, how they could get a hat like that. And this is how we begin. We've tended in that top-down history to exclude. Now in our new history, we do not. And the Park Service leads the way in that. And I ask you, if you've got time before you leave the District of Columbia, to go over to Frederick Douglass's house in Anacostia. You will see one of the original attempts at that. And it's throughout the system, and it's something we should be extraordinarily proud of what our government does. And Milton is absolutely right. You know, you take the military out of the equation for obvious reasons. There's only one government people that we love, and it's these green-suited men and women.
Let me add to this. This has been a mission of mine as the director, is to understand and bring out the story of women and minorities in our existing units of the National Park System, as well as the places that we designate under the National Register of Historic Places or the National Historic Landmarks Program, and then also to establish new areas. So we've launched, since I've been director, 4 theme studies with scholars to identify the history of American Latinos, women, LGBT, and Asian American Pacific Islanders, and their contributions to the American story. And we will be designating new sites. Some new sites have already come out of this process. Cesar Chavez in California is one of those. In the African American experience, Harriet Tubman, Colonel Charles Young, Pullman, Fort Monroe, all of these are incredibly important sites to the Asian American community. Honouliuli, which we just did right after Pullman, the Japanese American internment site on Oahu. All of these are intended to deepen the story and be more representative within the National Park System of the story that we tell.
Do you have something quick you'd like to say? Because I'm looking at the clock and we're out of time.
Really quick, thank you. I'm Johanna Leonard. I teach middle school history and geography. And in the classroom, sometimes you're far removed and you're trying to reach those minds and hearts. So I'd just like to thank y'all for giving words, images, and experiences that help bring that sort of humanity and soul. Somebody said earlier in introducing the panel that teachers help pass along humanity. So thank y'all for giving us the things that we need in order to help do that job. Thank you.
You made my day.
You get the last question.
I'm a special ed teacher in Washington, D.C., and I also teach history in a Title I school. And there are 2 themes that I think are going on, and that's economic conversion in this country. And there's a wonderful Hampshire professor, Mike Clare, who talks about the what for whom questions of prisons versus social services and parks. And I would certainly love to see more coverage of what we're spending on prisons and our footprint in the Middle East, which is current. Thank you for talking about Vietnam, but right now we're stuck in a mess as well. So thank you.
Well, you know, you bring up an interesting thing. The Ecclesiastes in the Old Testament said, what has been will be again, what has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Right. It is often very difficult as Americans, particularly now, to talk about things in a contemporary set that are fraught. And history is a table around which we can still have a conversation. This is the great gift of the national parks. It is the heritage that we are shared. Nobody asks you when you go in what your color is, your sex, your sexual orientation, your race, whether you're red state or blue state. And that's hugely important today. Rachel Maddow and Bill O'Reilly love Abraham Lincoln. genuinely. That's a place to begin. And so Vietnam is actually the story of Afghanistan and Iraq. And it is a place in which, though it is still fraught, because it is recent history with the passions of our current polarization, it is at least have a few of those fuel rods out, and it is possible with history to be a table around which you can still have a civil discourse. And one of the really good reasons to pursue that, and what Ecclesiastes says, is that there's no cycles of history. We're not condemned to repeat what we don't remember, as wonderful as that phrase is. It just means human nature remains the same and superimposes itself on the random events. And by studying those patterns of the past, just patterns, we understand a lot more of where we are now. And it may be, in fact, more valuable to study Vietnam than it is to study immediately Iraq and Afghanistan, because we're right up against it. Someone said journalism is the first rough draft of history. Wonderful phrase, Philip Graham, who owned the Washington Post. But no one turns in a rough draft.
We're going to leave you with some images from Ken Burns' National Park series, but before we do that, let's give them a round of applause for sharing their wisdom and their inspiration today. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we've come to the end of this year's Teaching and Learning Conference, and we have one final small gift for all of you, which we hope you'll enjoy. But before that, I need to thank a lot of people. I want to start with Ken Burns and Director John Jarvis for giving us their time today. I want to give a special thank you to my old friend Milton Chen. Some of you know that Milton and I were freshman roommates together in college. He somehow held on to his hair, which I did not, but some people are luckier. I want to thank Bob Wise and the Alliance for Excellent Education. Their partnership with us this year has allowed us to webcast all of the plenary sessions. And starting next week, you'll be able to go to the Teaching and Learning website and look at them again, because they'll be archived there for you. And we hope that you'll share that with your colleagues who couldn't be with us. We need to thank the sponsors. Among teachers, sponsorship is always a very controversial topic. And we just don't take money from everyone or anyone. We take money from partners who believe in our mission. And I think we have a distinguished list of partners and sponsors. And I want to add the Ford Foundation, which just last week on Wednesday afternoon called me and said, yeah, we're in, we'll help. They asked for nothing back. They just said, here's a gift of $50,000 to do this for the teachers. And most of all, I want to thank all of you. It takes a lot of risk, it takes a lot of commitment to give up the days and the time that you've given up to be part of this. I hope we've met your high expectations. I hope you've made some new friends. I hope you've learned some things. I know I certainly have. And I hope you'll have this on your schedule for next year when we come back again for our 10th anniversary and try to do it even better. And now, for a final gift, let's take a look back at what it means when knowledge meets inspiration.
You, as teachers, are probably the most important women and men in our society.
What you do is to make the future happen.
I got my mind set on you. With every student that comes through your classroom, you become a better teacher, but I don't think you ever stop. It's an ongoing process.
What high school students want from their teachers is just real experiences and real conversations.
I want my kids to question things, and I want them to be brave enough to do that.
To maintain and fuel such high expectations, you deserve the best when you give up your time and talent to attend a conference like this.
I think the National Boards is a wonderful way for teachers to lift their professionalism.
One of the things about National Board certification is that I do reflect more on my teaching.
I'm taking a time out. This is my year with my students. And I learned so much about them, and I learned so much about my practice.
I am passionate about it because what we do does make a difference.
What does it mean to be a real profession? So it's not just because you want to make a difference in the lives of kids.
It is extremely important that National Boards was able to bring all of these people together because culture is what we teach.
We're all very much learning together. It's basically finding ways that we can collaborate together and just reach our students better.
You know, to have 30, kids yelling, screaming, learning, building something together, it's awesome.
It's because of his bold vision that I think we all should honor Dr. Ronald Thorpe with the National Board's first ever Award for Distinguished Service in Teaching and Learning. Please give Ron another huge round of applause.
They come back and say, "You've made a difference in my life. I would not be where I am today without you."